Library of Jewish Classics 3. Their sayings of the Jewish fathers, PIRKE avot, PIRKE ABOT translated, with an introduction and notes by Joseph I. GORFINKLE, Ph.D. author of the 8 chapters of Maimonides on ethics Second edition Sayings of the Fathers. One of the following chapters is read on each Sabbath from the Sabbath after Passover until the Sabbath before New Year. All Israel have a portion in the world to come, and it is said, "And thy people shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified." Chapter 1. 1. Moses received the Torah from Sinai, and handed it down to Joshua, and Joshua to the elders, and the elders to the prophets, and the prophets delivered it to the men of the great synagogue. They said 3 things: be deliberate in judgment, raise up many disciples, and make offense about the Torah. 2. Simon, the just, was of the last survivors of the great synagogue. He used to say, "Upon 3 things the world rests, upon the Torah, upon the temple service, and upon the doing of acts of kindness." 3. Antigonus of Socho received the tradition from Simon the just. He used to say, "Be not like hirelings who work for their master for the sake of receiving recompense, but be like servants who minister to their master without any thought of receiving a reward, and let the fear of heaven be upon you." 4. Hosea, the son of Joazar, of Zeredah, and Hosea, the son of Jochanan, of Jerusalem, received the tradition from them. Hosea, the son of Joazar, of Zeredah, said, "Let thy house be a meeting place for the wise, cover thyself with the dust of their feet, and drink in their words with thirst." 5. Hosea, the son of Jochanan, of Jerusalem, said, "Let thy house be open wide, let the poor be members of thy household, and engage not in much gossip with women." This applies to one's own wife, how much more, then, to the wife of one's neighbor. Hence the sages say, "Whoso engages in much gossip with women brings evil upon himself, neglects the study of the Torah, and will in the end inherit Gehenna." 6. Joshua, the son of PIRKE, and Nettai, the Abelite, received the tradition from them. Joshua, the son of PIRKE, said, "Provide thyself with a teacher, and possess thyself of a companion, and judge every man in the scale of merit." 7. Nettai, the Abelite, said, "Keep aloof from a bad neighbor, associate not with the wicked, and abandon not the belief in retribution." 8. Judah, the son of Rabbi, and Simeon, the son of Shettash, received the tradition from them. Judah, the son of Rabbi, said, "In the judge's office, act not the counsel's part, while the litigants are standing before thee. Let them be regarded by thee as guilty, but when they are departed from thy presence, regard them as innocent, the verdict having been acquiesced in by them." 9. Simeon, the son of Shettash, said, "Be very searching in the examination of witnesses, and be guarded in thy words, lest through them they learn to lie." 10. Shemaiah and Attilian received the tradition from them. Shemaiah said, "Love work, hate lordship, and seek no intimacy with the ruling power." 11. Attilian said, "Ye sages, be heedful of your words, lest ye incur the penalty of exile and be exiled to a place of evil waters, and the disciples who come after you drink thereof and die, and the heavenly name be profaned." 12. Hillel and Shammai received the tradition from them. Hillel said, "Be of the disciples of Aaron, loving peace and pursuing peace, loving mankind and drawing them nigh to the Torah." 13. He used to say, "A name made great is a name destroyed. He who does not increase his knowledge decreases it, and he who does not study deserves to die, and he who makes a worldly use of the crown of the Torah shall waste away." 14. He used to say, If I am not for myself, who will be for me? But if I care for myself only, what am I? And if not now, when? 15. Shammai said, set a fixed time for thy study of Torah, say little and do much, and receive all men with a cheerful countenance. 16. Rabban Gamaliel said, provide thyself with a teacher, be quit of doubt, and accustom not thyself to give tithes by a conjectural estimate. 17. Simeon his son said, all my days I have grown up amongst the wise, and I have found nothing better for man than silence. Not learning but doing is the chief thing, and whoso multiplies words causes sin. 18. Rabban Simeon, the son of Gamaliel said, by 3 things is the world preserved, by truth, by judgment, and by peace, as it is said, judge ye the truth and the judgment of peace in your gates. Rabbi Janania, the son of Acacia, said, the Holy One, blessed be he, was pleased to make Israel worthy, wherefore he gave them a copious Torah and many commandments, as it is said, it pleased the Lord, for his righteousness' sake, to magnify the Torah and make it honorable. Chapter 2. All Israel have a portion in the world to come, and it is said, and thy people shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. 1. Rabbi said, which is the right course that a man should choose for himself? That which is a pride to him who pursues it, and which also brings him honor from mankind. Be as scrupulous about a light precept as about a grave one, for thou knowest not the grant of reward for each precept. Reckon the loss incurred by the fulfillment of a precept against the reward secured by its observance, and the gain gotten by a transgression against the loss it involves. Consider 3 things, that thou mayest not come within the power of sin. Know what is above thee, a seeing eye, and a hearing ear, and all thy deeds written in a book. 2. Rabban Gamaliel, the son of Rabbi Judah, the prince, said, excellent is the study of Torah combined with some worldly pursuit, for the effort demanded by them both makes sin to be forgotten. All study of Torah without work must at length be futile, and leads to sin. Let all who are employed with the congregation act with them for heaven's sake, for then the merit of their fathers sustains them, and their righteousness endures forever. And as for you, God will then say, I account you worthy of great reward, as if you had wrought it all yourselves. 3. Be on your guard against the ruling power, for they who exercise it draw no man near to them except for their own interests, appearing as friends when it is to their own advantage. They stand not by a man in the hour of his need. 4. He used to say, do his will as if it were thy will. Nullify thy will before his will, that he may nullify the will of others before thy will. 5. Hillel said, separate not thyself from the congregation, trust not in thyself until the day of thy death. Judge not thy neighbour until thou art come into his place, and say not anything which cannot be understood at once, in the hope that it will be understood in the end. Neither say, when I have leisure I will study, perchance thou wilt have no leisure. 6. He used to say, an empty-headed man cannot be a sin-fearing man, nor can an ignorant person be pious, nor can a shamefaced man learn, nor a passionate man teach, nor can one who is engaged overmuch in business grow wise. In a place where there are no men, strive to be a man. 7. Moreover, he once saw a skull floating on the surface of the water. He said to it, because thou didst drown others, they have drowned thee, and at the last they that drowned thee shall themselves be drowned. 8. He used to say, the more flesh, the more works, the more property, the more anxiety, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more lewdness, the more men-servants, the more robbery, the more Torah, the more life, the more schooling, the more wisdom, the more counsel, the more understanding, the more charity, the more peace. He who has acquired a good name has acquired it for himself. He who has acquired for himself words of Torah has acquired for himself life in the world to come. 9. Rabban Jochanan, the son of Zakkai, received the tradition from Hillel and Shammai. He used to say, if thou hast learnt much Torah, ascribe not any merit to thyself, for thereunto wast thou created. 10. Rabban Jochanan, the son of Zakkai, had 5 disciples, and these are they: Rabbi Elazar, the son of Hyginus, Rabbi Joshua, the son of Hananiah, Rabbi Hosea, the priest, Rabbi Simeon, the son of Nathaniel, and Rabbi Elazar, the son of Barak. 11. He used thus to recount their praise. Elazar, the son of Hyginus, is a cemented cistern, which loses not a drop. Joshua, the son of Hananiah, happy is she that bare him. Hosea, the priest, is a pious man. Simeon, the son of Nathaniel, is a fearer of sin. Elazar, the son of Barak, is like a spring flowing with ever-sustained vigor. 12. He used to say, if all the sages of Israel were in one scale of the balance, and Elazar, the son of Hyginus, in the other, he would outweigh them all. Abba Saul said in his name, if all the sages of Israel were in one scale of the balance, and Elazar, the son of Hyginus, also with them, and Elazar, the son of Barak, in the other scale, he would outweigh them all. 13. He said to them, go forth and see which is the good way to which a man should cleave. Elazar said, the good eye. Joshua said, a good friend. Hosea said, a good neighbor. Simeon said, one who foresees the fruit of an action. Elazar said, a good heart. Thereupon he said to them, I approve of the words of Elazar, the son of Barak, rather than your words, for in his words yours are included. 14. He said to them, go forth and see which is the evil way that a man should shun. Elazar said, an evil eye. Joshua said, a bad friend. Hosea said, a bad neighbor. Simeon said, one who borrows and does not repay. It is the same whether one borrows from man or the omnipresent, as it is said, the wicked borroweth and payeth not again, but the righteous dealeth graciously and giveth. Elazar said, a bad heart. Thereupon he said to them, I approve of the words of Elazar, the son of Barak, rather than your words, for in his words yours are included. 15. They each said 3 things. Elazar said, let thy friends' honor be as dear to thee as thine own. Be not easily excited to anger, and repent one day before thy death. And he further said, warm thyself by the fire of the wise, but beware of their glowing coals, lest thou be burnt, for their bite is the bite of the fox, and their sting is the scorpion's sting, and their hiss is the serpent's hiss, and all their words are like coals of fire. 16. Joshua said, the evil eye, the evil inclination, and hatred of his fellow creatures, put a man out of the world. 17. Hosea said, let the property of thy friend be as dear to thee as thine own. Prepare thyself for the study of Torah, since the knowledge of it is not an inheritance of thine, and let all thy deeds be done in the name of God. 18. Simeon said, be careful in reading the Shema and the Amidah, and when thou prayest, consider not thy prayer as a fixed, mechanical task, but as an appeal for mercy and grace before the All-Present, as it is said, for he is gracious and full of mercy, slow to anger, and abounding in loving kindness, and repenteth him of the evil, and be not wicked in thine own esteem. 19. Elazar said, be diligent in studying Torah, and know what answer to give to the unbeliever. Know also before whom thou toilest, and who thy employer is, who will pay thee the reward of thy labor. 20. Rabbi Tafron said, the day is short, the task is great, the laborers are sluggish, the reward is much, and the master of the house is urgent. 21. He also used to say, It is not thy duty to complete the work, but neither art thou free to desist from it. If thou hast studied much Torah, much reward will be given thee, and faithful is thy employer to pay thee the reward of thy labor, and know that the grant of reward unto the righteous will be in the time to come. Rabbi Hananiah, the son of Acacia, said, The Holy One, blessed be he, was pleased to make Israel worthy, wherefore he gave them a copious Torah and many commandments, as it is said, It pleased the Lord, for his righteousness' sake, to magnify the Torah and make it honorable. Chapter 3. All Israel have a portion in the world to come, and it is said, And thy people shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. 1. Achabiah, the son of Mahalalel, said, Consider 3 things, and thou wilt not come within the power of sin. Know whence thou camest, and whither thou art going, and before whom thou wilt in the future have to give an account and reckoning. Whence thou camest, from a fetid drop, whether thou art going to a place of dust, worms, and maggots, and before whom thou wilt in the future have to give an account and reckoning, before the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be he. 2. Chanina, the vice-high priest, said, Pray for the welfare of the government, since but for the fear thereof men would swallow each other alive. 3. Hananiah, the son of Teradian, said, If 2 sit together and interchange no words of Torah, they are a meeting of scorners, concerning whom it is said, The godly man sitteth not in the seat of the scorners, but if 2 sit together and interchange words of Torah, the divine presence abides among them, as it is said, Then they that feared the Lord spake one with the other, and the Lord hearkened and heard, and a book of remembrance was written before him, for them that feared the Lord, and that thought upon his name. Now the scripture enables me to draw this inference in respect to 2 persons. Whence can it be deduced that if even one person sedulously occupies himself with the Torah, the Holy One, blessed be he, appoints unto him a reward? Because it is said, Though he sit alone, and meditate in stillness, yet he taketh it, the reward, upon him. 4. Simeon said, If 3 have eaten at a table and have spoken the no words of Torah, it is as if they had eaten of sacrifices to dead idols, of whom it is said, For all their tables are full of vomit and filthiness, the all-present is not in their thoughts. But if 3 have eaten at a table and have spoken the words of Torah, it is as if they had eaten at the table of the all-present, for Scripture says, And he said unto me, This is the table that is before the Lord. 5. Chanina, the son of Hakani, said, He who keeps awake at night, and goes on his way alone, while turning his heart to vanity, such a one forfeits his own life. 6. Nichaniah, son of Harkana, said, Whoso receives upon himself the yoke of the Torah, from the yoke of the kingdom and the yoke of worldly care will be removed, but whoso breaks off from him the yoke of the Torah, upon him will be laid the yoke of the kingdom and the yoke of worldly care. 7. Chalafter, the son of Dozer, of the village of Chanania, said, When 10 people sit together and occupy themselves with the Torah, the Shekinah abides among them, as it is said, God standeth in the congregation of the godly. And whence can it be shown that the same applies to 5? Because it is said, He hath found his band upon the earth. And whence can it be shown that the same applies to 3? Because it is said, He judgeth among the judges. And whence can it be shown that the same applies to 2? Because it is said, Then they that feared the Lord spake one with the other, and the Lord hearkened, and heard. And whence can it be shown that the same applies even to 1? Because it is said, In every place where I cause my name to be remembered, I will come unto thee, and I will bless thee. 8. Eleazar of Bertota said, Given to him of what is his, for thou and thine are his. This is also found expressed by David, who said, For all things come of thee, and of thine own we have given thee. 9. Jacob said, He who is walking by the way and studying, and breaks off his study and says, How fine is that tree, how fine is that fallow, him the scripture regards as if he had forfeited his life. 10. Dostai, the son of Janai, said in the name of Mir, whoso forgets one word of his study, him the scripture regards as if he had forfeited his life, for it is said, Only take heed to thyself, and keep thy soul diligently, lest thou forget the things which thine eyes have seen. Now, one might suppose that the same result follows, even if a man's study has been too hard for him. To guard against such an inference, it is said, Unless they depart from thy heart all the days of thy life. Thus, a person's guilt is not established until he deliberately and of set purpose removes those lessons from his heart. 11. Chanina, the son of Dozer, said, He in whom the fear of sin precedes wisdom, his wisdom shall endure, but he in whom wisdom comes before the fear of sin, his wisdom will not endure. 12. He used to say, He whose works exceed his wisdom shall endure, but he whose wisdom exceeds his wisdom will not endure. 13. He used to say, He in whom the spirit of his fellow creatures takes not delight, in him the spirit of the all-present takes not delight. 14. Dozer, the son of Hawkins, said, Morning sleep, midday wine, childish babbling, and attending the houses of assembly of the ignorant waste a man's life. 15. Eleazar Hamudai said, He who profanes things sacred, and despises the festivals, and puts his fellow man to shame in public, and makes void the covenant of Abraham, our father, and makes the Torah bear a meaning other than the right, such a one, even though knowledge of the Torah and good deeds be his, has no share in the world to come. 16. Ishmael said, Be submissive to a superior, affable to the young, and receive all men with cheerfulness. 17. Akiba said, Jesting and levity lead a man onto lewdness. The Masorah is a rampart around the Torah, tithes are a safeguard to riches, good resolves are a fence to abstinence, a hedge around wisdom is silence. 18. He used to say, Beloved is man, for he was created in the image of God, but it was by a special love that it was made known to him that he was created in the image of God, as it is said, For in the image of God made he man. Beloved are Israel, for they were called children of the All-Present, but it was by a special love that it was made known to them that they were called children of the All-Present, as it is said, Ye are children unto the Lord your God. Beloved are Israel, for unto them was given the desirable instrument, but it was by a special love that it was made known to them that that desirable instrument was theirs, to which the world was created, as it is said, For I give you good doctrine, forsake ye not my Torah. 19. Everything is foreseen, yet free will is given, and the world is judged by grace, yet all is according to the amount of the work. 20. He used to say, Everything is given on pledge, and a net is spread for all living, the shop is open, the dealer gives credit, the ledger lies open, the hand writes, and whosoever wishes to borrow may come and borrow, but the collectors regularly make their daily round, an exact payment from man whether he be content or not, and they have that whereon they can rely in their demand, and the judgment is a judgment of truth, and everything is prepared for the feast. 21. Eleazar, the son of Azariah, said, Where there is no Torah, there are no manners, where there are no manners, there is no Torah, where there is no wisdom, there is no fear of God, where there is no fear of God, there is no wisdom; where there is no knowledge, there no understanding; where there is no understanding, there is no knowledge; where there is no meal, there is no Torah; where there is no Torah, there is no meal. 22. He used to say, he whose wisdom exceeds his works, to what is he like? To a tree whose branches are many, but whose roots are few, and the wind comes and plucks it up, and overturns it upon its face, as it is said, and he shall be like a lonely juniper tree in the desert, and shall not see when good cometh, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, a salt land and not inhabited. But he whose works exceed his wisdom, to what is he like? To a tree whose branches are few, but whose roots are many, so that though all the winds in the world come and blow upon it, they cannot stir it from its place, as it is said, and he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out its roots by the river, and shall not perceive when heat cometh, but his leaf shall be green, and shall not be troubled in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. 23. Elazar Chisma said, the laws concerning the sacrifices of birds and the purification of women are essential ordinances. Astronomy and geometry are the aftercourses of wisdom. Rabbi Chanania, the son of Acacia, said, the Holy One, blessed be he, was pleased to make Israel worthy, wherefore he gave them a copious Torah and many commandments, as it is said, it pleased the Lord, for his righteousness' sake, to magnify the Torah and make it honorable. Chapter 4. All Israel have a portion in the world to come, and it is said, and thy people shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. 1. Ben Zoma said, who is wise? He who learns from all men, as it is said, from all my teachers have I gotten understanding. Who is mighty? He who controls his passions, as it is said, he that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth over his spirit than he that taketh a city. Who is rich? He who rejoices in his portion, as it is said, when thou eatest the labour of thine hands, happy art thou, and it shall be well with thee, happy art thou in this world, and it shall be well with thee in the world to come. Who is honoured? He who honours others, as it is said, for them that honour me I will honour, and they that despise me shall be held in contempt. 2. Ben Atzai said, hasten to do even a slight precept, and flee from transgression, for one virtue leads to another, and transgression draws transgression in its train, from the recompense of a virtue is a virtue, and the recompense of a transgression is a transgression. 3. He used to say, despise not any man, and carp not at anything, for there is not a man that is not his hour, and there is not a thing that has not its place. 4. Levitus of Jabnes said, be exceedingly lowly of spirit, since the hope of man is but a worm. 5. Jochanan, the son of PIRKE, said, whosoever profanes the name of heaven in secret will suffer the penalty for it in public, and this, whether the heavenly name be profaned in ignorance or in wilfulness. 6. Ishmael, his son, said, he who learns in order to teach, to him the means will be granted both to learn and to teach, but he who learns in order to practice, to him the means will be granted to learn and to teach, to observe and to practice. 7. Zadok said, separate not thyself from the congregation, in the judge's office, act not the council's part, make not of the Torah a crown wherewith to aggrandize thyself, nor a spade wherewith to dig. So also used Hillel to say, he who makes a worldly use of the crown of the Torah shall waste away. Hence thou mayest infer that whosoever derives a profit for himself from the words of the Torah is helping on his own destruction. 8. Hosea said, whoso honours the Torah will himself be honoured by mankind, but whoso dishonours the Torah will himself be dishonoured by mankind. 9. Ishmael, his son, said, "He who shuns the judicial office rids himself of hatred, robbery, and vain swearing, but he who presumptuously lays down decisions is foolish, wicked, and of an arrogant spirit." 10. He used to say, "Judge not alone, for none may judge alone save one, neither say to thy judicial colleagues, accept my view, for the choice is theirs to concur, and it is not for thee to compel concurrence." 11. Jonathan said, "Whoso fulfills the Torah in the midst of poverty shall in the end fulfill it in the midst of wealth, and whoso neglects the Torah in the midst of wealth shall in the end neglect it in the midst of poverty." 12. Meir said, "Lessen thy toil for worldly goods, and be busy in the Torah. Be humble of spirit before all men. If thou neglectest the Torah, many causes for neglecting it will be present themselves to thee, but if thou laborest in the Torah, he has abundant recompense to give thee." 13. Eliezer, the son of Jacob, said, "He who does one precept has gotten himself one advocate, and he who commits one transgression has gotten himself one accuser. Repentance and good deeds are as a shield against punishment." 14. Jochanan, the sandal-maker, said, "Every assembly which is in the name of heaven will in the end be established, but that which is not in the name of heaven will not in the end be established." 15. Eliezer, the son of Shammua, said, "Let the honor of thy disciple be as dear to thee as thine own, and the honor of thine associate be like the fear of thy master, and the fear of thy master like the fear of heaven." 16. Judah said, "Be cautious in study, for an error in study may amount to presumptuous sin." 17. Simeon said, "There are 3 crowns, the crown of Torah, the crown of priesthood, and the crown of royalty, but the crown of a good name excels them all." 18. Nahori said, "Betake thyself to a home of the Torah, and say not that the Torah will come after thee, for that thy associates will establish thee in the possession of it, and lean not upon thine own understanding." 19. Janiah said, "It is not in our power to explain either the prosperity of the wicked or the afflictions of the righteous." 20. Mattathiah, the son of Harish, said, "Be beforehand in the salutation of peace to all men, and be rather a tail to lions than a head to foxes." 21. Jacob said, "This world is like a vestibule before the world to come. Prepare thyself in the vestibule, that thou mayest enter into the hall." 22. He used to say, "Better is 1 hour of repentance and good deeds in this world than the whole life of the world to come, and better is 1 hour of blissfulness of spirit in the world to come than the whole life of this world." 23. Simeon, the son of Eliezer, said, "Do not appease thy fellow in the hour of his anger, and comfort him not in the hour when his dead lies before him, and question him not in the hour of his vow, and rush not to see him in the hour of his disgrace." 24. Samuel, the younger, used to say, "Rejoice not when thine enemy falleth, and let not thine heart be glad when he stumbleth, lest the Lord see it and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him." 25. Elisha, the son of Abiah, said, "If one learns as a child, what is it like? Like ink written in clean paper. If one learns as an old man, what is it like? Like ink written on used paper." 26. Hosea, the son of Judah, of Chephah-Babli, said, "He who learns from the young, to what is he like? To one who eats unripe grapes, and drinks wine from his vat. And he who learns from the old, to what is he like? To one who eats ripe grapes, and drinks old wine." 27. Rabbi Meir said, "Look not at the flask, but at what it contains. There may be a new flask full of old wine, and an old flask that has not even new wine in it. 28. Eleazar Kappa said, envy, cupidity, and ambition take a man from the world. 29. He used to say, they that are born are doomed to die, and the dead to be brought to life again, and the living to be judged, to know, to make known, and to be made conscious that he is God, he the maker, he the creator, he the discerner, he the judge, he the witness, he the accuser, he it is that will in future judge. Blessed be he, with whom there is no unrighteousness, nor forgetfulness, nor respect of persons, nor taking of bribes, and know also that everything is according to the reckoning, and let not thy imagination give thee hope that the grave will be a place of refuge for thee, for perforce thou wast formed, and perforce thou wast born, and thou livest perforce, and perforce thou wilt die, and perforce thou wilt in the future have to give account and reckoning before the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be he. Rabbi Janania, the son of Acacia, said, the Holy One, blessed be he, was pleased to make Israel worthy, wherefore he gave them a copious Torah and many commandments, as it is said, it pleased the Lord, for his righteousness' sake, to magnify the Torah and make it honorable. Chapter 5. All Israel have a portion in the world to come, and it is said, and thy people shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. 1. With 10 sayings the world was created. What does this teach us? Could it not have been created with 1 saying? It is to make known the punishment that will befall the wicked who destroy the world that was created with 10 sayings, as well as the goodly reward that will be bestowed upon the just who preserve the world that was created with 10 sayings. 2. There were 10 generations from Adam to Noah, to make known how long-suffering God is, seeing that all those generations continued provoking him, until he brought upon them the waters of the flood. 3. There were 10 generations from Noah to Abraham, to make known how long-suffering God is, seeing that all those generations continued provoking him, until Abraham, our father, came, and received the reward they should all have earned. 4. With 10 trials our father Abraham was tried, and he stood firm in them all, to make known how great was the love of our father Abraham. 5. 10 miracles were wrought for our fathers in Egypt, and 10 at the sea. 6. 10 plagues did the Holy One, blessed be he, bring upon the Egyptians in Egypt, and 10 at the sea. 7. With 10 temptations did our fathers tempt the Holy One, blessed be he, in the wilderness, as it is said, and they tempted me these 10 times, and have not hearkened to my voice. 8. 10 miracles were wrought for our fathers in the temple. No woman miscarried from the scent of the holy flesh. The holy flesh never became putrid. No fly was seen in the slaughterhouse. No unclean accident ever befell the high priest on the Day of Atonement. The rain never quenched the fire of the wood pile on the altar, neither did the wind overcome the column of smoke that arose therefrom, nor was there ever found any disqualifying defect in the omer of new barley, offered on the 2nd day of Passover, or in the 2 loaves, the first fruits of the wheat harvest, offered on Pentecost, or in the shewbread. Through the people stood closely pressed together, they found ample space to prostrate themselves. Never did serpent or scorpion injure anyone in Jerusalem, nor did any man ever say to his fellow, the place is too strait for me to lodge overnight in Jerusalem. 9. 10 things were created on the eve of Sabbath in the twilight, the mouth of the earth, the mouth of the well, the mouth of the ass, the rainbow, the manna, the rod, the shamir, the shape of written characters, the writing, and the tables of stone, some say, the destroying spirits also, and the sepulchre of Moses, and the ram of Abraham our father, and others say, tongues, also, made with tongues. 10. There are 7 marks of an uncultured, and 7 of a wise man. The wise man does not speak before him who is greater than he in wisdom, and does not interrupt the speech of his companion. He is not hasty to answer. He questions according to the subject matter, and answers to the point. He speaks upon the first thing first, and upon the last, last. Regarding that which he has not understood, he says, I do not understand it, and he acknowledges the truth. The reverse of all this is to be found in an uncultured man. 11. 7 kinds of punishment come into the world for 7 important transgressions. If some give their tithes and others do not, a dearth ensues from drought, and some suffer hunger while others are full. If they all determine to give no tithe, a dearth ensues from tumult and drought. If they further resolve not to give the dough cake, an exterminating dearth ensues. Pestilence comes into the world to fulfill those death penalties threatened in the Torah, the execution of which, however, is within the function of a human tribunal, and for the violation of the law regarding the fruits of the 7th year. The sword comes into the world for the delay of justice, and for the perversion of justice, and on account of the offense of those who interpret the Torah, not according to its true sense. Noxious beasts come into the world for vain swearing, and for the profanation of the divine name. Captivity comes into the world on account of idolatry, immortality, bloodshed, and the neglect of the year of rest for the soil. 12. At 4 periods pestilence grows apace. In the 4th year, in the 7th, at the conclusion of the 7th year, and at the conclusion of the Feast of Tabernacles in each year, in the 4th year, for default of giving the tithe to the poor in the 3rd year, in the 7th year, for default of giving the title to the poor in the 6th year, at the conclusion of the 7th year, for the violation of the law regarding the fruits of the 7th year, and at the conclusion of the Feast of Tabernacles in each year, for robbing the poor of the grants legally assigned to them. 13. There are 4 characters among men. He who says, what is mine, and what is thine, is a neutral character, some say. This is a character like that of Sodom. He who says, what is mine, is thine, and what is thine, is mine, is a bore. He who says, what is mine, is thine, and what is thine, is a saint. He who says, what is thine, is mine, and what is mine, is a wicked man. 14. There are 4 kinds of tempers. He whom it is easy to provoke and easy to pacify, his loss disappears in his gain. He whom it is hard to provoke and hard to pacify, his gain disappears in his loss. He whom it is hard to provoke and easy to pacify is a saint. He whom it is easy to provoke and hard to pacify is a wicked man. 15. There are 4 qualities in disciples. He who quickly understands and quickly forgets, his gain disappears in his loss. He who understands with difficulty and forgets with difficulty, his loss disappears in his gain. He who understands quickly and forgets with difficulty, his is a good portion. He who understands with difficulty and forgets quickly, his is an evil portion. 16. As to almsgiving, there are 4 dispositions. He who desires to give, but that others should not give, his eye is evil toward what appertains to others. He who desires that others should give, but will not give himself, his eye is evil against what is his own. He who gives and wishes others to give is a saint. He who will not give and does not wish others to give is a wicked man. 17. There are 4 characters among those who attend the house of study. He who goes and does not practice secures the reward for going. He who practices but does not go secures the reward for practicing. He who goes and practices is a saint. He who neither goes nor practices is a wicked man. 18. There are 4 qualities among those that sit before the wise. They are like a sponge, a funnel, a strainer, or a sieve. A sponge, which sucks up everything. A funnel, which lets in at one end and out at the other. A strainer, which lets the wine pass out and retains the dregs. A sieve, which lets out the bran and retains the fine flour. 19. Whenever love depends upon some material cause, with the passing away of that cause, the love 2. Passes away, but if it be not depending upon such a cause, it will not pass away forever. Which love was that which depended upon a material cause? Such was the love of Ammon and Tamar. And that which depended upon no such cause? Such was the love of David and Jonathan. 20. Every controversy that is in the name of heaven shall in the end lead to a permanent result, but every controversy that is not in the name of heaven shall not lead to a permanent result. Which controversy was that which was in the name of heaven? Such was the controversy of Hillel and Shammai. And that which was not in the name of heaven? Such was the controversy of Korah and all his company. 21. Whosoever causes the multitude to be righteous, over him sin prevails not, but he who causes the multitude to sin shall not have the means to repent. Moses was righteous and made the multitude righteous. The righteousness of the multitude was laid upon him, as it is said, he executed the justice of the Lord and his judgments with Israel. Jeroboam, the son of Nebat, sinned and caused the multitude to sin. The sin of the multitude was laid upon him, as it is said, for the sins of Jeroboam which he sinned and which he made Israel to sin. 22. Whosoever has these three attributes is of the disciples of Abraham, our father. But whosoever has three other attributes is of the disciples of Balaam, the wicked. A good eye, a humble mind, and a lowly spirit are the tokens of the disciples of Abraham, our father. An evil eye, a haughty mind, and a proud spirit are the signs of the disciples of Balaam, the wicked. What is the difference between the disciples of Abraham, our father, and those of Balaam, the wicked? The disciples of Abraham, our father, enjoy this world and inherit the world to come, as it is said, that I may cause those that love me to inherit substance, and may fill all their treasuries. But the disciples of Balaam, the wicked, inherit Gehenna, and descend into the pit of destruction, as it is said, But thou, O God, wilt bring them down into the pit of destruction. Bloodthirsty and deceitful men shall not live out half their days, but I will trust in thee. 23. Judah, the son of Timah, said, Be bold as a leopard, swift as an eagle, fleet as a hart, and strong as a lion, to do the will of thy Father who is in heaven. 24. He used to say, At 5 years, the age is reached for the study of the Scripture. At 10:4, the study of the Mishnah. At 13:4, the fulfillment of the commandments. At 15:4, the study of the Talmud. At 18 for marriage. At 20 for seeking a livelihood. At 34, entering into one's full strength. At 40 for understanding. At 50 for counsel. At 60, a man attains old age. At 70, the hoary head. At 80, the gift of special strength. At 90, he bends beneath the weight of years. At 100 he is as if he were already dead and had passed away from the world. 25. Ben Bagbag said, Turn it, and turn it over again, for everything is in it, and contemplate it, and wax grey and old over it, and stir not from it, for thou canst have no better rule than this. 26. Ben he said, According to the labour is the reward. Rabbi Chanania, the son of Acacia, said, The Holy One, blessed be he, was pleased to make Israel worthy, wherefore he gave them a copious Torah and many commandments, as it is said, It pleased the Lord, for his righteousness' sake, to magnify the Torah and make it honourable. Chapter 6. The acquisition of the Torah. All Israel have a portion in the world to come, and it is said, And thy people shall be all righteous, they shall inherit the land forever, the branch of my planting, the work of my hands, that I may be glorified. The sages taught the following, in the language of the Mishnah, Blessed be he that made choice of them and their Mishnah. 1. Mir said, Whosoever labours in the Torah for its own sake merits many things, and not only so, but the whole world is indebted to him. He is called friend, beloved, a lover of the all-present, a lover of mankind. It clothes him with meekness and reverence. It fits him to become just, pious, upright, and faithful. It keeps him far from sin, and brings him near to virtue. Through him are enjoyed counsel and sound knowledge, understanding and strength. As it is said, counsel is mind, and sound knowledge, I am understanding, I have strength. It gives him sovereignty and dominion and discerning judgment. To him the secrets of the Torah are revealed. He is made like a never-failing spring and like a river that flows on with ever-increasing vigor. He becomes modest, long-suffering, and forgiving of insults, and it magnifies and exalts him above all things. 2. Joshua, the son of Levi, said, Every day a battle goes forth from Mount Horeb, proclaiming and saying, Woe to mankind for contempt of the Torah, for whoever does not occupy himself in the Torah is said to be under the divine censure. As it is said, As a ring of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman who turneth aside from discretion. And it says, And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven upon the tables. Read not Charat, but Charat, for no man is free but he who occupies himself in the learning of Torah. But whosoever labours in the Torah, behold he shall be exalted, as it is said, And from Mattanah to Nachlael, and from Nachlael to Bamot. 3. He who learns from his companion a single chapter, a single rule, a single verse, a single expression, or even a single letter, ought to pay him honor. So we find with David, king of Israel, who learned only 2 things from Ahithophel, and yet regarded him as his master, his guide, and familiar friend, as it is said, that it was thou, a man, mine equal, my guide, and my familiar friend. Now, is it not an argument from minor to major, that if David, the king of Israel, who learned only 2 things from Ahithophel, regarded him as his master, guide, and familiar friend, he who learns from his fellow a chapter, rule, verse, expression, or even a single letter, is bound to pay him honor. And honor is nothing but Torah, as it is said, The wise shall inherit honor, and the perfect shall inherit good. And good is nothing but Torah, as it is said, For I give you good doctrine, forsake ye not my Torah. 4. This is the way that is becoming for the study of the Torah. A morsel of bread with salt thou must eat, and water by measure thou must drink. Thou must sleep upon the ground, and live a life of trouble the while thou toilest in the Torah. If thou dost thus, happy shalt thou be, and it shall be well with thee. Happy shalt thou be in this world, and it shall be well with thee in the world to come. 5. Seek not greatness for thyself, and court not honor. Let thy works exceed thy learning, and crave not after the table of kings. For thy table is greater than theirs, and thy crown is greater than theirs, and thy employer is faithful to pay thee the reward of thy work. 6. The Torah is greater than the priesthood and than royalty, for royalty demands 30 qualifications, the priesthood 24, while the Torah is acquired by 48. And these are they: by audible study, by a listening ear, by distinct pronunciation, by understanding and discernment of the heart, by awe, reverence, meekness, cheerfulness, by ministering to the sages, by attaching oneself to colleagues, by discussion with disciples, by sedateness, by knowledge of the scripture and of the Mishnah, by moderation in business, in intercourse with the world, in pleasure, in sleep, in conversation, in laughter, by long-suffering, by a good heart, by faith in the wise, by resignation under chastisement, by recognizing one's place, rejoicing in one's portion, putting offense to one's words, claiming no merit for one's self, by being beloved, loving the all-present, loving mankind, loving just causes, rectitude, and reproof, by keeping oneself far from honor, not boasting of one's learning, nor delighting in giving decisions, by bearing the yoke with one's fellow, judging him favorably, and leading him to truth and peace, by by being composed in one study, by asking and answering, hearing and adding thereto, by learning with the object of teaching, and by learning with the object of practicing, by making one's master wise, fixing attention upon his discourse, and reporting a thing in the name of who said it. So thou hast learned, whosoever reports a thing in the name of him that said it brings deliverance into the world, as it is said, and Esther told the king in the name of Mordecai. 7. Great is the Torah, which gives life to those that practice it in this world and in the world to come, as it is said, for they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. And it says, it shall be health to thy navel, and marrow to thy bones. And it says, it is a tree of life to them that grasp it, and of them that uphold it every one is rendered happy. And it says, for they shall be a chaplet of grace unto thy head, and chains about thy neck. And it says, it shall give to thine head a chaplet of grace, a crown of glory it shall deliver to thee. And it says, for by me thy days shall be multiplied, and the years of thy life shall be increased. And it says, length of days is in its right hand, in its left hand are riches and honor. And it says, for length of days, and years of life, and peace shall they add to thee. 8. Simeon, the son of Judah, in the name of Simeon, the son of Yohai, said, beauty, strength, riches, honor, wisdom, old age, a hoary head, and children are comely to the righteous and comely to the world. As it is said, the hoary head is a crown of glory, if it be found in the way of righteousness. And it says, the glory of young men is their strength, and the adornment of old men is the hoary head. And it says, a crown unto the wise is their riches. And it says, children's children are the crown of old men, and the adornment of children are their fathers. And it is said, then the moon shall be confounded and the sun ashamed, for the Lord of hosts shall reign in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem, and before his elders shall be glory. Simeon, the son of Manasseh, said, these 7 qualifications which the sages enumerated as becoming to the righteous were all realized in Rabbi Judah, the prince, and in his sons. 9. Hosea, the son of Kisma, said, I was once walking by the way, when a man met me and saluted me, and I returned the salutation. He said to me, Rabbi, from what place art thou? I said to him, I come from a great city of sages and scribes. He said to me, if thou art willing to dwell with us in our place, I will give thee 1,000 golden dinars and precious stones and pearls. I said to him, wert thou to give me all the silver and gold and precious stones and pearls in the world, I would not dwell anywhere but in a home of the Torah. And thus it is written in the book of Psalms by the hands of David, King of Israel, the law of thy mouth is better unto me than thousands of gold and silver. And not only so, but in the hour of man's departure neither silver nor gold nor precious stones nor pearls accompany him, but only Torah and good works. As it is said, when thou walkest it shall lead thee, when thou liest down it shall watch over thee, and when thou workest it shall talk with thee, when thou walkest it shall lead thee, in this world, and when thou workest it shall talk with thee, in the world to come. And it says, the silver is mine, and the gold is mine, saith the Lord of hosts. 10. 5 possessions the Holy One, blessed be he, made especially his own in his world, and these are they, the Torah, heaven and earth, Abraham, Israel, and the house of the sanctuary. Whence know we this of the Torah? Because it is written, the Lord possessed me as the beginning of his way, before his works, from of old. Whence of heaven and earth? Because it is written, thus saith the Lord, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is my footstool. What manner of house will ye build unto me? And what manner of place for my rest? And it says, how manifold are thy works, O Lord! In wisdom hast thou made them all, the earth is full of thy possessions. Whence of Abraham? Because it is written, And he blessed him, and said, Blessed be Abram of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. Whence of Israel? Because it is written, Till thy people pass over, O Lord, till the people pass over which thou hast acquired. And it says, As for the saints that are in the earth, they are the noble ones in whom is all my delight. Whence of the house of the sanctuary? Because it is written, The place, O Lord, which thou hast made for thee to dwell in, the sanctuary, O Lord, which thy hands have prepared. And it says, And he brought them to the border of his sanctuary, to this mountain which his right hand had acquired. 11. Whatsoever the Holy One, blessed be he, created in his world he created but for his glory, as it is said, Everything that is called by my name, it is for my glory I have created it, I have formed it, yea, I have made it. And it says, The Lord shall reign forever and ever. Rabbi Hananiah, the son of Acacia, said, The Holy One, blessed be he, was pleased to make Israel worthy, wherefore he gave them a copious Torah and many commandments, as it is said, It pleased the Lord, for his righteousness' sake, to magnify the Torah and make it honorable. Transcribers' notes. Chapters 2 through Vi. The source text included the following lines, All Israel, etc., p. 29, and Rabbi Hananiah, etc., p. 38. As the first and last line of each chapter, the page numbers referring to the beginning and ending of chapter 1. Rather than reference these two sentences in this manner, this text version copies the two sentences to their intended locations. The transcriber believes this better captures the intent and functionality of the text. Chapter 3. Armia umlaut over the I, wherever this name appears. Chapter 4. Happy art thou in this world, and in the source text, the comma after worlds was a period. This was corrected for this electronic text. Chapter 5. Tables of stone are as written in the source text as a translation of the Hebrew. Luchot, modern readers may better recognize the phrase tablets of stone. Elderflowers. A story by Wilhelm Raabe, 1831–1910. A recollection of the House of Life. I am a doctor, a general practitioner of long standing and a medical officer of health. 4 years ago I was decorated with the Order of the Red Eagle, 3rd class, and, having been born some years prior to the turn of the century, am therefore quite near to the end of my biblical lifespan. I used to be married. My children have done well for themselves. My sons are all standing on their own 2 feet, and my daughter has found herself a good husband. I cannot complain of my heart and my nerves, as they are robust and have often held out when other people's, not without good reason, would have failed. We doctors become, as it were, both inwardly and outwardly thick-skinned, and, as we become immune to epidemic viruses, so nothing can prevent us from assuming roles as loyal and imperturbable counselors to unadulterated grief and inarticulate despair. Every man should do his duty, and I hope that I always do mine to the best of my ability. Doctors who think that their task is over once they have marked with a cross or some other symbol the name of a dead patient on their list are bad doctors. Very often our hardest task is only just beginning then. We, whose skill and knowledge have been shown to be so powerless, who are so often not seen by the friends and relatives of our patients in the most favorable and equitable of lights, should still do our best to find words of consolation for those relatives and friends. The hours we must spend with and visits we must pay to those left behind after the coffin has been taken out of the house are much more painful than those we passed at the bedside of the hopeless case. All this has nothing to do, of course, with the observations that follow. I merely want to show, by means of an example, what a wonderful thing the human soul is. Not without good reasons have I entitled these personal memoirs Elderflowers. The reader will presently appreciate just what an influence Syringa vulgaris has had on me. It was a clear, cold day in January. The sun was shining and packed snow crackled underfoot as people went past while the wheels of carts made a shrill, squealing sound as they turned. The weather was healthy and invigorating, and I filled my lungs once more with a deep breath before ringing, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the doorbell of one of the stateliest mansions in one of the stateliest streets in the town. I knew what I was doing when I strove to take with me as much human warmth as I possibly could into that elegant home. And yet nobody was lying inside critically ill, and there was no corpse there. My scalpel would be superfluous, and I would not even need to make out a prescription. I did not have long to wait at the door. An old servant with a careworn face opened up to me and bowed his head in silent greeting. I walked through the long and cold entrance hall and slowly ascended the wide staircase, one step at a time. I had of late climbed these stairs on numerous occasions, at all hours of the day and night. Upstairs, near a bend in the banister, stood a fine plaster cast of a pensive muse who, gracefully enshrouded by her veils, had been given the attitude of leaning her chin on her hand. When the great city slept, when the light of the lamp, which the old servant carried in front of me, deep into the night, came to rest on that pure, white shape, I gazed upon it steadily in passing and tried to take with me something of the bust's lovely and eternal tranquillity behind that fateful doorway. But that was all over with now. The fever had won, and the coffin with the young virgin's head cradled on a white satin headrest had been taken downstairs past this self-same statue. The coffin had then been taken through the hallway and outside through the streets of the town. 3 weeks had gone by, time enough for the grave to be covered with snow and for the cold winter sun to now be shining on it. I walked on through well-ordered rooms where beautiful pictures were hanging on the walls and flowers were arranged in window boxes and the floor was overlaid by soft carpets. But every room I entered I found cold and uninhabitable. Door after door I opened and closed gently till I found myself standing in front of the last one leading to the last remaining room in that part of the house, a corner bedroom already well known to me. I stood outside the door to listen for a moment as somebody inside the bedroom moved about. I knew what I was going to find in that bedroom, but I felt, nevertheless, a cold, clammy sweat breaking out on my forehead and all the nerve endings on my skin never so slightly beginning to tingle. Even the most case-hardened doctor is never quite hardened enough, and today I was to learn the truth of that all over again. It was a warm and cheerful, comfortable room into which I now entered. Here, too, sunlight inundated everything, reflected by the room's big mirrors. And here, too, on the windowsill, pretty flowers were in evidence, and somewhere, in amongst them, a fine wrought birdcage with 2 songbirds in it. Over here was a piano with a lid up and, in front of it, a piano stool the seat of which had been embroidered. A songbook lay open on the music holder. Everything in that room pointed to the fact that a woman and, moreover, a young woman, lived there or rather had lived there. Everything bore the hallmark of a single young lady's delicacy. A married woman or an old maid would not have had the same taste in interior design. The pale-looking woman, dressed in black, whom I greeted wordlessly and who, kneeling on the carpet in front of an open drawer, looked up at me with eyes terribly sad, drained absolutely dry of tears, came here every day to drink in every minute of this fading brilliance and fragrance, the fragrance and the brilliance, alas, of what had been and never would be more. After exchanging greetings, we spoke but little. The bereaved mother addressed me as usual with the words, "Thank you for coming, dear friend." And then I sat down on the embroidered stool in front of the piano, resting my head in my hand, watching this woman as she stooped to do things. She was busy ordering the little treasures that her daughter had left behind her after her brief stay on earth. Each day she would imbibe another bitter draught from that chalice of memory which all those who have lost a loved one clutch at so tightly. Now it was up to her to sort out letters from school friends, old birthday presents, items of personal jewelry, and 101 other curiosities of a manifold and colourful multiplicity which art and craft, full of hidden meanings, bestow on their favourites in this world. Everything that came to hand was treated by this poor woman as a sentient, living thing. She lingered over it, talked to it, and called it to mind, remembering just when it had first come into the house to give pleasure to, or perhaps, in some cases, to slightly unsettle the woman's now dead daughter. Here, for instance, was a smashed shepherdess in porcelain, and thereby hung a tale, and this proud mother told it to herself, to me, into the multicoloured gilded ornament with all its twists and turns, exactly as it had happened. Then, as my hands wandered absent-mindedly over the piano keys behind me, a look of jealousy flashed across the face of that much-to-be-pitied narrator. Would the hand of a stranger dare to play again those notes that had once belonged to the deceased? As the woman once more cast her livid face downwards, my glance chanced to fall on the songbook lying open on the music holder. The song contained therein was a sad one. Was it just a coincidence that the songbook lay open at that particular place, or had the dead girl, somewhat ominously, turned to it herself? It read as follows: Should fate bestow on you a precious gift, needs must you lose some other dear advantage. Pain, like success, is gathered bit by bit, and what you long for most will do most damage. A human hand is like a childish hand that grabs at life, then wantonly destroys it. It ruins what it cannot understand, and clings to something though it ne'er enjoys it. A human hand is like a childish hand. Man's heart a childish heart, full of childish fears. Never lose your grip. Life's a burning brand. And laughter, soon or late, for I changed to tears. Should fate bestow on you a gallant wreath, you needs must pluck away its finest flower. You to yourself destruction will bequeath, and over scattered petals cry and cower. With this song came the first reminder of a bygone age, to which, however, a further reminder would need to be added before the series of thoughts and impressions recorded in these pages finally developed. The sky outside was cold and blew over the roofs opposite. The sun was still shining through the high casement windows, but the ice crystal patterns thereon, which had melted slightly in the heat of the noonday sun, were already reforming. I had picked up from a sewing table an ornamental ballroom spray of artificial flowers, and the sun also shone on this bouquet. It was an artful and delicate concoction of white and blue elderflowers and leaves, and a single strand of long blonde hair had got mixed up in it when the girl who was now dead has taken it out of her hair after the ball held the night before her fatal fever started. There are many kinds of laurel wreaths in the world, and just as many ways of running after them to win them or to lose them. Is not every life an attempt to weave a garland by and for oneself? We all set about the work to the best of our strength and ability, and are all more or less successful in completing it. Often very fine work is produced, but then again hopelessly botched jobs as well come to light. Many a wreath is destroyed before completion, and many a proud garland, having adorned the head of some elevated personage, eventually falls into the hands of a total stranger who, while holding it, examines it and tears it apart leaf by leaf as an austere winter sun, ill-disposed to all borrowed plumes and tinsel, looks on impassively. The decorative spray I was holding in my hand just then was not, of course, destined to suffer that fate. It consisted for the most part of elder blossoms, and, though it was only an artificial, trumped-up thing, its heart-warming vivacity was such that, old as I was, with white hairs on my head that had not sprung up there overnight, I was plunged into the contemplation of increasingly remote and wild blue yonders. Memories awoke in me which had, at bottom, little to do with the deceased youngster's ballroom favor. Blame those elder blossoms for the deep and bitter seriousness with which I now thought of the wreath that has twisted itself around my own life, in part due to the efforts of my own hands, and the two ends of which would soon now make contact with each other. The song lying open on top of the piano had been written more for me than for the young dead girl who had now, after a short and happy sojourn on earth, fallen softly, painlessly and quietly asleep, having worn this little wreath of fair spring flowers on an even fairer head as a lovely symbol of her life and her success in plaiting garlands. I had been flung out into the world to fend for myself quite early on in life and had lived as an orphan, heir to a not inconsiderable fortune, in the house of a relative who was also a bilious hypochondriac carrying morbid thoughts of death even into the most cheerful of days and binding me with iron fetters to my daily chores and then to unremitting study. Discontented and recalcitrant, I would sit in a darkened room and my childhood, which contains the happiest days of your life under normal circumstances, passed by wretchedly and inauspiciously enough under the watchful gaze of those surly eyes. The unbridled pleasure and the heady exaltation to be found in a circle of carefree companions were unknown to me then. I never once got a thrashing for a silly puerile prank, and that an incalculable blessing was denied me in this way, which no grammatical treat could ever take the place of, is something that more than one well-educated gentleman can testify to. There was much that was fascinating and exotic in many of the books over which I had to pore all day long, but even the most splendid and dazzling of gods and goddesses came over to me as no better than grisly torturers, and ancient heroes and philosophers appeared to me to fight their battles and impart their wisdom only as a way for them to vent on me their arbitrary spleen, poor prisoner that I was. They had lived their lives and carried out their exploits only to drag me, thousands of years later, through terrifying labyrinths full of monstrous vocabulary and to push me over gloomy precipices bristling with the brambles of complex grammatical constructions. When this 7-year apprenticeship to misery had finally finished, I naturally broke loose like a wild animal from its chain, and the first and hitherto imponderable consequences of such an upbringing came to the fore. I belonged at university to the wildest and the most anarchic of its confraternities, and my standing in the eyes of my dignified tutors was appreciably less than it was in the eyes of my distinctly undignified cronies. I naturally got as far away as possible from the area in which my guardian and relative lived and embarked on my academic career in Vienna, which was still, in those days, Mozart's Vienna of wine, women and song. And when the ground beneath my feet had grown too hot for me there, and too many eyes were taking too much notice of what I was doing, I went to Prague, a city world famous for its schools of medicine. The sun was dancing still over the ballroom favor in my hand, and the solitary hair, which its beautiful wearer had left behind between the white and now reddish blossoms, glowed like a thread of spun gold. I remembered the old city of Prague with its 100 towers and another fair maiden whose hair though had been black, and I remembered other elderflowers. Prague, a town of lunacy and gaiety. A town of martyrs and musicians and beautiful women. Prague, how much of my freedom-loving soul you have taken away from me. They say that when a Czech mother has given birth to a child, she lays it on the roof. If it stays there, it is destined to become a thief. If it rolls off, it is destined to be a musician. If the foregoing aphorism had come out of a German head, Bohemians would probably have had a lot to say about it, but, as it is a Pan-Slavic dictum, we must take it as it is, at face value. In the old and fabulous city of Prague, When I was studying medicine there, such a child existed, the offspring of a Bohemian mother who was also Jewish. It had failed to fall off the roof, having indeed anchored itself there too, and was therefore fated to become a thief. It stole my heart, and yet I did not love it, and the story that grew out of all this was a sad one. Then it was, if anything, even more difficult than today to find Prague's famous Jewish cemetery if you were a stranger in the town. One simply did, and still does, the best one can to find the place, and so I too, the day after my first arrival in Prague, asked the way there, having just, coming from the grocer ring, gone down Ghost Lane, at which point I had got lost in the nameless confusion of little streets and alleyways that together surround the good place. As it is a matter of principle with me to turn to the most pleasant face I can find in any quandary caused by unfamiliar surroundings to help me, this was what I did now, but I fell from one difficulty straight into another. The people I met were all, without exception, as ugly as sin. Had I been willing to turn to the most repulsive face among them, I might have succeeded in arriving at my destination sooner. Eventually, however, I saw what I was looking for. On a washing line strung up in front of a shadowy doorway hung an old frock, and a not ungracious 15-year-old girl was nonchalantly leaning against the door jamb. She kept her hands and her arms hidden behind her back and looked at me. I looked back at her and decided to put my question. Hers was not the kind of face well-to-do people have, and, before I received a response, a small brown hand came out from behind the child's back and was thrust towards me with unmistakable intent, and there was nothing left for me to do but to deposit there a 6-screws piece. Our old graveyard, you say? Why, I'll take you them myself, sir. Her wiry form sprang forthwith down 3 dirty steps, sailed past me without even turning round, and started to lead me in a veritable zigzag through the most abominable nooks and crannies, back streets and alleyways in which offers came from all directions with a view to purchasing my old black German velvet frock coat. I did not even stop to turn these offers down, but concentrated all my attention on the dainty jack-o'-lantern who was acting as my guide in these uncanny regions, and who, playfully enjoying my discomfiture as she did so, was leading me astray. We came at last into a narrow dead end and turned off to the right between 2 high stone walls, at the end of which a curious round arched door led to an equally curious dark passageway. My light-footed guide came to a halt outside this entrance, pointed to the darkness that prevailed there, and said with an apparent candour that really took the biscuit, "Just knock on that door down there." Although I did not have the slightest inkling of where it was I ought to knock, I groped my way along the passage more by good luck than good management, till I finally stumbled on the darkened door. I knocked on it, hearing moans and groans and then a shuffling sound coming from inside. Then the door opened and I stood rooted to the spot in terror by an unsavoury old witch screeching at me in Czech. 3 more of these sorceresses were creeping up on me on crutches, and they too were snarling something unintelligible at me. Totally taken aback, I gazed about me in the semi-darkness of the long low room. There were 6 beds there, and in 2 of them, 2 terrible spectres were sitting up and staring at me like the unfortunate creatures that Gulliver encountered on his travels, those beings who were born with a black spot on their forehead and who were incapable of dying. I had the temerity to repeat my question about the Jewish cemetery, even though my own misgivings warned me I had let myself be led here by the nose, and that the question itself was quite inadmissible under the circumstances. I found myself, a moment later, back again in the sinister dark passage already depicted, happy to have gained my freedom without having had my eyes scratched out. Inside the room there was pandemonium. The urchin, my will-o'-the-wisp, my precious Jewish sweetheart, had led me for my half a dozen cruises to a charitable hospice for 6 old Christian laddies instead of to the venerable Israelite to whom the key to Beth Chaim had been entrusted. A sound of high-pitched laughter roused me from my vexed and disconcerted state. Outside in the alleyway the sun was shining and, in the sunshine at the end of the dark passage, another witch was dancing and DRISS no Kradio Veridanovich Banshee's young beak. She danced in the sunshine and pulled a long face at me, and I shook my fist at her threateningly. Just you wait, you witch, you temptress, you little female devil from Prague, you. She, however, pointed with her finger at her mouth and called out mockingly, STRCPRSTSKRZKRK. These lilting syllables, noticeable for the richness of their consonant clusters, roughly translated mean something like, go and stick your finger down your throat. Then the goblin disappeared and I was free to reflect on the underlying meaning of her words to my heart's content, but I chose not to, and, after such an untoward experience, I decided not to ask anyone else the way to the old Jewish cemetery, but began, with Germanic thoroughness, to look for it myself. I trusted to my own lights, and they did not leave me in the lurch, but brought me, in the end, by way of the dirtiest labyrinth of buildings that the human mind can imagine, to the gate that led to that awesome, oft-described domain of 1,000 years of dust. I saw the countless tombstones piled up on top of one another and the ancient elder trees that twist and spread their gnarled old branches round and over them. I wandered down the narrow graveyard paths and saw the jugs of Levi in the hands of Cohen and the grapes of Canaan. As a mark of respect I laid, like everyone else, a small stone on the grave of the chief rabbi, Judah Loew ben Bezalel. Then I sat down on a grimy gravestone dating from the 14th century, and the uncanny nature of the place impressed itself upon me with considerable force. For 1,000 years the dead of God's chosen people had been gathered here together, hemmed in the same way that the living had been by the narrow walls of the ghetto. The sun shone brightly and it was spring, and, from time to time, a cool gust of wind stirred the branches and the blossoms of the elder trees so that they brushed against the graves and filled the air with a sweet fragrance. I, on the other hand, was finding it more and more difficult to breathe. Was this really the place they called Beth Chaim, the house of life? From that black, damp, mouldy earth which had swallowed whole so many sorely tried, ill-treated, put upon and harassed generations of living beings, and into which life after life had sunk as into a bottomless, all-consuming swamp, from that mildewed ground, I say, rose a pungent aroma of decomposition more suffocating than the stench that emanates from the unburied carcass of a beached whale, sufficiently funereal as an odour to cancel out completely all the sunlight and the pleasant scents exuded by both flowers and spring breezes. I have already mentioned that I was, at that time in my life, something of a hellraiser. The feeling, however, I was gripped by at that moment was adequate proof, even to me, of a latent, as yet underlying seriousness in my character. My head was lolling further and further down on my chest when, suddenly, right next to me, on top of me, I heard the sound of childish, high-pitched laughter already familiar to me from my having heard it once before. This time I was startled and, looking up quickly, caught a fleeting glimpse of a delightful female form in the foliage of one of the low elder bushes which, as has already been pointed out, covered the whole of the graveyard, in amongst the flowers themselves, on one of those fantastically gnarled branches which the spring, in its splendour and its glory, had crowned so abundantly with greenery and blossoms, sat the practical joker who had made such a bad job of showing me the way here, smiling roguishly down at her adopted German student. No sooner had I stretched out my hand to catch this spook than, quick as a flash, it disappeared, and I saw the next instant a laughing nut brown face, framed by jet black locks, near the grave of the chief rabbi, as if she wanted to entice me after her again, tempting me this time to chase her over the old burial ground. But this time I did not permit myself to be led astray, for I already knew full well that it would do me no good to run after her. She would only have vanished into the ground, down into the black earth, or, what was perhaps even more likely, have disappeared into the elder trees sheltering the graves. I continued to stand there stock still and took not the least bit of comfort from the fact that it was broad daylight and high noon, for who could say but that this haunted place might be subject to supernatural laws quite different from the natural laws that operated elsewhere. I stood there and was very careful not to move, and when the imp saw that her laughter and come-hither gestures were no longer helping her, this little enchantress of mine changed her tack. Her young face grew serious, and, jumping down gracefully from her branch, she bowed politely to me and then, planting herself squarely in front of me, bowed again, saying, "Forgive me, handsome sir. I shan't do any more mischief now." She tolerated my taking her by the hand and did not try to prevent me from pulling her nearer so that I could look her straight in the eye. She even, to my amazement, gave a clear and sensible account of herself when I asked her where she came from and what she was called. Unless she was lying like a leprechaun, this neglected and yet utterly charming being did not entirely inhabit the ethereal realm of make-believe and was not a daughter of Oberon and Titania, but the progeny instead of very down-to-earth parents who were dealers in old clothes and general household requisites in the Josephstown area of Prague. I also learned the number of the house where she lived and her name, Jemima, like the daughter of Job, that splendid fellow who hailed from the land of Uz, and Jemima means day. Even though her father's name was not Job but Baruch Loyu, the latter was a passable counterpart to that paragon of patience in his time of trouble. On the subject of Jemima's mother I would rather not say anything. Nor will I enlarge upon the squalor I saw in house number 533 in the Jewish quarter when I went there for the first time after making the acquaintance of the daughter of the house. I craftily pawned my watch there, even though I had a new, not inconsiderable personal allowance in my pocket. And what I smelt in that house was almost worse than what I saw. But a spell had been put on me, and it was a powerful spell and was destined to become a dark spell. How could it be otherwise when, 40 years later, in that elegant, peaceful and spotlessly clean Berlin home, all it took was a garland of elderflowers, worn by a young girl at a dance, to bring it all back to me again. I had come to Prague from the flesh pots of Vienna with the firm intention of gracing the College of Doctors there, to work extremely conscientiously and to make up for lost time with renewed zeal. Nothing came of it. It was not that I reverted to my former wild behavior, to that lifestyle which has brought many a young medical student to the point of having to apply the noble art of healing to his own body. On the contrary, neither midnight revelry accompanied by crazy bouts of drinking, neither Melniker wine, Pilsner beer, nor Slivovice had retained the attraction they had had for me formerly, and yet I was no less intoxicated for all that, and used endless quantities of Hungarian tobacco to allay the confusion of my dreams. That little Jewish witch, Jemima Loyu, followed me everywhere, to my room in Nikolsovka Street, to lectures, even as far as the dissecting room table. It was a forlorn hope for me now to study therapeutics and pathology and to slice up human corpses and the vital organs of dogs, cats, rabbits and frogs. And so, in Prague too, I set to one side my resolution to be diligent and put it off until another later time and another university. In my room in Nikolsovka Street I lay down on the hard settee, veiled in thick, blue, aromatic clouds of smoke, and pondered the deepest and most sensible propositions ever formulated on the wonders of the human soul. I should, of course, have been quite incapable then of writing a book on how passion comes to fruition and then withers away. When I had smoked and dreamed my fill, I got up to continue my daydreaming, standing, drifting away through the streets of a town which itself is like a dream. In the grocering I could hear girls chattering away in Czech and German at the fountain, and at night I would listen to the pious praying of the congregation in Tin Church to the statue of the Blessed Virgin Mary. The Hungarian Grenadier Guards on sentry duty at the Old Town Hall were relieved by their Italian counterparts. Life's richest tapestries shifted and changed just as in the magic lantern show. Then, once again, I strolled up and down the Vishard Hill where geese cackle and goats graze over the floors of sunken royal palaces, and abnormally torn and tattered washing is hung up to dry. Once more I placed myself under the protection of St. John Nepomuk on his famous bridge and gazed for hours at the Moldau without any justification for doing so that my rational immortal soul could make sense of. Then I would climb through the steep streets of the Kleinstadt, walk up the steps to the Radgony Castle area and look out over the battlements to see that proud Bohemian city stretched out at my feet. Many a hot summer hour I spent in the cool and shady vestibule of Vestivitus's cathedral, but Jemima Loyu followed me even under the purple canopy that overhangs St. John Nepomuk's sarcophagus. Here, in the Wenceslas Chapel, is the great door-ring which the holy Duke and patron saint of Prague held on to in his final agony while he was being murdered by his treacherous brother. If one kisses this ring with all due solemnity, it is useful and effectual against many kinds of evil, but against the problems that were pressing down on me such a kiss would not have helped. Moreover, a good remedy for headaches is to rub off the dust from an old wooden carving near the main door and to make 3 signs of the cross on one's forehead with it. I often had headaches, genuine physical ones, not just imaginary, in those strange days, and was never once able to cure them by crossing myself. The pain only abated somewhat when I rushed helter-skelter down the steps from Vestivitus's cathedral and the imperial castle and crossed the Charles Bridge, passing the statue of St. John Nepomuk and various other statues en route to the Josephstown Jewish quarter. Only in the shadow of the old grim walls and houses of the Jewish ghetto did my head feel better, but I went on feeling feverish for all that. I had now been friendly with the gatekeeper of the famous graveyard for a long time and no longer paid the 6 kreuses which the royal and imperial authorities had fixed as his remuneration for showing round curious foreigners whenever I wished to gain access to this kingdom of the dead. I had won early on the affection of this grey-beard inasmuch as I knew how to see eye to eye with him on the intrinsic value of the history of the Jewish people, and so we wandered up and down among the graves, and many a life story and many a legend I let him tell me there. In effect, one could learn a great deal from these monuments and grey stones which bear such a strong resemblance to those strewn about in the valley of Jehoshaphat. Jemima Loyu was related to the gatekeeper, his granddaughter, great-granddaughter, great-niece or some such thing. The passage of time has erased from my mind the actual degree of kinship. She often came with us on our walks, sat next to us and made her own observations, often clever and appropriate ones, by way of contribution to our conversations. Those were the days. What precious hours we spent together. There were moments that we shared in that old graveyard with its overhanging elder trees, the melancholy charm of which it would be impossible for me to describe in words. Now the air in this place was no longer unbreathable to me, and there were no more ghosts in the sunlight that penetrated through the leaves and danced on the graves. I was now on increasingly familiar terms with those grey stones. Better even than the old man Jemima introduced me to them, and when the gatekeeper had fallen asleep in his armchair or had plunged too deeply into the unfathomable subtleties of the Talmud, we took good care not to disturb him. Hand in hand we slipped away to Beth James and were a law unto ourselves during those singular summer days which had not been so lovely for many a long year. Yes, Beth James. This graveyard had truly become for me a house of life. When this young girl spelt out for me the wondrous hieroglyphics on those Hebrew headstones, the life of a person of whose very existence I had hitherto had no notion was vividly conjured up for me. Wise, virtuous and pious men and women, noble perseverers of both sexes, handsome men and boys awoke from a slumber that had lasted centuries, and soon their shades had taken on the most lifelike of appearances. Soon I was on intimate terms with all these people from a world previously unknown to me which, for all its differences, still had much in common with the present, and believed in them as I believed in the historical and legendary characters of my own country's history. Usually we sat near the tomb of Rabbi Loew, from whom my little teacher thought herself to be descended and of whom she was very proud. She told me many things about this learned man, how he had had dealings with the Emperor Rudolph II and had called up for him the spirits of the patriarchs, how he had known everything there was to know about the Talmud and the Kabbalah, how he had employed a ghulam or servant from the spirit world, how he had courted his wife, the beautiful Pearl, daughter of Samuel, and how he had had 400 scholars studying under him and lived to be 140 years old. I took it all in, however, hanging on my storytellers each and every word more single-mindedly than any of the 400 scholars had hung on the erstwhile words of Chief Rabbi Loew in the yeshiva of the Three Cells. We did not speak of love, for, strictly speaking, I suppose, I did not love this girl. It was, and still am, incapable of putting any other name to the tender feelings that drew me to her. These oscillated like the moods of the girl herself, like the weather on an April day, like the light summer clouds scudding over Prague and the elderflower and lilac bushes of Beth James. There were times when I considered that Jemima, a direct blood descendant of Chaim, Chief Rabbi Jehuda's elder brother, was nothing more or less than a mischievous little gutter snipe with whom one could, agreeably enough perhaps, while away the odd quarter of an hour. At other times she struck me as a sprite, endowed and equipped with superior powers to torture mankind and, with the best will in the world, a predisposition to misuse those powers. Then she went back to being a poor but pretty, melancholic, albeit radiant creature, half child, half woman, for whom one might quite easily have shed one's blood, for whom one might have gladly died. I was fatally smitten at the time with a fever that was gradually getting worse, for the fluctuating shapes and sensations which assailed my soul then are only to be found in the fantasies of fever victims. That was also a time when I read with great zeal and enjoyment tinged with sorrow the works of Shakespeare, so much so that I used to imagine that all that author's heroines had come together as one in this uneducated Jewish teenager, the quarrelsome Katharina no less than the sweet-tempered Imogen, Rosalind no less than Helena, Titania, Olivia, Sylvia, Ophelia, Jessica, Portia and all the rest of them. Jemima Loew had never read Shakespeare, had indeed never even heard of him, and all she was able to surmise from my rambling dissertations on this writer was that I was comparing her to various pagan and Christian women, and she smiled incredulously at me, and one day, round about the middle of autumn, just as the first signs of winter were in the air, as the leaves of the elder and lilac were turning to their autumn tints just like all the other leaves, one day in mid-autumn she grabbed my hand and dragged me down a gloomy graveyard path to a cemetery wall where there was a grave that we had not so far looked at. She read me the inscription on the headstone and stated, "That'll be me." The word Mahalath had been chiseled thereon in Hebrew letters and underneath it the date, 1780. Why did I feel so frightened? Was it not foolishness on my part to stare like a numbskull, as if the cat had got my tongue, at the girl now standing next to me. And yet she was not laughing at me, nor was she pleased at the successful outcome of a jest. With melancholy gravity and folded arms she stood there, leaning against the headstone, and said, without so much as waiting to be asked, her name was Mahalath, and that's exactly what she was. In other words, a dancer. Her heart was sick like mine, and she was the last woman to be laid to rest here in this, our Bethlehem, the very last. After that the good Emperor Joseph forbade that any more of our people should be interred in this cemetery. This woman, Mahalath, was the last of them. The good Emperor Joseph also dismantled the wall of the Jewish ghetto hereabouts and gave to it his own compassionate and glorious name as a living memorial to his and to our own posterity. He it was who smashed down the walls of this prison, and at long last let us breathe again in the company of other nations. May the God of Israel have mercy on his ashes. But who was this Mahalath? What do you have to do with Mahalath? Jemima, I joined. Her heart was sick and it broke. Don't be so silly. How can you know that about someone who was buried in the year 1780? We remember our people for a long time. I know Mahalath like a sister, and I also know that her fate will be my fate too. Now you're being ridiculous, I shouted. But at this, Jemima Loyu suddenly put her hand over her heart and her face twitched with pain as if she was suffering some great physical discomfort. Once more I was violently assailed by fear, and when she took my hand and placed it on her bosom, my fear increased. Can you hear how it beats and throbs, Herman? It's my death knell ringing for my funeral. You call yourself a great doctor and you haven't even noticed it? She spoke these last words with such a charming smile on her face that the idea of her early demise seemed all the more shocking to me. I seized both her hands in mine and shouted at her angrily. To joke about such things is madness. In the ordinary way I make allowances for you, but such words go too far, even for you. No joke was intended, she replied. Do you want me to tell you Mahalath's story? I could only nod my head, prey to an endless malaise of gloom and foreboding. Jemima Loyu commenced there and then to tell me the story. She who lies buried here was called Mahalath because her limbs were slim and supple, and her feet seemed to dance when she walked. She too was born in the grime of poverty and darkness like I was, and in even greater poverty and even greater darkness than me. For the Jewish quarter of Prague was a much less happy place than it is today during the reign of the great and mighty Empress Maria Theresa, and not even fresh air was granted to us free of charge, and every year we had to pay 211,000 guilders for her gracious permission to waste away here by ourselves amidst mist and darkness. But Mahalath's soul was freer than that of the proudest Christian woman in Prague. She was well read too, and played the lute with those fine hands of hers, so that she came to be called a pearl of her race, like Rabbi Jehuda's wife, Pearl. She was born in darkness and longed for the light. Many great men from all over the world have died for that. Why should a poor girl not lay down her life for it too? Why are you looking at me like that, Herman? Are you also of the opinion that a girl can only die for love? Don't go thinking it was love that killed our Mahalath, even though her heart broke in the end. Those who are of the opinion that she died because of her affair with a young count are wrong. The young count in question tried to abduct her from her father's house by force, and Her Imperial Majesty Maria Theresa later admitted that he had had to flee abroad. Mahalath laughed at this young fop who had nothing more to give her than his name, his wealth, his velvet frock coat and his plumed hat. They called her the dancer, and she died because her soul was too proud to reveal outwardly what she suffered for her people inwardly. The only place where she could see the sun was here in Bethlehem. She read the inscriptions on the gravestones here and learned the stories of those who lie buried under them, and her soul danced over the graves until the dead pulled her down to join them down below. How ominously the young girl at my side uttered that brief phrase, down below. "Jemima," I cried, clasping together my hands, not knowing what I was doing. "Jemima, I love you." But she stretched out her hand at me with an admonitory gesture and stamped on the ground with her tiny foot. "That's not true. The young lordling in his green and gold, the one with the white plumed hat, didn't love Mahalath either, and whoever proclaims that she died from the love of him is lying. She had something wrong with her heart, and our defunct forebears dragged her down to the level to join them. You say you love me, Herman, but were I to begin right now this minute to sink into Hades, you wouldn't lift a finger to pull me back." How penetrating was the look she gave me. It was as though her dark eyes were drawing from my heart its deepest secrets. If I had truly loved her, I would have borne that look and answered it in kind, that she was right to say I didn't love her, and, because of the high fever I was running, I averted my eyes from her and lowered them. The last thing that I wanted was to play her false, to betray her. In befriending this poor girl, no wicked thought had as yet suggested itself to me. Then why this debilitating guilt, this feeling of remorse for which my memory was unable to account? I felt the burden of a terrible responsibility nagging at me as I timidly and almost fearfully contemplated this adorable creature in her threatening posture, as her eyes flashed and her hand became a fist in desperation to defend herself against her feelings of affection for me. "Poor Jemima! Poor Jemima!" I cried, and now, for the first time, our eyes met. Gradually her looks grew less angry, and her eyes moistened and shone. Her clenched fist fell open and was placed on my arm. "Don't be sad, my dear. It's not your fault. You have made me very happy, dirty, ignorant, useless little thing that I am, and for that I can never thank you enough. You're not to blame if my heart is so foolish it will one day overstep the limits God has set to keep it safe inside my breast. Feel how it's beating. We have here in the ghetto a great lady doctor. I listened once behind the door when she and my mother were talking about me. It cannot be otherwise. My heart, when it gets too big, will be the death of me. Jemima, Jemima, I'll get you better doctors who will listen to your chest with a stethoscope and tell you you're mistaken, that the old quack has made an error in her diagnosis." I shouted. "You'll live for a very long time and be a beautiful and gracious lady. You'll escape from this decadent and pestilential atmosphere, from this horrible place that you're in." "Where to?" "No. Better to remain here where my ancestors have been buried since the destruction of the temple. But you, my dear, will go back to your own country and forget me as one forgets a dream. How can you prevent a dream from coming to an end, and the pale and sensible morning from waking you and telling you that it was nothing after all? Leave, and leave soon. Both of us are fated to. You will be an erudite and well-respected gentleman in your own land, kind and compassionate to poor and weak alike, as you were kind and compassionate to me, for I too was poor and I too was weak, and you could have done me a great deal of harm had you really wanted to. Now these elder trees are bare and I am alive, but when these old trees and bushes next spring stretch out their blossoms to each other over the graves, I shall be lying as peaceful and still under my headstone as Mahalath, the dancer here, who died in the same year as the great and mighty Empress Maria Theresa. How long will you remember Jemima Loyu from the Josephstadt when the lilacs bloom then in Prague? Once again I tried to be totally objective and reasonable about this silly speech, but could not, for the life of me, manage it, and righteous indignation met with just a scant success. We both just stood there mutely, side by side, at the dancer's final resting place, and, just as on that first morning, when I first came to this spot, horror gripped me with its ghostly hand in broad daylight. It was as if the earth itself were heaving like a molehill, as if ghastly and skeletal hands were everywhere at once toppling back the stones and pushing leaves and grass away from each other. I stood there as if caught between mounds of rolling skulls, and all that lively putrefaction reached out to me grinning and seemed to have designs on the beautiful girl at my side. It was a thing greatly to be wondered at that the tall thin man from Danzig and the fat man from Hamburg, who were having themselves shown round Bethlehem at the time by Jemima's old relative, were signally oblivious to this freak of nature. They strolled on serenely, their hands in their trouser pockets, chinking their small change in the hollow-eyed and grinning face of each putrescent century. The presence in this place of these two men in no way frightened off the matter as might have been expected. They only, on the contrary, served to accentuate its menace, for it was quite unnatural that two grown men should be so blithely unaware of what was going on under their very feet and all around them. As they came towards us, I could hear how the man from Hamburg was saying to the man from Danzig that he held the highly and unjustly renowned Jewish cemetery of Prague to be nothing more or less than a damnable swindle and a blasted old quarry, and, once again, I pulled myself together, wiped the sweat from my brow and cried out, "No, no, this is lunacy. It's the product of the sick mind. How can anyone let a stupid thing like this put the wind up them to this extent? If there wasn't something wrong with me, I too would be walking round here every bit as calmly as those two visitors." "Stop trying to fight it," said Jemima, and, as the two strangers and her old relative drew nearer to us, she ran away from me, skipped lightly over Mahalath's grave, doubled over and slid off through the low branches of the elder bushes, turning back once more to look at me through their foliage, and called out to me, putting her finger to her mouth as was her wont, "Remember the elderflower." Then she disappeared and I never saw her again. Is it not a bitter truth that every human hand is like the hand of a child that cannot hold on to anything for very long? It snatches at anything shiny or attractive, or at anything expressly forbidden to it. The first it destroys out of childish curiosity while it stands before the second open-mouthed, or drops it out of sheer panic. Just who was this Mahalath who lies here underneath this tombstone? I asked the gatekeeper after the two northern Germans had departed. The old man shrugged his shoulders. Her descendants still live in the ghetto. The family is a respected one in Jewish circles, and, because of that, we are loath to talk about it. In the 40 years since her death, a whole host of legends have grown up about her. She had a love affair with a young man from the Kleinstadt, from the Maltzerplatz. For Jewish people generally, the honor of their family is paramount. In matters where the honor of a family is at stake, we are punctilious and can be very cruel. Suffice it to say that the poor creature ended her life unhappily, and that the story is a sad one. When the old man opened up the gate to Bethlehem for me, he had good reason to stare at me, shaking his head. Like a drunken man, I wandered up and down that day and tried in vain to weigh my guilt and innocence against each other. In vain I did everything possible to shift the burden weighing now so heavy on my soul elsewhere, or at least to make it lighter by telling myself that the words of this young girl were merely the meaningless whims and fancies of an immature mind. Finally I staggered back to my room in Nikazovka Street, took out my medical textbooks and my slovenly and intermittent lecture notes, and began, all of a tremble, with unflagging application, to con all that was written therein on the subject of the human heart, the actual physical entity itself, its functions, its well-being and its various ailments. I later wrote a book about these things which medical science has deemed most useful and which has been reprinted several times. If only medical science knew what this reputation as a leading authority on heart disease has cost me in personal terms. Not only literary works are born out of personal sorrow and grief. It was very sultry that day. Heavy white clouds came rolling up over the rooftops and congregated there in threatening, leaden grey cloud banks and, in spite of the fact that there was hardly a breath of air anywhere, I was driven from my room yet again, down into the hot and sticky streets. As the first clap of thunder reverberated sonorously, making windows in the town vibrate in their frames, I pulled on the rickety bell of the gatekeeper's house at the entrance to the old Jewish cemetery. Instead of the long-bearded, venerable head of the ancient, there appeared at the grill the wrinkled, sallow face of the gatekeeper's old female servant. "Where is your master? I must speak to him at once." "God in heaven, young man. You look awful. Whatever's happened? Why have you come back again so soon? What spell is it that binds you to this place?" Without so much as bothering to answer her questions, I pushed my way past the old chatterbox, on over the dark, now, in the thunderstorm, frightening, appallingly dark, paths of the cemetery I hurried, and, on reaching the grave of the chief rabbi, found the old man, unperturbed by the ever more powerful outbreaks of the storm. Whoever has not seen the place where I now was at a time like the one I am describing knows nothing whatsoever about it. There is no other place in the whole of the world where the advent of doomsday will be awaited with greater trepidation. The sky will then, as now, become as black as sackcloth, the lightning flash, the thunder crack, and people bow their heads in fear and trembling. How those old elder bushes writhe as they resist the storm's ravages. They shriek and groan like living beings at the end of their tether. Not like other trees and bushes do they rustle in the rain. The earth laps up the constant streams of water trickling down the topsy-turvy gravestones with a grateful and uncanny gurgle. Today is the day of the Lord. Today is truly a destruction from the Almighty. We searched for a sheltered corner where we might, to some extent, find refuge from the fury of the storm, and could only find it in the part of the cemetery where Mahalath was buried. There I spoke to the old man and told him everything without holding anything back. I told him the story of my friendship with Jemima right from the beginning. As clearly and distinctly as I could, I told him of our meetings with each other. I would have willingly accounted for each hour and every minute we had spent together. He let me speak without once interrupting me. When I came to the end of my story, having, by then, run out of breath, he stroked my hair and forehead with his hard and bony hand. "Your heart is a good one, my son, and I am as glad for your sake as I am for Jemima's that you have spoken to me as you have. It is a fine thing for a conscience to be easy to arouse, and for it not to need to hear, in order to be woken, the clarion calls of an avenging angel. I am grateful to you for coming here like this to pour out your heart to me. You need not fear that I will reproach you with angry words. Whoever walks among these stones, whoever breathes the air in this place, learns to look with tolerance on both the deeds and misdeeds of his fellow men. There are worse things you could have told me, and I, in my turn, could have shown you graves here under which even more terrible secrets lie buried, or to which rumors of such secrets have attached themselves. Thank God that you do not belong to the ranks of the wicked who, after causing irreparable harm, laugh and scoff and earn great notoriety because of it. You have only been frivolous and thoughtless. What yesterday was still a game is now in deadly earnest. A spark can grow into a flame before we realize it, and then we beat it down as anxiously and urgently as we can, but find ourselves unable to extinguish it. Poor wee Jemima. She's always been a square peg in a round hole, even when she was younger. I should never have allowed her to turn this terrible garden of mine into her playground. Why did I need, Old fool that I am, to keep her by my side through so many summer days just to tell her the stories of these headstones the way other children get told fairy tales about pixies and dwarfs. Woe is me, for whose fault is it if it is so? But such things cannot be. Half of her hasn't grown up yet, and we can still make amends for our sins of omission. What does she have to do with the dead anyway? Just because I was only able to live here, within these walls, I shut her young soul up in here with me, and, in doing so, kept her safe from all the dirt outside in the street, but it meant that only here did she see the light of day and the flowers that bloom in the spring. A sun that shines on corpses. Elderflowers growing on graves. But she'll never set foot here again. She'll live and see life as other children do. She won't die, will she? Because of us? Because of me? I could not answer him. A red flash of lightning broke over our heads and, once again, a thunderbolt came crashing in its wake. You too, my boy, should never set foot here again, the old man went on. It won't do you any good either. You two are too young to breathe the air here. If you're still in Prague tomorrow, curse your luck and depart immediately. That's my advice. You want to separate me from her? Now you want to separate me from her? I shouted. That's no good. That won't help to cure her. You too, old man, are ignorant of the ways of the living. For the love of God, do not separate me from her. What good can it do to drive me away from her now? We have no choice, said the old man, now more himself again. You are no less sick than the girl herself. Healing lies in separation for the one as for the other. I had no weapons against that cruel old man. He threatened, he cajoled, and I finally gave in to him, even though I knew that it was not a good thing to do, and so I killed my poor Jemima from the Josephstown, and that is why the elderflower, which to everybody else gives so much pleasure, is, for me, the flower of death and judgment. I fled, but I could not flee from myself. I shut my ears in order not to hear the plaintive voice that called me back to Prague, yet could not help but hear it day and night. The following winter I studied in Berlin and, what at first sight must appear unlikely, genuinely studied. I doubt that the pursuit of any branch of learning save the study of mankind's afflictions and infirmities would have been possible for me from that moment on. Such study had, of necessity, to agree with me, and with masochistic pleasure I gave myself up to it completely and managed to derive therefrom a certain peace of mind. Afterwards they told me it had been a long, hard winter. I was scarcely aware of the snow and the blizzards and the frost. Only with the renewed onset of spring did I awake from this wretched condition, but it was no healthy awakening, more of a sudden jolt forward impelled by the touch of a cold and ghostly hand. When I finally scrambled, shocked and shaken, to my feet, I saw that there was nobody there. It happened on the 9th day of May, 1820, a Sunday. I was sitting in a park near the Sunhall's gate without quite knowing how I came to be there. All round me the springtime clientele of an outdoor cafe were enjoying themselves. Children played, old people chattered, loving couples communicated in a language all their own through looks or through whispers. I sat alone at my table gazing dreamily at my glass and felt as cold as ice. How happy I had been in former times to be surrounded by such joyful goings-on, and how little I cared for such things now. Not far from the half-hidden place where I was sitting, a girl began to laugh, a high-pitched, hearty, long guffaw. I was back in the old Jewish graveyard in Prague. The sun was shining through the elder trees, and there, behind the tomb of Rabbi Judah Loew ben Bazil, my lovely Jemima was making fun of me, and her pretty face and body seemed to hover in mid-air over a moss-covered headstone. When I looked up, of course, the mirage had vanished. I asked the waiter to tell me what day it was and repeated the date to myself in amazement when he told me. Now, for the first time, I stood up and looked around me. The trees were all either green or covered in blossoms. The air was warm. The sky was clear. Winter had changed into spring without my noticing. To many people, such things are beautiful, and many poets, for instance, have told of them with rapture. That strong feeling of consternation that takes one by surprise when one wakes up in this way is a good and profitable source of inspiration for a poem. This unperceived passing of time is, in my book, however, one of the least palatable things that one has, from time to time, to reflect on in life. The elder trees, too, were in flower above me, all round me. The newly opened buds were already coming into blossom, robed in white and ruddy raiment, and the blossoms were being slightly, ever so slightly, agitated by a moving of the wind amid the bright green leaves. The following day I was on my way to Prague, having fought hard but fruitlessly against the voice that was calling me back there. I travelled night and day, but as there were no steam trains then, those trains that seem to us nowadays to creep along so slowly that their speed defies description, it was only during the afternoon of the 15th day of May that I finally reached the town that I was so afraid of reaching, and already, in the distance, a collective chiming of festive church bells heralded the turmoil in which I was shortly to find myself. The following day was the feast day of that great patron saint of Bohemia, St. John Nepomuc, and whole villages were walking in procession with crosses, banners, censers, and holy pictures, singing ancient hymns, all in praise of the poor Father Confessor of Queen Joan, all on their way to the centre of Prague as I was. The old great town itself was virtually unrecognizable. All the houses were adorned, including their gable ends, with greenery, floral tributes, and carpets. Everywhere preparations were underway for candlelight processions. The streets and squares of the town were practically impassable, and, like a swimmer caught by a strong undertow, one had to fight against the forward movement of the crowd in order not to lose one's direction. After a great deal of effort I finally obtained accommodation at the Golden Goose in the horse market, subsequently known as Wenceslas Square. The room assigned to me in this hostelry was not notable for its spaciousness, and even less so for its view. Its one and only window overlooked a long courtyard hemmed in on all sides by tall buildings and balconies. A terrible tangle of carts and wagons pressing in on one another had arisen, despite which room was still being found for plush and fashionable carriages of the latest design, only just now rolling up, from whence issued a constant stream of late arrivals decked out in the most bizarre and colourful of costumes. Coachmen and stable boys were swearing like troopers in Czech and German. Women and children were screeching and howling in every key conceivable. Peasants, townfolk, and the military endeavoured to make it easier for the ladies to step out of the carriages, or, as sometimes happened in certain cases, more difficult. Directly opposite my window a tailor had just put the finishing touches to a high days and holidays pair of trousers, for which an anxious customer was no doubt waiting, and was now blowing on the hunting horn his own good-natured proclamation of seasonal merriment out of his own window. Just at that moment all the bells in Prague started once again to ring out in harmony, and I leaned against the frame of my upstairs window in more of a daze than ever. I was just about to close it so as not to succumb to the strong smell of sweat exuded by the crowd when my eye beheld a shape the sight of which brought me to my senses immediately. In a circle of laughing Bohemians and Germans stood a Jewish peddler with a bundle of brightly coloured kerchiefs and ribbons which he was offering for sale to the women and girls alighting from the carriages. I recognized the man right away. It was Baruch Loew, Jemima's father, and 1 minute later I was standing in front of him and holding his arm in a vice-like grip. Is it still going? Is it still going strong? It hasn't packed up yet? You haven't buried it like Mohalas, have you? What the devil? Cried the street hawker, taken aback by being accosted so crazily. What's up? Then he knew me and, naturally enough, thought only of the watch I had once left in hock at his house and never been back to reclaim. He looked me in the face with an apologetic smile. Blow me down with a feather if it isn't that handsome clever clogs of a medical student. Well, this is a surprise and no mistake. Why shouldn't it still be going strong then? It keeps time to the minute even now, but I'm sorry to say I don't have it anymore. What can I do for you apart from that? I pushed the man out of the courtyard of the Golden Goose into the sight of the old horse fair. There I repeated my question to him, mentioning his daughter by name, and now his face altered so dramatically, and he looked at me so stunned and stony-faced and crestfallen that there was no need to wait for his answer. A procession that was even then making its way over that very spot separated us from each other, and I apathetically allowed myself to be shoved, dragged along and borne away by the crowd. In the Jewish quarter it was as quiet as the grave. The silence was unnerving. Once again I rang the bell at the entrance to Beth Chaim, and once again a grill was opened in the gate, and the wrinkled, nearly centenarian face of the guardian of this house of life appeared in the opening, and, at the same time, the bolt was pulled back. "So it's you," said the old man. "I knew that somehow I'd see you again. Come through." He walked in front of me, and I followed him down the shadowy graveyard paths and the festive exultations of 1,000 clamouring voices in the great city of Prague were blotted out by the silence. The elderflowers in bloom made a splendid show over the graves, but there were no birds to sing in them. "Have they already told you she's passed on?" said the greybeard. I nodded, and the latter continued and spoke almost word for word like the royal psalmist of his people. "I am like one forsaken among the dead, like one whose joy has been removed from him. The loveliest flower of the field has been plucked, and the voice of the cantor is no more heard among us." He gently took hold of my hand. "Do not weep, my son. What they always say is always true. Tears won't bring her back to us. Perhaps it was wrong of me to drive you away, but who could have said then what was right and what was wrong? Her funeral was only last week. The greatest of physicians were at her bedside but were powerless to help her. She was right. Her heart was too big. Do not hold yourself responsible for her death. You were just as sick as she was." All those scholarly gentlemen agreed that she couldn't have held out much longer at best. Her memories of you, my son, were joyful ones, expressed in affectionate terms of endearment. You were a ray of sunlight in her short, dark and poverty-stricken life. Through you she became conversant with the blue vault of heaven and the land of the living, of which I had kept her so fearfully ignorant. You brought her much joy and a great deal of happiness, and 1,000 blessings intended for you were on her lips when she died. Oh, it was a great, sad and beautiful miracle how even her thoughts as well as the whole of her physical being were utterly transformed. The Lord of all knows best how to lead his children out of darkness, out from behind prison walls into light and freedom. She was beautiful when she died, truly beautiful. I could only keep her hostage here, and so the God of the living took her from me to be with him forever in the real house of life. May his name be ever glorified. What answer I made to the old man's words I no longer know. Remember the elderflower, she had said, and how I did remember it throughout my life I have just related. Her grave was not to be found in the old Jewish cemetery in Josephstown, for the good Emperor Joseph had forbidden any further burials to take place there. Alas had been the last. I have taken a long time to write down all the memories that went through my mind as I held that garland of elderflowers in my hand which another dead girl had worn. Now a grieving mother took it off me and put it back into the pretty box from which she had taken it in the first place. Then she laid her hand upon my shoulder. "How grateful I am to you, Doctor, for sharing my grief so closely." I looked at her, incapable of a reply. The fire in the stove had gone out and the room had grown cold. The sun had gone down behind the skyline. The brightness of that winter day had faded. I cannot describe how heavily I felt the burden of my years weigh down on me. Sadder, yes, but none the worse for that. I made my way downstairs again, past an ever young and meditative muse, and left that quiet, chilly, fatal house behind me. A Manual for Teaching Biblical History by Eugene KOHN, Rabbi of Congregation Chizzuk Emunah, Baltimore, M.D. New York. The United Synagogue of America. 5677, 1917. Copyright, 1917. By the United Synagogue of America. To the memory of Solomon SCHECHTER. This book is reverently inscribed. Acknowledgement. The author cannot permit this book to go to press without acknowledging his indebtedness to the Education Committee of the United Synagogue for their encouragement and assistance. He is especially grateful to Dr. Julius H. Greenstone for his many helpful suggestions and his careful reading of the text, both in manuscript and in proof. To Dr. Cyrus Adler and Professor Mordecai M. Kaplan, whose thanks are also due in large measure for their aid in removing crudities and improving the form and content of the work. Introductory note. Jewish pedagogic literature is still in its infancy. While textbooks for children, more or less satisfactory, have been produced by many authors during the past century, the effort to provide the teacher with proper material for his guidance in instruction is of very recent origin, and the supply has thus far been very slight. The students in our several normal schools, and especially the large army of teachers, scattered throughout the country, who have not had the advantage of a normal school training, are often obliged to resort to works by Christian authors for information and guidance. While these may supply them with the facts and with the most approved method of presentation, they cannot give them the Jewish point of view which is so essential to the Jewish teacher. As the late Dr. SCHECHTER once remarked, "We cannot have our love letters written for us. We must write them ourselves, even at the risk of bad grammar. We must place in the hands of our teachers books which will inspire them with loyalty and devotion to Judaism, which will give them the proper attitude to the Bible and to Jewish tradition, and which will provide them with an adequate understanding of Jewish strivings and ideals." It is with this subject in view that the Committee on Education of the United Synagogue requested Rabbi Eugene KOHN to prepare the work which is now given to the Jewish public. The author has succeeded admirably in his undertaking and has produced a Work 10, which contains valuable aids to the earnest teacher who is anxious to become more proficient in his calling. This volume, which is the result of considerable classroom experience, intimate knowledge of the sources of Jewish history, and arduous labor, gives correct and adequate data of the lessons treated, stimulating suggestions as to the manner of imparting each individual lesson to the average child, and, what is perhaps of greatest importance, an exalted attitude that the teacher should assume towards his work. While the responsibility of the work rests entirely upon the author, the committee feels gratified in being able to present, as its first publication, a work that so fully responds to an urgent need. It is hoped that this book will be followed by many other volumes which may help in the better equipment of the Jewish teaching profession. Julius H. Greenstone, Chairman, Committee on Education of the United Synagogue of America. Philadelphia, June 11, 1917. Contents page Introduction 13 Part 1 From the Creation to the Death of Joseph Chapter I. Creation 35 2. Adam and Eve 38 3. Cain and Abel 41 4. Noah 44 v. The Tower of Babel 47 v. The Choice of Abram and the Choice of Canaan 49 7. Beginning of Abram's Greatness 53 8. Hagar and the Birth of Ishmael 56 9. Abraham entertains the angels 62 x. The Destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah 67 11. The Divorce of Hagar 70 12. The Sacrifice of Isaac 73 13. The Death of Sarah and the Marriage of Isaac and Rebekah 78 14. The Sale of the Birthright 80 15. Jacob's Echoes the Blessing 89 16. Jacob's Dream 93 17. Jacob in Aramean 96 18. Jacob returns to Canaan 99 19. Joseph sold into slavery 104 20. From slave to viceroy 109 21. Joseph meets his brothers 113 22. Joseph reveals himself to his brothers 117 23. The Death of Jacob and of Joseph 120 12 Part 2 Israel under the leadership of Moses Chapter page I. The Birth of Moses 127 2. Moses, the friend of the weak and the oppressed 133 3. God sends Moses to save his people 135 4. Moses' first appearance before Pharaoh 140 v. The plagues 145 v. The Exodus 149 7. Israel at the Red Sea 156 8. From the Red Sea to Sinai 169. The Revelation 164 x. The Golden Calf 173 11. The Tabernacle and its Service 183 12. Trials of Moses and Israel in the Wilderness 190 13. The Spies 197 14. More Trials of Moses 201 15. Israel arrives at the border of the Promised Land 209 16. The Death of Moses 216. Introduction. Purpose of Manual. In recent years, some attention has been given to the improvement of Jewish educational method so far as instruction in the Hebrew language is concerned, but the teaching of biblical history, although it holds an important place in the curricula of our religious schools, has received relatively little attention from our educators, at least from those of orthodox and conservative tendencies. From the Reform point of view, some recent publications, though exhibiting the faults which all early efforts in any direction necessarily show, do mark a decided pedagogic advance on the older and methodical way in which the subject was taught. But from the point of view of traditional Judaism, they are inadequate, however helpful some of their pedagogic suggestions may be, since they are guided by a different ideal. This manual attempts to assist the teacher of biblical history from the point of view of traditional Judaism. For whoever considers from this point of view the way in which biblical history is taught must come to the conclusion that not only are we not realizing to the full the educational values which the study of biblical history affords, but we are often giving our children very false notions of the Bible characters and of the lessons which the story of their lives is intended to teach Israel. To develop a good course of study in biblical history cannot be the work of one man, nor can it be done at one time. It is hoped, however, that the suggestions contained 14 in this book may assist the earnest teacher to make his instruction more fruitful of good results for Judaism. 3 factors determining method of instruction. Every discussion of pedagogic method as applied to a particular branch of study must take 3 factors into consideration: the aim of instruction, the subject to be taught, and the child, his mode of thought, interests and capacity. The aim. The first thing that we must bear in mind is that the aim of all Jewish education must be a Jewish life, that the aim of each branch of Jewish study must be formulated not primarily in terms of information to be conveyed, but of Jewish habits of thought and action to be cultivated. It follows that biblical history as taught by a Jew who believes in the authority of the Torah and the mitzvot over our lives must be very different from the same subject as taught by one to whom Judaism is merely a number of moral maxims and the dogma of the unity. This book, attempting as it does to treat the problem from the point of view of traditional Judaism, considers that the main object of instruction in biblical history is to inspire the child with an appreciation of the religious ideals that have molded Israel's life in the past, with an understanding of how these same ideals express themselves in the religious institutions of the present day, and with the desire to further the historic aims of Israel's existence through identification with the institutional life of Israel, that is through the observance of the mitzvot, affiliation with the synagogue, etc. Particularly must we create in the child the sense of his personal identity with his people, for this is the lever by which the events 15 of the biblical narrative can move the Jew to active interest in Judaism. He must feel that God's choice of Israel means that God has chosen him to live a certain life, the life of the Torah, and that if he fails to live this life, he sins against God and betrays his people. He should feel proud of the heroes of his nation and inspired with a sense of the obligations that his noble descent imposes. He must be made to discover the spiritual kinship that links him with the rest of Israel in the past, present, and future. Unless we can accomplish this, we have not succeeded in our teaching of biblical history. Wrong and right conception of aim illustrated. A lack of appreciation of these aims has often led to the treatment of the biblical narrative as if it were merely a series of moral stories or, at any rate, of stories into which a moral can be read. According to this method, the connection of the Jewish people today with the people of the Bible is almost wholly ignored, and there is no appreciable difference in the way the events of the biblical narrative are taught and, let us say, the incidents of some highly moral fairy tale or folklore of other peoples. To give an example, I quote the following summary of a lesson on Moses' return to Egypt. So then we can learn these two noble things from our lesson. Modesty adorns everybody, even the greatest people. Yes, very often the greatest people are the most modest. And further, when we have begun to do something, let us do it with all our might and stick to it till it is finished, no matter what it is, whether a school lesson or setting a people free. Whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. 16. One could imagine the same moral attached to the story of George Washington or of Cincinnatus and brought home as effectively by it. The difference between the right and the wrong method of treating the biblical narrative from the point of view of the aim of such instruction can be seen if we contrast the above with a simple summary of the same lesson in the Passover Haggadah. Slaves were we unto Pharaoh in Egypt, and the Lord our God brought us forth thence with a strong hand and with an outstretched arm. And if the Holy One, blessed be he, had not brought forth our fathers from Egypt, behold, we and our children's children might still be bondmen to Pharaoh in Egypt. And again, in every generation, one is obliged to regard himself as if he in person had come forth from Egypt, as it is said, and thou shalt tell thy son in that day, saying, it is because of that which the Lord did for me when I went forth from Egypt. Not our fathers alone did the Holy One, blessed be he, redeem, but us also did he redeem with them, as it is said, and us did he bring forth thence in order to bring us hither, to give us the land which he had sworn to our fathers. According to the method of the former quotation, biblical history is no more related to the child than the story of the Iliad. According to the latter, it is his own history, the study of which helps him to self-knowledge, to the knowledge of his Jewish self, the knowledge of the ties that bind him to his fellow Jews and the Jewish people to its God. Much more might be said of the effect upon the method of instruction of a clear conception of the aim of instruction in biblical history when 17, thus conceived in terms of Jewish life, that a study of the lessons given in this book will suffice to explain this without the need of further amplification. So we may pass to the consideration of the subject matter to be taught as a determining factor in the method of instruction. The subject matter, biblical history. I have throughout referred to the subject matter under the name not of Jewish history but of biblical history, and I have done so advisedly. For the term Jewish history does not commit one to that interpretation of the early history of our people which is to be found in the Bible. From the Jewish point of view, the Bible, in its narrative portions as well as in its laws, is Torah, that is authoritative teaching. It does not merely recall the early events of Jewish history, but it takes a distinct attitude to these events, seeing in them the revelation of a divine purpose. It not only tells the deeds of biblical heroes, but it passes judgment upon them, here approving and the disapproving. And it is precisely this attitude to Jewish history, this interpretation of the significance of historic events, which must be made an influence in the life of the child. If we were merely teaching Jewish history as such and looked upon the Bible merely as the source book of this history, we might tell the story of the Exodus somewhat in this fashion. The children of Israel, who had at the beginning of their sojourn in Egypt been well treated by the Egyptian rulers, owing to a change of dynasty were subjected to oppression and forced to do servile labor for the pharaohs. They took advantage, however, of a series of calamities that visited Egypt, which their leaders Moses and Aaron interpreted to the Egyptians 18 as signs of the divine wrath incurred by her because of her oppression of the Israelites, and so left Egypt in a body. The above account is Jewish history, but it is not biblical history, for it has nothing to say about the significance of these events as the Bible regards them. It does not tell us that Moses was sent by God. It does not know anything of the covenant with Abraham of which these events are the fulfillment. It does not therefore see in the Exodus one link in a chain of events having its beginning in the election of Abraham and its consummation in the revelation at Sinai. In the biblical narrative, what is most conspicuous is the Isba Elohim, the finger of God. In the merely historic account, this may altogether be omitted. Must give biblical moral to Jewish history. Very few teachers in our Jewish schools, if any, would make the mistake of teaching the events narrated in the Bible merely as cold facts without any attempt at giving them religious significance, though frequent efforts at rationalization tend in this direction. For the most part, the aim in teaching the early history of our people is felt to be a religious one and to call for a religious interpretation of the events recorded. We are not loath to attach a moral to the stories we tell our children, but where we fail is that we imagine any moral which we can read into the story is satisfactory. We have already shown how the consideration of the aim of instruction in biblical history, from the point of view of traditional Judaism, opposes this method and limits the moral which should be taught in connection with any given story. But the consideration of the subject matter to be taught limits it still further. We must not only give 19, a Jewish moral to each episode in the biblical narrative, but we must give the child the specific moral that the Bible itself attaches to that episode. If we take our Bible seriously, if we regard its interpretation of the events of our history as essentially true, as indeed part of the Torah, a divine revelation, then it becomes our duty to give this interpretation of events and not another to our children. We sometimes excuse to ourselves the perversion of the biblical moral on the ground that because children are children they frequently cannot grasp what is really the biblical lesson. If in any given instance this is the case, it is better not to teach that story at all to the child than to falsify it. but usually the ideas of the Bible can be brought home to the child if we but take the trouble to translate them into the language of childhood and illustrate them out of the child's own experience. It is largely due to indolence on the part of the teacher that we so frequently sin against the biblical sense of a story. I have heard the story of Abraham's divorce of Hagar told as if it were a mere family squabble in which Sarah, by shrewish persistence, finally prevails upon the meek and submissive Abraham somewhat reluctantly to send away Hagar, who had aroused her jealousy. Abraham was made a rather doubtful hero who represented the virtue of loving peace at any price, as the narrative showed, and Sarah was regarded as acting in a mean and ungodly capacity. Had that teacher read her Bible carefully and intelligently before coming to class, she could not have been guilty of such grotesque distortion of the biblical story, by which it is made not only trivial but ludicrous. She would then have realized that Ishmael had to be separated from Isaac for the same reason that Lot had to be separated from Abraham and Esau from Jacob, because they were not of the seed from which Israel was destined to spring, that even before the birth of Ishmael we have the prophecy told to Hagar, "And he shall be a wild ass of a man, his hand shall be against every man and every man's hand against him." Genesis 16:12. She would have observed that in the words of the rabbis Abraham was subordinate to Sarah in prophecy, that just as Isaac showed a mistaken preference for Esau, so Abraham, when the birth of Isaac is predicted to him, pleaded, "Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee," and that the Bible recognizes the superior prophetic insight of Sarah by telling us that God commanded Abraham explicitly, "Let it not be grievous in thy eyes because of the lad and because of thy bondwoman, in all that Sarah may say unto thee, hearken to her voice, for in Isaac shall thy seed be called." Surely, through the story undoubtedly presents difficulties of a pedagogic nature, it is not impossible to teach a child that God foresaw that Ishmael would be a paradam, a wild ass of a man, that he did not wish the chosen people, who were to inherit the promised land, to be possessed of such traits, and that therefore Ishmael had to be sent away so that Isaac and his descendants might become the great people he had promised Abraham they would become. In this way the Bible speaks for itself and tells a story that is quite as intelligible to the child as the one that the teacher I have mentioned told, quite as intelligible and infinitely more edifying. I have given this instance at some length because it seems to me typical of the mischief that can be done by reading into the biblical narrative any moral that may 21 come to hand instead of the moral that the Bible itself intended. Need of Bible study for teacher. This manual will endeavor in each lesson to point out to the best of its authors understanding what the biblical moral of the lesson is. But, as interpretations are always subject to differences of opinion, a study of the suggestions contained in its chapters cannot relieve the teacher of the responsibility of a careful, independent study, before entering the classroom, of the biblical passages whose story he wishes to teach. The child as determining method. And after he has mastered for himself the meaning of the biblical narrative, he must study how to impart this to the child in a way that shall make it not only comprehensible but interesting, and all this without sacrifice of the aim of instruction. An adequate treatment of method in teaching biblical history from the point of view of the interests and capacities of the Jewish child is at present impossible. We need years of study and experimentation in this direction before we can do it complete justice. But a few universally recognized pedagogic principles may briefly be considered here in their bearing upon our subject. We have spoken of the need of effort on the part of the teacher to make the lesson comprehensible and interesting, and we shall therefore give some attention to two questions. 1. How can the lesson be made comprehensible? 2. How can it be made interesting? We shall treat the questions separately for the sake of convenience, though, as a matter of fact, they are inseparable, For neither can a child be expected to interest himself in what he cannot understand, nor can he be made to understand anything 22 that involves the least difficulty without giving that sustained attention which only interest can elicit from him. How to make lesson comprehensible. Proceed from known to unknown. The most important rule to bear in mind in order to make the teaching comprehensible is the familiar truism that one must proceed from the known to the unknown and keep constantly defining the unknown in terms of what is already known to the child. As is the case with most truisms, the truth of this statement is more frequently recognized than applied. Take, for instance, the very first sentence in one of the biblical histories intended for the use of children. It reads, "In the beginning God created the heaven and the earth, that is the whole visible world." Was there ever a human being who did not know what heaven and earth meant and yet knew what the whole visible world meant? Contrast with this the following from another textbook. Once a long time ago there was no one living on this earth that is now so full of people. There were no living things at all here, no cattle, no wild beasts, no birds, no butterflies or insects of any kind, and no fishes in the sea. Before that there were no green growing things here, no grass, no trees, no flowers. In the beginning God made the heaven and the earth. In the beginning was a time so long ago that no one knows when it was. How much better is this way of beginning the story of creation from what the child has experienced of created objects than to begin with non-existence and 23, chaos. Few of us realize how many terms that are commonplaces with us mean nothing to the child. Particularly is this true of terms used in the Bible and descriptive of things familiar in the primitive Orient but little known in the modern Occident, such as altar, sacrifice, tabernacle, caravan, to name but a few. Avoid formal definition. But at this point a word of caution is necessary against a too pedantic application of this principle of defining the terms that are used in the child's instruction. For example, one book of Bible stories for young children prefixes to the story of creation a vocabulary which includes explanations of such words as ground, dark, light, sky, under, above, good, rest. But it must be apparent that a child who cannot without previous explanations understand such simple words as these is not in a position to profit by instruction in biblical history at all. It is possible so to overload a story with definitions that the whole thread of the narrative is lost. We must be cautious lest our pupils fail to see the forest by very reason of the trees. Ample allowance must be made for the constructive imagination of the child, which builds up its own definitions out of the material of the narrative itself. Children have always had an understanding of fairy tales without ever having had the terms fairy, witch, king and princess defined for them. When you tell a child that the king sat on a high throne with his crown on his head, his scepter in his hand, while all the people bowed down to him, the child, though he has never seen a throne, will recognize that it is something on which kings sit, that a crown is something that a king wears on his head, a scepter something that a king holds in his hand, and that a king is a man who 24 is distinguished from other men and to whom they bow, a very good working definition of a king which would make quite unnecessary any elaborate attempt to define for a child the concept of royalty. In fact, formal definition should be avoided wherever possible, and the skillful teacher will know how to make a story define its own terms in the same way as the sentence that we just gave as an instance defined for the child the 4 unknown terms, king, throne, crown, and scepter. Indeed, the most important idea of all that we have to give to the child cannot be defined otherwise even to ourselves, namely the idea of God. The general rule to be followed may be laid down in these words: never define for the child any term that the story itself can be made to define, but do define every necessary term that the story itself cannot be made to define. It is worthwhile noting in this connection that the best definition for a concrete object is the object itself or a picture of it. How to make the lesson interesting. Oral instruction preferable. So much for the question how to make the lesson comprehensible to the child. As has already been said, this in itself goes a great way toward answering as well a second question, how to make it interesting, but other considerations must also be taken into account. The art of teaching history is in great part the art of storytelling. Children love stories, and particularly true stories if they are well told, but this love of a child for a good story is limited, especially in earlier years, to a story that is told. The mere technical difficulties of reading, the physical inconvenience of the posture demanded, the absence of that commentary which voice and gesture supply to the story. 25. The impossibility of asking a book questions, and a number of other similar considerations make it undesirable that the first acquaintance of a child with a lesson shall come from a textbook. Textbooks have their uses, particularly in the higher grades, for purposes of review, to aid the memory in retaining what has already been taught by word of mouth, but the practice that obtains in some schools of expecting the child to learn the lesson from the book before he comes to class is bad and should be avoided. Some suggestions as to storytelling. If then the first presentation of a lesson must be given orally by the teacher, it follows that the teacher has to perfect himself in the art of storytelling. Like all other arts, the art of storytelling cannot be imparted by rule, and particularly not within the small scope of this introduction. A few suggestions, however, may be helpful. Lewis Carroll, whose Alice in Wonderland shows a rare insight into the childish mind, makes his Alice express a preference for books with plenty of illustrations and conversation. There are two hints here that are of value to the teacher of biblical history. The first is to use pictures to illustrate a story, and the second always to prefer direct discourse to indirect. To take up the second of these suggestions first, compare the following accounts of the same event and ask yourself which appeals more to you. 1. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he ordered every man to leave him. And there stood no man with him while Joseph made himself known to his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians heard, and the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph told his brethren who he was, and asked whether his father was yet alive. And his brethren could not answer him, for 26, they were affrighted at his presence. Joseph told them to come near, and they came near. And he told them that he was Joseph whom they had sold into Egypt, and that they should not be grieved nor angry with themselves for having sold him thither, for it was in order to preserve life that God had sent him before them. For the famine had been in the land for 2 years, and there yet remained 5 years, during which there would be neither ploughing nor harvest. And so God had sent him before them to give them a remnant on the earth, and to keep them alive for a great deliverance. 2. Then could Joseph not refrain himself before all them that stood by him, and he cried, Cause every man to go out from me. And there stood no man with him when Joseph made himself known unto his brethren. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians heard, and the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph, doth my father yet live? And his brethren could not answer him, for they were affrighted at his presence. And Joseph said unto his brethren, Come near to me, I pray you. And they came near. And he said, I am Joseph your brother, whom ye sold into Egypt. And now be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither. For God did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years hath the famine been in the land, and there are yet 5 years in which there shall be neither ploughing nor harvest. And God sent me before you to give you a remnant on the earth, and to save you alive for a great deliverance. The reader will at once recognize in the second citation the exact language of the Bible. The first is the same passage turned into indirect discourse with no other change in its wording, yet how much it loses in force even for us adults and even in print, for children, and in actual narration the story would lose even more. The advantage of using illustrations. As for the advantage of using illustrations, whether in the form of pictures that are distributed and passed around the class or in the form of stereoptic views, we have 27 already suggested. One advantage in that they help define for the child the meaning of some of the concrete terms not yet in his vocabulary, but they perform a still more important function in helping him to visualize the narrative. For what we see seems always a more intimate part of our experience than what we have merely heard. When Job wants to express the deeper intimacy of his new knowledge of God after God had appeared to him, he declares, "I had heard of thee by the hearing of the ear, but now mine eye seeth thee." Job 42:5. When to use illustrations and what illustrations to use. Through the use of illustrations, particularly of stereoptic views, which have the advantage of the focusing the attention of the class on one thing, are a decided help. They should be used only in reviewing the lesson. The reasons for this are 1. That the picture distracts the attention of the class from what the teacher is saying. 2. That it prevents the smooth flow of narrative by the necessity of explaining details of the picture that are often irrelevant. 3. That the interest in the dramatic dialogue of the characters which reveals their motives and, in most cases, the actual moral of the story is sacrificed to the interest in picturesque details of dress, scenery, etc. 4. That the teacher is at the mercy of the artist's conception of the biblical narrative, which rarely does it justice from a Jewish or from an artistic point of view, and often does violence to the nobler conception of the story that the unaided imagination, stimulated by the teacher's narrative, would have constructed. Pictures that represent God in human form should of course not be allowed in a Jewish school. Nor should the school use such pictures as represent 28, anything of a mystical character in images so definite and familiar that they dispel the whole mystical atmosphere. When, for instance, the revelation on Mount Sinai is represented by 2 tablets of stone falling from heaven into the waiting hands of Moses, as in one familiar picture, it is hardly likely to instill the highest form of reverence. Or when, as in another picture, the ascension of Elijah is represented by a chariot drawn by horses of a brilliant red, meant to suggest fire but too definite in outline to permit of such suggestion. The child will in all probability merely be amused at the peculiar color of the horses, and the picture will not have illustrated the story for him at all. It is therefore apparent that the teacher must exercise some sort of censorship over the illustrations used in teaching. Self-activity of child. We have several times referred to the activity of the child's own imagination in working over in his mind the material supplied by the teacher, and the recognition of the fact that the child's mind is not passive but active leads us to the acceptance of a principle of the most far-reaching importance in all education, namely, that the teacher cannot impart a lesson unless he can get the child's mind of its own accord to seek that very knowledge that he wishes to impart. This is the wisdom of the homely proverb, "You can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make him drink." We must stimulate an appetite for the mental food he wished to give the pupil even before we give it. How can this be done? Jewish symbols and ceremonies, the stimulus to self-activity. When discussing the aim of instruction in biblical history, we took a hint from the Haggadah for 29, Passover, the reading of which was mainly intended for pedagogic purpose, since it is in fulfillment of the commandment, "And thou shalt tell to thy son in that day." We may take another hint from it in this connection. The child at table on Passover Eve sees before him a number of curious objects and ceremonials to which he is not accustomed. He sees the matzot, the mirror, and other symbols, He also notices the reclining attitude instead of the usual erect posture, and so he very naturally exclaims Manishtana. How different is this night from other nights. Then, when his own curiosity has been stimulated, he is given the answer to his questions and the lesson had been impressed upon him. The symbols and ceremonies of Jewish life which have their origin or explanation in the biblical narrative are excellently adapted for this stimulation of intellectual curiosity which should precede the telling of the story. A reference to the Sabbath and how it is observed might well precede the story of creation which explains its origin and significance. A reference to the Passover observances might well precede an account of the Exodus. A reference to the synagogue might precede an account of the construction of the tabernacle, etc. These serve the double function of interesting the child in the narrative and of interesting him in those things in Jewish life which the narrative helps to explain. Where an object of Jewish ceremonial life cannot be found with which to stimulate his curiosity, some other fact of his experience may be taken instead. Thus, the story of Noah might well be introduced by reference to the rainbow, the meaning of which the teacher will then undertake to explain to the child by the story. 30. The teacher's question as a stimulus to self-activity. Inasmuch as there are in every class those of the type mentioned in the Haggadah who know not how to question, it often becomes advisable for the teacher himself to put to the class the question that he wishes to have answered. And indeed, an occasional question from the teacher in the very midst of the story may go a great way toward rousing interest and securing a clearer comprehension. Thus, it may be that the teacher is telling the story of Joseph. He reaches the point where Joseph's brothers come to him to buy corn and explains how Joseph, having recognized them without their having recognized him, had them wholly in his power. He then asks, "Now what do you think you would do if you were Joseph and your brothers had treated you so cruelly and then they come to you for food and you have them in your power?" At once he has the class interested in the question of what Joseph actually did and their interest in the rest of the story as well as their better comprehension of the motives that underlie it is secured. The pupil's recitation. So much for the teacher's original presentation of the lesson. This completed, the child must be called upon to recite it, not primarily, as most teachers seem to think, in order to give the teacher a chance to find out whether the child had learned the lesson, but because the necessity of telling it over to the teacher forces the child to think about the subject of the lesson and once more appeals to his self-activity. The questions asked by the teacher should not be merely such as call for items of information but such as require the exercise of intelligence on the pupil's part and give evidence not only of his remembering the 31 story but of his understanding it. If, for example, the teacher wishes to question the child on the story of creation, such formal questions as in how many days did God make the world? What did he make on the first day? What did he make on the second day? Etc. are not enough, as they test the memory only. He should ask such questions as these: why do we rest on the 7th day of each week? What was the last thing God made? Why did God make man last? For these test not only the memory but the understanding as well. The story that the children tell when thus asked to repeat the lesson will give the teacher an idea of what points have impressed themselves on them and what have not, and on the basis of these he must question further. In general, there ought to be fewer questions beginning with what and more beginning with why. Dramatization of lesson. Beside the repetition of the lesson by the child in the form of a recitation and the answering of questions, there are many stories in which the interest centers chiefly in the dramatic dialogue that children might be encouraged to dramatize in class. The dramatization must be made by the children themselves in the spirit of free play, the teacher merely offering general suggestions but the dialogue being the spontaneous creation of the children. The natural imitative instinct of children, which makes so much of their play the mimicry of the activities and occupations of their adult environment, takes very kindly to this sort of make-believe. At the same time, this exercise enables them to enter into the motives of the biblical characters and to understand and remember the incidents of the biblical narrative as few exercises can. 32. Nor need the teacher be discouraged by the lack of accessories to dramatization, such as scenery and costume. The child's imagination, which can convert a rocking chair into a boat or a table into a mountain, can easily dispense with those accessories which the sophisticated mind of the adult requires. Stories that lend themselves to such treatment are Esau's sale of the birthright, Isaac's blessing of Jacob and Esau, and the various episodes of the Joseph narrative. The teacher's preparation. It follows from the above discussion that the teacher of biblical history who wishes to do justice to his subject must give careful preparation to each lesson, not only, as we have already suggested, with a view to understanding the significance of the biblical passages that he wishes to teach, but also with a view to teaching them effectively to the child. This preparation must include 1. Inquiry as to object in teaching that particular lesson to the child. 2. The effort to find some point of contact between the theme of the lesson and the previous knowledge and experience of the child, such as would appeal to his interest. 3. The study of the subject from the point of view of literary and oratorical effectiveness in the presentation. 4. The attempt to find the best possible illustrations and applications of the lesson to the life of the child. 5. Preparation of the questions and other devices by which the child is made to work over the lesson in his own mind and give proof of having assimilated it. In the chapters of this manual, the object of each lesson, according to the author's opinion, will be pointed out, and suggestions will, from time to time, be given as to the other points that have been here enumerated. This book refrains, however, from giving 33, a detailed plan of each lesson, as it is deemed important not to put restraints on the originality and initiative of the teacher, but on the contrary, to encourage free and spontaneous expression of personality both on the part of teacher and of pupil. Summary. Much more might be said about the method of teaching biblical history, but this will have to suffice by way of introduction to the more concrete suggestions that are to follow in the chapters of this book. It may be well, however, before closing, to summarize the more important conclusions reached. 1. That the aim in instructing the child in biblical history is not merely to teach him a moral such as he might learn from any edifying story, but to influence his life through the consciousness of his spiritual identity with the Israel of the Bible. 2. That the events narrated must be given the same significance that the Bible itself gives them, and not any convenient moral that we may wish to append to them. 3. That teaching shall be so adapted to the child as to make the lesson a. comprehensible, b. interesting. A. That in order to be comprehensible it must proceed from the known to the unknown, and must define the unknown in terms of the known, avoiding, however, so far as possible, all formal definition, and leaving large scope for the exercise of the child's imagination. B. That in order to be interesting the lesson should first be presented by the teacher orally in a style made vivid by plenty of conversation quoted directly, and that this may well be followed up by illustrations such as the showing of pictures or stereopticon views. That 34. The teacher stimulate the curiosity of the child before beginning the lesson, preferably by the introduction of some relevant object of Jewish ceremonial, but in the absence of that, by some other appeal to the child's experience. And finally, that the teacher encourage self-activity and self-expression on the part of the child by tactful questions, both in the course of presenting the lesson and when the child is asked, as he should be, to recite the lesson he has learned. These suggestions, it is hoped, may prove of some help to the earnest teacher of biblical history. In the chapters which follow, an attempt is made to give them more concrete and definite illustration. Each chapter will therefore contain 1. The interpretation of the subject matter of the lesson, 2. A brief discussion of the aim in teaching it, and 3. Miscellaneous suggestions as to the way it can best be made to appeal to the child. Part 1. From Creation to the Death of Joseph. Chapter 1. Creation. Genesis 1.1 to 2.3. Note. The lessons in this book are necessarily divided somewhat arbitrarily, that is without exact reference to the amount that can be taught at a single session of the school. This is unavoidable at present as periods vary in length in different schools, and classes vary in age and in the mental development of their pupils. The division therefore has been purely on the basis of the subject matter and not of the time to be spent in instruction. Some lessons may require 2 or even 3 hours for their complete presentation. Interpretation. The early narratives of Genesis serve as an introduction to biblical history by giving the Jewish view of the origin of the world in general and the human race in particular, preparatory to discussing the role that Israel was destined to play in the world. The following are some of the most significant ideas that the narrative of the creation has to tell us with regard to the world and man's place in it. 1. That God is the creator and consequently supreme over matter, nature and the world. 2. That man is the highest being in the order of creation by reason of his being possessed of the divine attributes of reason and conscience as intimated in the words in our image according to our likeness. 36. 3. That God loves his creatures whom he hath created in accordance with the attribute of mercy. 4. That God in return desires man's love and his recognition in worship as is implied in the institution of the Sabbath. Aim. In teaching this lesson to the child, the aim should be to inspire him with a sense of reverence and worship, particularly in connection with Sabbath observance. The message of this, as of all the earlier chapters of Genesis, is a universal one, but, like most other universal aspects of Judaism, it has found concrete expression in a specifically Jewish institution, namely the Sabbath, and, as our aim is to affect the Jewish life of the child, it is through association of the ideas of the lesson with the institution of the Sabbath that we must endeavor to make them effective. Suggestions to the teacher. In accordance with the principle which demands that we proceed from what is known to what is not yet known, it at once becomes apparent that we cannot begin this lesson with an account of primal darkness out of which chaos and then the world was formed. In the introduction, page 22, we quoted an account of creation which began by a reference to created objects in the child's experience. In consideration, however, of the desirability of stimulating the child's intellectual curiosity before beginning the lesson, it would be well to introduce the lesson with a few questions regarding the distinction of the Sabbath from the other days of the week, culminating in the question, why do we act so differently on the Sabbath than on other days? Then proceed to answer by telling the story of Creation 37, in the way suggested in the introduction. When the narrative is completed, again discuss the Sabbath and how it is to be observed, as in this way the moral of the narrative can best be enforced. It is a well-known fact that children are attracted by the exact repetition of certain phrases somewhat in the nature of a refrain. It is well therefore to utilize the refrain, and there was evening and there was morning with each of the successive days of creation. Chapter 2. Adam and Eve. Genesis 2.4 to 3.24. Interpretation. This is one of the narratives of the Bible whose real meaning in its entirety it is impossible to teach the child. To understand it would require an experience that in the very nature of the case the child cannot have had. A partial understanding of its moral can, however, be imparted to him and the significant facts of the story be so impressed on his mind that he will remember them and, in later years, perceive their deeper meaning in the light of acquired experience. The story of Adam and Eve is the story of man and woman as exemplified in the progenitors of the human race. The Eden of blissful innocence is lost when there awakens in man the appetite for a forbidden knowledge, for an experience of evil as well as of good, an experience which in the end leaves him conscious of his nakedness, conscious of having sinned, and of being disillusioned, conscious of being altogether in a worse plight than if he had never sought after the forbidden knowledge. Obviously, this deeper meaning cannot be realized by the child, but certain elements of it can be brought home to him. He can be made to feel that the enjoyment of the good things in life is dependent upon an implicit obedience to the laws that God has laid down as conditioning their enjoyment, so that disobedience means the loss of these joys. Aim. The aim of the story of Adam and Eve must then be, from the point of view of the child, the recognition 39 of the duty of implicit, unquestioning obedience to legitimate authority. So far the moral is universal and not specifically Jewish. Were we to rest here, we would not be realizing to the full the aim of instruction in biblical history that we had set before us in the introduction. But, though the moral of the story of Adam and Eve is a universal one, it can be associated, as was done in the case of the story of creation, with certain aspects of Jewish life. Thus, the legitimate authority for which we claim implicit obedience from the child can and should be made the Torah, and particular emphasis should in this connection be laid on the dietary laws because of their analogy to the divine commandment in the lesson, "Of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it." In this way, the moral of the lesson is, so to speak, dramatized in the daily life of the child and is made to increase his loyalty to Judaism as a whole. Suggestions to the teacher. After what has been said with regard to the aim of this chapter, little remains to be noted by way of suggestions regarding method, as the story in its biblical form is already admirably adapted to satisfy the child's love of a good story. The moral, as we have suggested it, while it should receive due emphasis at the end of the story, particularly when it is being repeated by the children and so has become the subject of class discussion, should not be made too obtrusive in telling the story itself. The words of the serpent in tempting even the conversation in which God rebukes Adam, even the serpent should be quoted as nearly as possible in the biblical language. In pointing out the connection 40 between the story and its moral as given above, do so by questioning the child rather than by simply stating it yourself. Questions that may be suggestive are the following. When God gave Adam and Eve so many trees to eat from and everything else that they needed, was it right that they should eat the fruit of the one tree that God had told them not to eat of, just because they wanted to know how it tasted? If your parents, who give you so many things, your food and your clothes and your toys, sometimes tell you to do this or that which at the time you don't feel like doing, how ought you to act? Do you know of any things that we Jews don't eat because God, who has made everything we eat, told us not to eat them? Chapter 3. Cain and Abel. Genesis 4:1-15. Interpretation. The story of Cain and Abel is a study of sin, remorse and repentance. There is a suggestion in verse 7 of evil passions existing in Cain's heart even before the murder of his brother, and, though the verse is obscure, it may be interpreted as giving a reason for God's not accepting Cain's offering. Not until after the deed is done is Cain made fully to realize the significance of his act, and then he is stirred by remorse and fear until God reassures him of his protection. The sign that God gives Cain is sometimes construed as part of his punishment, but in the Bible it is mentioned rather as evidence of God's acceptance of his repentance. Aim. The teacher should endeavor through this lesson to impress on the child the danger of yielding to envy and anger, and the desirability of repentance and of confession of our sins to God whenever we have done wrong. Suggestions to the teacher. Sentimentalists sometimes object to teaching this story to young children because of the sordid crime that it relates. This objection, however, is not valid, because the very ignorance and innocence of childhood rob the story of most of its horror. Indeed, the teacher must rather guard against the child's utterly losing the sense of the tragedy of the crime, the universal tragedy by which passion 42 leads men to commit acts which they would later gladly retrieve if they could. In order to impress this on the child, the teacher must describe what the narrative of the Bible but barely suggests, the wayward character of Cain before the sacrifice which made it unacceptable. Devote some time to characterizing Cain and Abel in such a way that the child pictures the former as a sullen, discontented, envious man, who showed no true appreciation of God's goodness to him and whose offering was therefore not acceptable to God, while that of Abel, who was sincerely grateful to God, was accepted. As this is the first time that sacrifice is mentioned, explain the meaning of sacrifice as a way in which men long ago used to show God that they were thankful for His goodness in giving them their food, by not using all that He gave them but burning some on a heap of stones called an altar. Use some illustration from the child's life of how a gift is more or less acceptable according to the motive which prompts it. You might ask the children, which would please you more, if somebody would give you a present on your birthday because he loves you, or because he thinks that when his birthday will come you will give him one also. And continue, now when Cain and Abel brought their offering to God, God knew that Abel loved him and always obeyed him and gave his offering because he was really grateful to God in his heart. But Cain, who was always discontented and not very obedient, God knew brought his offering only because he thought that if he did so God might be pleased and so send him the rain necessary to make his corn grow, that he would have plenty to eat during the year. Therefore God accepted Abel's offering but did not accept Cain's. Lay stress on God's 43, warning to Cain, sin croucheth at the door, which is to be explained as meaning that Cain must be very careful how he acts, and that if he feels like doing wrong to Abel, he must keep back the feeling and not do it, or he might be doing something which he would later feel very sorry for, after he could no longer undo it. Remember that the very young child has no concept of death, and so relate the climax of the story somewhat in this manner. Now when Cain saw that Abel lay on the ground bleeding and could not move or speak to him, he knew that he had committed a great sin and was afraid. The dialogue between God and Cain after Abel's death should be quoted as nearly as possible in the language of the Bible, particularly Cain's attempt at first to evade responsibility in the words, "Am I my brother's keeper?" followed later by his complete confession, "My guilt is greater than I can bear." In enforcing the aim of the lesson as we have given it, guard against merely making didactic statements and rather bring out the point by questions. After having concluded the narrative, the following are suggestive questions. Why did God accept Abel's offering and did not accept Cain's? How did Cain feel when he saw that God did not accept his offering? What did God say to Cain to warn him not to give way to anger? When Cain saw that he had killed Abel, how did he feel? Did God forgive Cain? How did God show that he forgave him? Chapter 4. Noah. Genesis 6.5 to 9.1. Interpretation. The story of Noah is so simple as scarcely to need interpretation. The world had become corrupt, and, as God cannot abide moral corruption, it seemed better to destroy what He had created. Out of the universal destruction, however, God's providence singled out Noah, because of his moral superiority, to be saved and to start human life on a higher plane. He therefore bids Noah take with him into the ark his family and enough of the animals to assure preservation of the different species, taking more of the clean animals which are fit for food. And, when Noah finally leaves the ark, he makes a covenant with him, the terms of which are that Noah is to observe certain moral laws, including the prohibition of murder, and that God would never again destroy all life with a deluge and would guarantee the orderly succession of the seasons as necessary to man's existence. As a token of this covenant, God shows Noah the rainbow. Aim. The aim in teaching this lesson to the child should be to give him the idea of God's control over all the forces of nature and of his special providence exercised over each individual, rewarding the good and punishing the evil. As it is our purpose, wherever possible, to find some distinctively Jewish way in which the child can give expression to the ideals taught, this lesson should be made the occasion for teaching the 45-child the PIRKE, blessing, on seeing a rainbow, which is associated with a Noah story. Suggestions to the teacher. To connect this story with the child's own life, begin with a reference to the rainbow. Let children tell what colors they have seen in the rainbow. Call their attention to the fact that it appears always after a storm, and then tell them that you are going to relate a story which will explain to them why God makes a rainbow in the heavens after it rains. And when you have finished the story, again connect the moral of it with a rainbow somewhat as follows. And so, children, whenever we see a rainbow, it should remind us of this story of how God saved Noah from the flood because of his goodness, and how God promised never to destroy the whole world again by a terrible flood. And whenever we see a rainbow, we should all of us say this little prayer or PIRKE, which I will teach you, which means, Blessed be thou, O Lord our God, King of the world, who remembers his covenant and is faithful to his covenant and keeps his promise. The term covenant must be explained to the child in this chapter as an exchange of promises. The story of Noah contains many appeals to the child's interest which the skillful teacher will know how to make the most of. A Noah's Ark with all manner of queer little wooden animals that could be put in and taken out again has been a favorite toy with many a child now grown to manhood. A child is naturally interested in animals, and, when you tell of how the 46 animals came into the ark, ask the children to tell you the names of animals they have seen in the zoo or circus. To emphasize the moral of the story, use the Haggadic elaboration of it, according to which the period that the ark was in process of construction gave the sinners an opportunity to repent, of which, however, they did not avail themselves, but instead merely mocked Noah for trusting in God and obeying him. This Haggadah is in full accord with the spirit of the biblical narrative and gives content to the statement, Noah was in his generation a righteous and wholehearted man. Noah walked with God. 1. The episode narrated in Genesis 9.2:1-29 had better be omitted as not adapted for children. Chapter 5. The Tower of Babel. Genesis 11.1-9. Interpretation. These verses tell how the descendants of Noah, in the pride of a new civilization and the acquisition of the new art of building with bricks, endeavored to defeat the divine purpose of scattering them over the world and are frustrated in their plans through God's confusing their language. Its moral is the vanity of any attempt on the part of man to defeat God's purpose. Aim. This lesson is not one that yields a moral which the child is able to apply immediately in his own life. Its moral is rather for society than for the individual in its exposure of the vanity of reliance on the mere material elements in civilization. Inasmuch, however, as it can be made interesting to the child and appealing to his imagination, it is well to teach it that it may become part of his store of Jewish information, which will receive added meaning as his experience grows. Suggestions to the teacher. This lesson should be introduced by a reference to the different languages with which the child has come in contact. He can then have his attention called to the fact that, as all men are descended from Noah, they must all originally have spoken one language. This at once raises the question how it came about that there are now many languages, 48, and, when the child is interested in this question, he has the proper mental attitude for hearing the story. The motive for the building of the tower is not given very clearly in the Bible, and, in the form in which it is given, is hardly calculated to impress the story on a child's mind. It is well, therefore, to amplify the story in accordance with the Haggadah that suggests as motive the attempt to avoid the consequences of another such flood as at the time of Noah. The sin, therefore, of the generation of the dispersion lies in the fact that instead of trying to avoid God's displeasure, they try to render themselves immune to its consequences, a moral that carries out the idea of the biblical narrative only stating it in more explicit terms. Chapter 6. The choice of Abram and the choice of Canaan. Genesis 12.1 to 10 and 13.1 to 18. Interpretation. With this lesson the history of our people begins. The Bible wishes us to see in the separation of Abram and his clan from the parent tribe, and their migration to Canaan, not a fortuitous circumstance, but the fulfillment of a divine plan according to which God was to make of the descendants of Abram the chosen people and of the land of Canaan the chosen land. Why Abram was selected of all people is not clearly stated, but one trait of his character is made very conspicuous here and in all subsequent chapters, his implicit faith and obedience. The rabbis emphasize that, in bidding him to leave his land, God tells him merely to go to the land that I will show unto thee, without indicating what land was meant. Again he promises him, to thy seed will I give this land, though Abram is childless. Nor was Abram permitted to believe that his nephew Lot might have been intended by the promise. For, when Abram's herdsmen and Lot's herdsmen quarrel, Lot chooses the land of Sodom and not the promised land. In a word, God seems to have selected Abram to be the father of the chosen people because of his faith, his unquestioning willingness to submit to divine guidance. A second trait of character that is made conspicuous is his love of peace as illustrated in his relations with Lot. 50. Aim. The primary aim in teaching this lesson to the child should be to inspire him with the thought that he is one of God's chosen people, a descendant of Abram, and should prove himself worthy of his descent by emulating Abram's obedience to God through his obedience to Jewish law. The whole point of this narrative is lost if the teacher fails to emphasize the fact that Abram is the father of the Jewish people. The secondary aim may well be to stimulate interest in Palestine as the chosen land. A third lesson that can be taught in this connection is the lesson of the desirability of peace. The last two aims, however, must be brought in incidentally, the former as an indication of God's love for Abram and his descendants, the latter as showing wherein Abram was worthy of being chosen. Suggestions to the teacher. As the whole point of the narrative is lost if the child is not made to feel the connection of the Jewish people with Abram, take pains to explain what is meant by descent and how a whole people can be descended from one man, by showing how a man's grandchildren are usually more numerous than his children, etc. It might be of advantage to use the blackboard for a graphic illustration of this idea. Then, after having explained how God expected to make a great nation of Abram's descendants, ask, do any of you know what people today are the descendants of Abram? Well, I will tell you. You and I and all who call themselves Jews are descended from Abram. That is why we always speak of him as our father Abram. Now don't you want me to tell you more about our father Abram and about the great people that came from him and to which we belong? 51 PIRKE. Hereafter always call Abram our father Abram, as he is almost invariably called in Jewish literature. This will keep the child conscious of his descent from Abram, increase his interest in him and make him feel that biblical history is the history of his own people. As the motives for God's choice of Abram are but vaguely suggested in the Bible, the teacher must make them more explicit. Call attention to the fact that the world had again become corrupt, that idolatry prevailed, and here it becomes necessary to explain what idolatry means, in the house of terror as elsewhere. See Joshua 24:2. But that there was one man, Abram, who always obeyed God and who, God knew, would instruct his children to do so. And therefore God told him to leave his family and his people because he wanted to make of him a great people that would always do as he told them and not a foolish and wicked people like those among whom he lived. The various Haggadic tales of the persecutions to which Abram was subjected by Nimrod and even by his own father, while beautiful in themselves and interesting to children, should not be taught as part of the lesson. See footnote to page 46. In order to make the narrative more vivid and impressive, God's call to Abram and his promise, Genesis 12:1-3, should be quoted in the language of the Bible, as also Abram's words to Lot, Genesis 13:9, and God's promise when Abram settled in Canaan, Genesis 13:14-18. When speaking of God's promise to give Abram the land of Canaan, the teacher may digress somewhat to describe the main geographical features of Palestine, 52, showing children on the map where it is situated and pointing out its main topographical characteristics, if the children are of an age when they know how to interpret maps. The description of the land should be such as to create an attachment to it, dwelling on the variety of its climate, the beauty of its scenery, and its fertility. Pictures of Palestine, particularly of the places associated with the life of Abram, should be shown. Chapter 7. Beginning of Abram's greatness. Genesis 14. Interpretation. Abram's blessing begins to become manifest through his military success in the campaign to rescue Lot and his family. He is accorded recognition by Melchizedek, king of Salem, to be identified with Jerusalem, and priest of God the Most High, who gives him bread and wine and to whom he gives a tithe of the booty. The king of Sodom also recognizes his greatness and the value of his services, which he wishes to reward, but Abram rejects the proffered reward in order to be able to maintain his independence and assert his reliance on the divine promise. Aim. The aim in teaching this lesson should be to awaken an appreciation of the heroic virtues of courage, loyalty and independence, and, by associating them with the founder of the Jewish people and the Jewish faith, to arouse the Jewish self-respect of the child. Suggestions to the teacher. It is very important in telling such stories the moral of which is to be enforced through the child's imitation of the virtues of the characters whose deeds it narrates, not to tag on a moral at the end of the tale. If the child is impressed by the story, imitation is sure to result, and, by adding a moral stated in abstract terms, one only gives the child the feeling that the events of the story did not really happen but were made up to point the moral. But the child must be impressed by the story, and the skillful 54 teacher will know how to make the details of the story itself so impressive as to bring home their moral. For instance, instead of saying at the end of the story, "This teaches us what a brave man Abram was since he was willing to risk his life for Lot and his family," the teacher might begin the story somewhat as follows. Now when Abram was sitting one day at the door of his tent, a man came running to him all out of breath and, as soon as he had gained breath enough to speak, he said, "There has been a terrible battle in Sodom. I and a few others have escaped, but Lot and his family have all been taken away captive, and no one can say what will be done to them." Thereupon Abram called together his few followers to the number of 318 and, together with his friends and neighbors, Anna, and Eshcol and Mamre and their soldiers, followed after the enemy, trusting that God would help him, though he knew the enemy had many more men than he. The interesting detail of how the enemy fell into the slime pits in the valley of Siddim should not be omitted, as it gives greater vividness and reality to the narrative. The child can be depended upon to respond to the appeal for his appreciation of Abram's martial virtues, but the full significance of Abram's refusal of a share of the spoils and his statement, "Thou shalt not say, I have made Abram rich," he will not grasp without the teacher's help. Bring out his point by asking, why did not Abram want to let the king of Sodom make him rich? And if, as will probably be the case, the child will have no answer ready, explain as follows. The reason is this. Abram had joined the war not to get money or other riches from the enemy. For 55, that would have been mere robbery. He had fought to save Lot and his family, and, when they were safe, he was satisfied. But the people of Sodom were, as you know from our last lesson, very wicked, and their kings were all the time making war, even when there was no good reason, in order that they might become rich by what they took from the enemy. And Abram thought, if I take money now from the king of Sodom, some time later he may say, Abram, it is I who made you a rich man. Now you must help me fight against my enemies and rob them. Therefore Abram would have nothing to do with him and would not even take a shoestring from him. He knew, moreover, that if he obeyed God, God would give him all that he needed, and therefore he did not have to take presents from one whom he could not respect and honor. Be sure to make clear that Melchizedek's tribute to Abram was in recognition of the fact that his victory was a sign of God's favor, and that Abram's giving the tithe was an expression of his recognition of God's help in the battle. The lesson might be concluded by some such summary as the following. So our father Abram became great and famous in the new land to which he had come, because God blessed him in all that he did, so that he came to be called by the people about him a prince of God. Chapter 8. Hagar and the birth of Ishmael. Genesis 15:16-17. Interpretation. In chapter 15 the faith of Abram is once more given emphasis. God promises Abram great reward, but, being childless, he is indifferent to a reward which must ultimately pass to strangers, the descendants of Elzer, but God explains to him that he is to have a child of his own to whom the reward is to descend, and he has faith in God's promise, though for many years it remains unfulfilled. The vision of Abram, recorded in verses 12-16, is significant as showing the providential character of the Egyptian bondage. We need not, however, discuss it here in detail, since its significance is only apparent in the light of later lessons and it is not intrinsically interesting to the child. For the interpretation of the main theme of this lesson, the reader is referred to the introduction of this book, pages 19-20. It is to be noted that in giving to Abram her servant Hagar as wife, Sarai is doing an unselfish act in the hope that she may thereby help realize the promise made to Abram, and it is little wonder that she resents the arrogant attitude of Hagar, who is the chief beneficiary of her unselfish act and yet vaunts it over her as though Sarai's barrenness were a mark of inferiority and perhaps even of the divine disfavor. 57. The fact that, when Hagar flees from Sarai before the birth of Ishmael, she is asked by the angel to return, and that after the birth of Isaac, God not only sanctions but commands the separation, shows distinctly that the motive for the separation was that expressed in the words, "In Isaac shall seed be called to thee," and that, meanwhile, Abram was to have his faith put to the test through his attachment to Ishmael, as later through his attachment to Isaac. It is also to be noted, here as elsewhere, that the patriarchs and their wives themselves had only a dim and often incorrect idea of God's purpose in his dealings with them. Thus Sarai, realizing that she is barren, At first reasons that God's promise to Abram was intended to apply to him alone and not to her, and therefore necessitated his taking another wife. When Ishmael's born, Abram thinks that he is to be the child of destiny, and it is one of the tests to which his faith is put when, after the birth of Ishmael, God tells him that not this son but another, who is to be born to Sarai, is to be his heir. The point of all this is that the history of the patriarchs is not merely personal biography, but that its real significance is to be understood as showing the care that God exercised in selecting the material out of which the chosen people was to be molded. Not all of Abram's descendants were to be deemed fit for this election, but he was to become the father of a multitude of nations of which only one was to be chosen. In teaching of the covenant that is recorded in Genesis 17, the ceremony of circumcision cannot for obvious reasons be dwelt on in class, but the change of Abram's and Sarai's names should be, and therefore its 58 significance needs to be interpreted. To give a new name is a sign of ownership and interest. God shows his love for Abram and Sarai and his intention to enter into closer relations with them by giving them new names. It is to be noted that God also gives Isaac his name, Genesis 18:21, and changes that of Jacob to Israel after he shows himself worthy of the title. Aim. This lesson is one of a series of incidents which should impress on the child faith in the truth of God's words, which in the end are verified, though at first they often seem impossible of realization, and more particularly, faith in God's election of Israel. Suggestions to the teacher. There are two main difficulties to overcome in teaching this chapter. First, that the moral is such an abstract one, the whole story as we have interpreted it being conceived as a glimpse into the workings of providence in the history of Israel and the world. And second, that the instance hinge upon family relations of a sort that a child with his ignorance of the facts of sex cannot easily comprehend. The first of these difficulties can be largely overcome by giving much more emphasis than is usually given to the human and personal aspect of the story, particularly to Abram's desire for a son and his repeated disappointments before the final realization of God's promise to him. And a little tact can overcome the second difficulty as well. To show how these two difficulties may be met, it will be necessary here to tell a great part of the story as it may be told to a class of children between the ages of 7 and 8. After telling of God's promise to Abram to make of his seed a great nation as numerous as the stars in heaven, and of Abram's rejoicing that he would have a son who would become after him the 59, father of this great people, the teacher might continue somewhat as follows. But year after year passed, and Abram and Sarai were already growing old, and yet God had not fulfilled his promise to Abram to give him a son, out of whose children and children's children he would make a great and good nation. And oh, how Abram did want to have a son! When he would see the children of his neighbors at play with their bright eyes and laughing faces, he would think, if only I had a little child like that, how happy I should be, and what delight it would be to watch him grow big and strong. How I would thank God for such a son, and how I would teach my little boy to thank God and to love and obey him, and to be kind and good to all people as God wants us to be, so that through him and his children and children's children all the nations of the earth would be blessed. And he would often tell his wishes to Sarai, and they would try to comfort each other, and one would remind the other of God's promise and would say, "We must be patient. God has promised us a son, and in his time he will send us one." But one day an idea came to Sarai. She thought to herself, maybe it is my fault that Abram has no children. God promised a son to Abram, but he did not make any promise to me. Maybe if Abram married someone else, God would let Abram have a son from this other wife. Now Sarai had a servant whose name was Hagar, and she told Abram to marry Hagar too, for in those days men often had more than one wife. And Abram did as Sarai suggested, and, surely enough, Not long after they were married, it was told to Hagar that in a few months she would bear a child to Abram. Now you 60 would think, children, would you not, that after Sarai had been so kind to her servant Hagar and had let her marry Abram, that Hagar would love Sarai for it and show kindness to her in return. But Hagar showed herself at this time very mean. She felt a foolish pride because God was going to give her a son and had given none to Sarai, and she used to say to her, "See, you are married to Abram these many years, and yet God has not given him any children from you. But I have been but recently married to him, and now I shall soon bear him a son. Doesn't this show that God loves me more than you? Doesn't this show that I am better than you? Do you think I will be your servant any more? No, indeed, I am not only as good as you but better." When Sarai heard these words day after day, she was deeply grieved and angry, and she complained to Abram. And Abram told Hagar that she must continue to serve Sarai as before. But when Sarai wanted to make Hagar do her work, she ran away and fled into the wilderness. The above will suffice to show how the difficulties which we mention can be overcome. The passages that have been italicized suggest how the child can be given the feeling that the birth of Isaac was part of the divine plan for the good of the world. This can be still more clearly brought home by the latter part of the narrative, in which God rejects Ishmael as a wild ass of a man. The teacher must make this quite clear to the class by asking, "Do you think that this boy Ishmael, of whom God knew that he would be wild and wicked, was the one whom God meant when he told Abram he would have a son who was going to be a blessing to all the world?" He must also emphasize Abram's affection for Ishmael, which made him mistake him for the son 61 of promise, for Abram presumably did not know of the prophecy with regard to Ishmael's future. This will give the child the idea contained in the narrative that there are many devices in a man's heart, but the counsel of the Lord that shall stand. Chapter 9. Abraham entertains the angels. Genesis 18:1-16. Interpretation. These verses have given no little difficulty to the ancient Hebrew commentators. The first verse contains a statement of God's appearing to Abraham but does not give any content to this revelation, and then the three angels are introduced into the narrative as if another revelation were here intended. Moreover, the number of angels that appeared to Abraham when one might have served the purpose as well also presented its difficulty, since Christian theologians, connecting this verse with the preceding, tried to employ it as an argument for the Trinity. There are, furthermore, in these verses frequent changes of number which are difficult to account for. Thus, in verse 3, Abraham addresses the angels in the singular, in verse 4 in the plural. In verse 9, we read Vayomeru, and they said, while verse 10, which seems a continuation of this conversation, begins Vayomer, and he said. In verse 13, God himself suddenly breaks into the conversation. A comparison with other parts of the Bible in which angels appear shows that they too exhibit similar peculiarities of style. 2. The study of these passages shows the following characteristic features of the biblical conception of 63 angels, which will help to clear up the difficulties of our text. The angel, as the name both in Hebrew and English implies, is the messenger of God. Inasmuch as he exists only to do God's bidding, his words are the words of God and may be introduced by the words God said as well as by the angel, or angels, said. This accounts for the apparent inconsistency in the use of singular and plural in our passage. The angel has no discretionary power, as appears from the statement in Exodus 23:21, that the angel cannot forgive sin. Inasmuch as he has no individual personality or will of his own but is merely a manifestation of God's will, he has no name of his own, the name being a mark of individuality, but bears the name of God, which being a mystery, he may not reveal. 3. Genesis 32:3, Exodus 23:21, Judges 13. 18. This idea of the impersonality of the angels is carried a step further by the rabbis, who insist that no angel ever executes more than one message and account for the number of angels that appeared to Abraham by assigning to each a separate mission, one to predict to Abraham the birth of Isaac, another to rescue Lot, and a third to destroy Sodom. But such an explanation is scarcely necessary, as there are other passages in the Bible where a number of angels are mentioned for no clear reason, as for instance in Jacob's dream. As for the difficulty that we found in verses 1 and 2, it can now be made clear by understanding the appearance of the angels in verse 2 as the explanation of the revelation referred to in verse 1. 64. Regarding the significance of angels in general, we may consider the accounts of their appearances as intended by the biblical author to convey his appreciation of the mystery of how God can communicate with mortals without loss to his divine majesty. They certainly do convey something of this appreciation to the child, for the imagination of children, notwithstanding their natural tendency to conceive of God in anthropomorphic terms, is impressed by these mysterious heralds of an invisible kingdom with a sense of the majesty of God's rule. Aim. This episode has always been made use of, and rightly so, to impress the pupil with an appreciation of that courteous interest in the stranger and deferential attention to his wants and desires which constitute the true grace of hospitality, but an equally important educational value. Perhaps from the point of view of the child an even more important one, is its power of impressing him with a sense of the mysterious possibilities of this world, in which any passing stranger that we entertain may turn out to be an angel in disguise, who will reveal himself to us and bless us if we do not turn him from our door. The story should leave the child with the feeling expressed in the exclamation, "Is anything too hard for the Lord?" The teacher must of course not lose sight nor permit the child to lose sight of the story's connection with the main theme of the birth of Isaac, the significance of which we have already pointed out in the previous lesson. Suggestions to the teacher. This is a story whose educational value would only be lost by analyzing its moral, as the beauty of a flower is destroyed by pulling it apart to show its structure. Tell the story simply. 65, and, as nearly as possible, in the language of the Bible itself. Be careful to give the story its characteristic picturesque setting, and begin therefore by contrasting modern conditions of housing and travel with those of Abraham's days, thus establishing a point of contact with the child's present experience. The following facts should be impressed on the child. 1. That Abraham's nomadic life, which was also the life led by many of his contemporaries, necessitated his dwelling in a tent which could be pitched wherever he wanted to make his home. 2. That travelling was to a large extent on foot over hot sand or stones. 3. That travellers were not sure of obtaining food at regular intervals, and 4. That it was consequently a great kindness to offer them rest and refreshment. After this introduction, tell the story of how Abraham one day saw 3 tired travellers on the road approaching in the direction of his tent and invited them to rest, refresh themselves and partake of food. Then, in a manner which would suggest that you are confiding to the class a great secret, tell them that these men whom Abraham had invited were not really men at all but angels of God. The incident of Sarah's laughing when the angel delivers his message and then denying that she had laughed should not be omitted, as it affords an interesting human touch to the story, and still more as it gives the occasion for the angel's reply, which contains the moral of the story. Can anything be too wonderful for God? There is no need of glossing over errors, prevarication, and certainly no need of 66, giving it undue emphasis. But the incident should be told in such a way that her motive is made clear. Say, for instance, now, as you know, Sarah was very old, so old that she thought herself too old to have a little baby, and when she heard, from behind the curtain of the tent, the angel telling Abraham that in a year's time she should have a son. She laughed, just as you would laugh if I told you that a rose bush would have roses in midwinter. But the angel said to Abraham, why does Sarah laugh? Is there anything that God cannot do? Then Sarah was ashamed and said, I did not laugh. But the angel said, nay, but thou didst laugh. And Sarah was more ashamed than ever, for she knew that she had not told the truth, and she said no more. Chapter 10. The destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Genesis 18.7 to 19.29. Interpretation. The incident of the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, like that of the destruction of the generation of the deluge, is meant as an assertion of God's justice. The insistence on the justice of God is made the more emphatic by the recognition of the fact that his dispensations are such as may lead us at times to call his justice into question. When, therefore, Abraham exclaims, shall not the judge of all the world do justice? He is not rebuked for his presumption, but, on the contrary, God seems to prefer his attitude to one that would accept apparent injustice with complacent resignation, and God does not disdain to justify himself to Abraham in very much the same spirit as the book of Job represents him as preferring the blasphemous accusations of Job to the biased apologetics of his friends. Job 42:7. The particular crime assigned as an instance of the wickedness of Sodom was a form of immorality of which strangers were the especial victims. Lot's offer to surrender to the men of Sodom his daughters instead of the strangers was not only prompted by a sense of the obligation of hospitality but by the consideration of the different degree of immorality involved in the two acts. It goes without saying that the specific crime of the men of the Sodom cannot be explained to the children otherwise than as a disposition to abuse strangers. 68. The antithesis to the attitude of Abraham and Lot towards them, and, inasmuch as the nature of the crime cannot be taught, Lot's offer to substitute his daughters for the strangers cannot be taught, since this act would then appear as an attempt to remedy one injustice by perpetrating another. Aim. This lesson yields more than one moral for the child. The style of Abraham's plea for Sodom and Gomorrah is a very fine example of devotion in prayer and should affect the child's attitude in prayer. The lesson of hospitality taught in the story that preceded is given further emphasis by the contrast between the reception of the strangers by Abraham and by Lot, who was reared in Abraham's household, on the one hand, and by the people of Sodom on the other. This contrast between the character of Abraham and that of the people of Sodom should appeal to the Jewish pride of the child as a descendant of Abraham, the value of which pride he have had occasion to point out before. The transformation of Lot's wife into a pillar of salt is an excellent lesson in the value of prompt obedience and the danger of hesitation and inordinate curiosity. Suggestions to the teacher. In teaching of Abraham's plea for Sodom and Gomorrah, do not merely give the substance of Abraham's prayer but thoroughly assimilate and impart the reverential spirit contained in such introductory phrases as "Behold, now I have taken upon me to speak unto the Lord, who am but dust and ashes, peradventure, etc. Oh, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak. And again, let not the Lord be angry, and I will speak but this once." In order that this part of the lesson shall affect the child's attitude in prayer, speak of Abraham's plea as a prayer by saying 69, then Abraham prayed, etc., rather than simply then Abraham said, but do not, of course, go into a dissertation on prayer. Let the child draw his own moral. In telling of the reception of the angels in Sodom, it is well to emphasize the contrast between the way the men of Sodom treated strangers and the way that Abraham and Lot treated them. The accusation of the men of Sodom, "This one fellow came into sojourn and he will needs play the judge," is a fine involuntary tribute to Lot's moral superiority and should be quoted. The final picture in verse 28 should not be omitted as it emphasizes the connection of Abraham with these events and furnishes, so to speak, a concluding tableau to the story. A description of the Dead Sea region of Palestine, accompanied by a good picture showing its present desolation, might furnish a good conclusion to the lesson. The following questions will test the child's comprehension of the story's moral. 1. How did our father Abraham treat strangers? How did Lot? Where did Lot learn always to be kind to strangers? How did the people of Sodom treat strangers? Why did God want to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? When God told Abraham that he would destroy Sodom and Gomorrah, was Abraham glad or sorry? What did he do? Can you repeat his prayer? What did the angels tell Lot and his family not to do? Did they all obey? Why did Lot's wife look back? What happened to her because she did not obey? Chapter 11. The divorce of Hagar. Genesis 20 and 21. Interpretation. The incident recorded in chapter 20 is intended to show the care exercised by God in preserving the purity of the chosen seed, but it cannot be taught to children because of their ignorance of the facts of sex. Chapter 21 verses 21 to the end of the chapter may be omitted since they offer nothing of interest to the child. For the interpretation of the main theme of this chapter, see Introduction pages 19, 20 and chapter 8. It is to be noted that God's choice of Isaac does not mean that his providence does not extend over Ishmael as well. Not only is Ishmael's life saved, but God's promise to Abraham regarding Ishmael is kept as well as his promise regarding Isaac. Aim. The aim in this lesson is practically the same as in chapter 8, to inspire faith in God's providential interest in human affairs in general and in Israel's destiny in particular. The child need not understand all the implications of the narrative at the time it is taught him, but if it be taught properly, the story will make its impression and he will understand them more completely later. God's hearing the voice of Ishmael should suggest to the child the value of prayer and thus influence his immediate life. Suggestions to the teacher. Before beginning the narrative of this story, recall to the children, by Wells 71, directed questions, the previous history of the relations of Abraham, Sarah, Hagar and Ishmael, as we have explained them in chapter 8. Then point out the complications which the birth of Isaac introduced, since God had promised that Isaac was to be the son to inherit the blessing of Abraham together with the possession of the promised land, and Ishmael, who was now beginning to grow up into the wild ass of a man according to the prophecy that had preceded his birth, would dispute this with him. It therefore became necessary for Hagar and Ishmael to be sent away after the birth of Isaac. Inasmuch as the idea of inheritance and the idea of national destiny are too abstract for children, the story must be adapted to their comprehension by putting it on a more personal plane, somewhat as follows. Now when Hagar saw that God had given a son to Sarah also as the angel had promised, and that this son Isaac and not her own Ishmael was the one to whom God told Abraham he would give the land of Canaan and whose children would be the great Jewish people, she became jealous and hated Sarah very much, and even Sarah's little baby Isaac. And Ishmael too, who was now grown up into a big wild boy. You remember the angel had said he would be a wild man when he grew up, also was jealous of Isaac. And Hagar tried to persuade Abraham to give her son part of this land of Canaan that God had promised to Isaac. Now Sarah saw all this, and she knew that it would not be good for Isaac to grow up together with this wild and wicked Ishmael, and so she told Abraham to send Hagar and her son away to some other country where they 72 could not do any mischief to Isaac, whom God had chosen to be the father of the Jewish people. 4. In concluding the story, one might interest the child by telling him that there are descendants of Ishmael alive today who, like us, feel proud to be descended from Abraham, and describing some of the habits of the Bedouin Arabs, their nomadic life, their pastoral occupations similar to that of the patriarchs, and also their tribal feuds are not infrequent trades for pillage which still would justify the prophecy, "His hand shall be against every man and every man's hand against him." But one should in justice say that this is not true of the large number of Arabs who have settled in more civilized communities. A picture of Bedouins in modern times would be of interest to the class and help give a sense of reality to the biblical story. Chapter 12. The Sacrifice of Isaac. Genesis 22.1-19. Interpretation. The story of the Akedah, that is the intended sacrifice of Isaac, represents the supreme test to which Abraham's faith was put. After Ishmael has been sent away and Isaac has been definitely declared to be the son of promise, Abraham is commanded by God to sacrifice Isaac. The test to Abraham's faith is not merely of the willingness to sacrifice sentiment and affection in obedience to God, but this latest command is the direct contradiction of God's previous words to him, and yet he obeys. The story can only be understood fully in the light of the religious customs of Abraham's day, according to which human sacrifice was not uncommon. See 2 Kings 3:27, also 21:6, 23:10, and Jeremiah 32:35. Viewed in this light, God's asking Abraham to sacrifice his son meant nothing which to a contemporary of Abraham would have seemed essentially inconsistent with the divine character. It is God's forbidding the consummation of this act which is the innovation, so that this lesson teaches in a narrative form the same idea which later received its legal formulation in Leviticus 18:21 and 20:2-5. The chapter has therefore a twofold message. 1. That to be the elect of God requires of us the willingness to sacrifice any personal desire and even natural affection in obedience to Him. And 2. That God's will, to which He claims obedience, 74, is a benevolent one and does not demand or desire human sacrifice. The idea that God does not desire human sacrifice was a great moral discovery, and this narrative in our Bible gives us an interesting illustration of how such new spiritual insights in general are born, namely through the willingness to commit ourselves completely to whatever vision of truth is ours at the time. It was because Abraham was willing to sacrifice Isaac in accordance with his previous sense of what duty demanded of him, that this new revelation of God's will as opposed to human sacrifice was granted him. Had he, while sharing with his contemporaries the belief in the legitimacy of human sacrifice, hesitated to live up to this idea when it involved suffering for himself, he would never have been given the understanding that God does not desire human sacrifice. Our standards of morality are at all times imperfect, but it is only those who commit themselves without reservation to whatever standard they really hold that are the discoverers of new moral truths. The part that Isaac played in the incident is but vaguely suggested in the biblical narrative. The Aggadic elaborations of the story frequently represent Isaac as knowing what fate was intended for him and fully acquiescing in it. That Isaac probably had his misgivings is suggested by the question, "Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" At all events, he must have known what Abraham's purpose with regard to him was when he was being bound to the altar, and, as the narrative records no protest, the rabbinic conception of the part Isaac played is not contradictory to the biblical story. 75. The teacher is therefore justified in imparting the story in a way which would imply that Isaac lent himself willingly to Abraham's designs regarding him. In the substitution of the ram for Isaac, one gets a glimpse into the significance of animal sacrifice. It probably meant to the ancients a symbolic expression of the recognition that God had the right to demand the sacrifice of human life in his service, and that it was a sign of his love and grace that no such demand was made. It suggests the important role that animal sacrifice played in history in weaning mankind from the habit of human sacrifice. Aim. The aim of this lesson is to make the child feel that as a son of Abraham, his love for God should be such that, like Abraham, he should be willing to make any sacrifice that his religion may demand of him. The traditional association of the shofar on Rosh Hashanah with the ram of the Akedah suggests that this story may be used to give meaning to the New Year celebration. Suggestions to the teacher. The pathos of this narrative is so deep and intense that many teachers, laboring under the notion so common in our day that children should be reared only on what is cheerful and bright and be kept far from a knowledge of any of the more tragic aspects of life, would like to omit teaching it to children altogether. When therefore the curriculum of the school requires them to teach it, they tell the story in as matter of the fact a manner as possible and seem anxious to get over it. This is a mistake, however, for children have always had a fondness for stories containing something of the tragic, even of the weird and uncanny, as witness the popularity of Little Red Riding 76, Hood, and the story of the Akedah is one which can, by very reason of what to our modern mind appeals as weird, impress its lesson on the child's imagination. To pass over it slightingly is to spoil what is undoubtedly the climax of the whole Abraham story and ignore one of the best opportunities of deeply impressing the child with a lesson of faith, obedience and self-sacrifice. Begin the lesson by speaking of Abraham's love for Isaac, now the only son that was left him, and of the hopes he cherished of seeing him grow up to be a great man according to God's promise. Then tell how God resolved to test Abraham's obedience by seeing whether he would be willing to give up that which he loved most if so commanded. Before telling of God's command to sacrifice Isaac, remind the child of the prevalent custom of animal sacrifice which he had heard of in connection with Cain and Noah. The fact of the general prevalence of human sacrifice at that time should not be taught the child, as it will be impossible for him to comprehend such a practice, and as the story only gains in force for him by making God's demand of Abraham appear extraordinary. We need not scruple that we are violating the biblical moral in this instance, since the Bible's denunciation of human sacrifice is not a moral that the child has need of. A reference to animal sacrifice will therefore suffice to make comprehensible the command to sacrifice Isaac. All the conversation in this story should be quoted in the language of the Bible, not omitting Isaac's pathetic query, "Behold the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb for a burnt offering?" And Abraham's evasive answer, "God will provide himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son." In 77. Telling how Isaac was bound to the altar emphasized the fact that he did not rebel, although he knew now that he was to be the sacrifice, because of his obedience to God and his father and his confidence in them. When telling how the ram was found caught by its horns in the bushes, ask, how many of you have ever seen a ram's horn? There will probably be no response. Then show the class a shofar or a picture of one and ask, what is this? The answer will be a shofar. Then continue, well, a shofar is the horn of a ram. When we hear the shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah, it should remind us of this ram and of how Abraham was willing to sacrifice Isaac, and Isaac was willing to be sacrificed when God commanded. And we should think of how we, who are sons of Abraham and Isaac, must be willing also to obey God and our parents in everything, even if it should be very hard to do so, even if it should cost us our life. In order to make sure that the child has understood the motives of the story, the following questions may be asked in reviewing it. 1. When God asked Abraham to sacrifice Isaac, did he really want him to kill his son? 2. Why did God ask Abraham to sacrifice Isaac? 3. When Abraham tied Isaac to the altar, did Isaac rebel against his father? When we hear the shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah, what should we think of? Chapter 13. Death of Sarah and the marriage of Isaac and Rebekah. Genesis 23 and 24. Interpretation. The incident of the purchase of the cave of Machpelah need be mentioned only casually in connection with the death of Sarah, as the political questions involved in the dialogue between the Bene Heth and Abraham are beyond the child's comprehension. 5. The care exercised in the selection of a wife for Isaac from his own kindred rather than from the daughters of Canaan emphasizes again the interest of providence in selecting the stock out of which the chosen people was to come. Abraham's servant, presumably Eliezer, who is mentioned in Genesis 15.2, was not permitted to take Isaac out of Canaan, as that would have been equivalent to a desertion of his historic mission, which was connected with the promised land. Significant are the qualifications of the ideal wife for Isaac suggested in the prayer of Eliezer: kindness and hospitality. Aim. The value of this lesson to the child, apart from its connection with the more general theme of God's selection of the seed from which the chosen people is to spring, lies in the example of faith in God 79, and fidelity to his trust exhibited by Abraham's servant, and of the kindness and consideration shown by Rebekah, which the child's sympathy with the characters of the story would naturally lead him to imitate. Suggestions to the teacher. By following the biblical narrative closely, you will have little difficulty in imparting it to the child. When telling of the death of Sarah, dwell on her virtues a while and then explain Abraham's concern that his son Isaac should have just such a wife as Sarah had been, one that would be worthy to be the mother of the great nation God had promised would be descended from Isaac. Then relate how, not finding such a wife among his neighbors, Abraham sent to the land from which he and Sarah had come. Explain Abraham's refusal to let Isaac go to Mesopotamia because God had told Abraham to leave that place and had promised that in Canaan he would make of his seed a great nation. Emphasize the length and difficulty of the journey, pointing out the route on the map if the children are old enough to interpret a map. Chapter 14. The sale of the birthright. Genesis 25.1 to 34. Interpretation. Chapter 25. 1 to the 10th of may be omitted as containing nothing of interest to children, except that Abraham's death and burial should be mentioned. The story of Jacob and Esau in their contention for the birthright and the blessing is one that is frequently misunderstood. The tendency to idealize the forefathers of the race has led many teachers to attempt to justify the conduct of Jacob in his efforts to secure the birthright and the blessing, totally ignoring the fact that all the wretched consequences which followed naturally upon his attempt would seem to indicate that God did not approve. What these consequences were will be discussed in subsequent chapters. Other teachers sin in the opposite direction and make out Esau to be the innocent victim of Jacob's cunning and avarice. How they can reconcile this with the choice of Jacob to be the patriarch rather than Esau, how they can conceive that God's will could confirm the act of Jacob and the hand of providence be, so to speak, forced into blessing Jacob though Esau was the more worthy of blessing, is difficult to understand. The mistake common to both these versions of the biblical meaning of the story is that they look at it mainly as a character study of two contrasting types, whereas the moral of the story lies not so much in the characters as in the incidents, which, when given closer attention, reveal the fact that the 81 motive underlying the whole story is not the personal contest between Jacob and Esau but the carrying out of God's plan, contained in his promise to Abraham, the plan of bringing into existence the people to whom he was to reveal himself. And this idea is brought out, as in the story of Abraham's relation to Ishmael and Isaac, by contrasting the purposes of the human agents with God's purpose and showing how God's purpose is made to triumph by his so shaping the incidents of Jacob's life that they correct Jacob's original misconception of his mission. Let us see how the incidents in this chapter cast light on our theme. Note, in the first instance the prophecy contained in Genesis 25.23 which indicates in advance that Jacob and not Esau was intended from the beginning to be the heir of the blessing of Abraham. Note also that the prophecy speaks of two nations and two peoples, showing distinctly that the events of the narrative were shaped by God with a view to subsequent history, not merely to the lives of Jacob and Esau as individuals. The very fact that the elder shall serve the younger is to give emphasis to the divine election of Jacob. For, according to the law and custom of those days, the elder was entitled to the obedience and service of the younger. Had Jacob been the older of the two brothers, his subsequent preeminence and that of his descendants would have seemed but part of the natural course of events and would not have argued divine election. But with Esau the firstborn, the subsequent elevation of Jacob does so argue. This, as well as much else in the story, becomes clearer to us if we understand what was meant by the birthright. In patriarchal times, the father was absolute 82, ruler over his descendants. At his death, the oldest son took his place and inherited, as even in later times, twice as large a portion of the estate as any of his other sons. See Deuteronomy 21.17. But this is not all that was involved in the birthright. If it were all, Jacob's desire for it would have been mere avarice and ambition and would have justified the total condemnation which many a teacher has given him. But we must remember that the firstborn was also the religious head of the tribe. See Numbers 3.45. It was therefore most natural for Jacob to assume that God's promise to Abraham, with all its spiritual implications, naturally went with the birthright. Now let us examine the characters as they appear in this chapter. Esau is not the consummate villain that he is so frequently depicted as being in later Jewish Aggadah. But on the other hand, he is not the injured hero. The story characterizes him as a skillful hunter, interested in his woodcraft, and caring little about either the privileges or the responsibilities of his birthright. To Jacob, however, the inheritance of the blessing of Abraham was important, perhaps a knowledge of the prophecy that had preceded his birth making it even more so. Esau had forfeited his moral right to the blessing through his failure to appreciate it. Not too much stress must be laid on Esau's words, "Behold, I am at the point to die, and what profit shall the birthright do to me?" as these are to be regarded not as a statement of sober fact but as the exaggeration of a hungry man, for the Bible takes pains to explain Esau's attitude in the words, "And he did eat and drink and rose up and went his way." So Esau despised his birthright, showing that he was at the time perfectly satisfied 83 with the bargain he had made. This takes from Jacob the stigma of having forced the bargain on Esau when the latter could not help himself. He merely took advantage of Esau's contempt for the birthright, which was sufficient evidence that he was not worthy to possess it. At the same time, Jacob's employing these means to secure the birthright does not seem, as will appear more clearly in later chapters, to meet the divine approval, because 1. This attempt to wrest the birthright from Esau through taking advantage of Esau's weakness in itself argues a lack of complete confidence in the realization of God's promise. In other words, a lack of that quality of temimut, of naive acceptance of God's will, which was so conspicuous a trait of Abraham's character, and, 2, because he does not fully understand the spiritual character of his mission inasmuch as he regards its realization as dependent upon the legal status of the birthright, which he could, so he thought, secure by purchase. Aim. The aim of this lesson is to teach the general truth that a privilege which is not appreciated becomes forfeit, and the particular truth that to be a Jew is to possess such a privilege, which we must learn to appreciate. Suggestions to the teacher. Before beginning the narrative of this chapter itself, prepare the way by questions that will bring out the fact of the election of Abraham and his descendants and the choice that God exercised in selecting from among his descendants only those properly qualified. Such questions are the following. Do you remember when we were learning about Abraham and about how God told him to leave his land and go to the land that he would show him? 84. That God made Abraham a promise. What was that promise? Note, the answer must include the idea that his descendants would be a great nation, a blessing to all the world, and would inherit Canaan. When our father Abraham died, did this blessing go to both his children, to Ishmael and to Isaac? To whom did the blessing belong? After having thus prepared the way, proceed as follows. Now Isaac and Rebekah also had 2 children. The firstborn or older was called Esau and the younger Jacob, and it was known that only one of the 2 was to inherit the blessing, but for a long time it was not known which one. Then contrast the 2 characters, emphasizing the physical prowess of Esau, which won him the more universal admiration, and the preference of his father with the quiet thoughtfulness of Jacob. In order to impress the child, the contrast must be given largely in terms of their physical appearance. We continue the narrative as a teacher might tell it in class. These 2 sons, Esau and Jacob, were very different one from the other. Esau was a big strong man, rough and hairy in appearance, who delighted in all sorts of sport and exercise, especially in hunting. People admired him for his great strength and skill, and most of them thought that surely this big, strong man was the one whom God had chosen to be the father of his people. And Isaac himself loved Esau more than he did Jacob, because, now that Isaac was growing old, Esau used to hunt food for him in the forest and would tell him wonderful stories of his strength and skill in catching the deer and other game that he prepared for 85. Him for food. But Jacob was very different. He was not above the average man in strength, and he had no particular skill in hunting as had Esau. He was a quiet man, who used to sit for hours in his tent, while his flocks were pasturing nearby, and think about the things he had learned from his father and mother and from his grandfather Abraham, about how God had made the world, and about how he had told Abraham to leave his country and go to a new land, and, above all, about the promise that God had given to Abraham to make of his descendants a great people. Which of these 2 sons of Isaac and Rebekah had God chosen to become the father of the Jewish people? Most people, no doubt, thought at the time that Esau was meant, because he was the stronger and more successful in the hunt. But there was one person who thought differently, and that was the mother of these 2 young men, Rebekah. For she remembered a prophecy that God had told her before either of the 2 children were born, and this prophecy said, 2 nations will come from thee, and 2 peoples will be born of thee, and one will be stronger than the other, but the elder will serve the younger. The prophecy is introduced here rather than at the beginning of the story, because it is well to stimulate the child's curiosity as to which of the 2 is to receive the blessing of Abraham before giving him any hint as to the answer. By thus beginning with a statement of the question, the child's attention is at once directed to the central theme of the narrative, without which the incident of the sale of the birthright is not comprehensible. But now one comes face to face with the subject of the birthright itself. Explain that beside Esau's strength and skill, there was another reason why people 86 thought that Esau was to be the chosen son, and that is because he was the older, for it was the custom in those days that the oldest son enjoyed what was known as the birthright. The idea of the birthright can be explained by saying that in the days of which we are speaking, the father used to be the king over all his children and their families and servants, that he used to lead them in war and judge all their disputes in time of peace, and that he was also their priest, who used to perform the sacrifices for them and lead them in their prayers and hymns to God, but that, when the father died, The oldest son got all these rights, and this right of the oldest son to become priest and king after the death of the father is known as the birthright. After the child has a clear idea of the meaning of the birthright, tell how Jacob thought that the one who had the birthright was he whom God meant to make the head of the great nation he had told Abraham about, since whoever had the birthright would be king and priest over all the others after Isaac's death. I continue the narrative as the teacher might tell it. So Jacob kept thinking to himself, if only I had the birthright. If only I had the birthright. But Esau, who had the birthright, seemed to care very little about it. So long as there was game enough in the forest to keep him busy hunting, he bothered its head very little about what he would do when, on Isaac's death, he would have to rule the people and lead them in the service of God, and the promise made to Abraham that someday his descendants would become a great nation concerned him even less, for he thought only of the affairs of the day, and to the future he gave no thought at all. 87. This brings us to the climax of the narrative, the actual sale of the birthright. It must be told in such a way that the child understands the point that Esau lost his birthright because he did not know how to appreciate it, and that, as a universal proposition, a privilege not appreciated is lost. This can best be done if, before telling the story of the sale of the birthright, one presents the hypothetical case somewhat as follows. Suppose, children, that a man owned a very valuable book which he wanted to leave when he died to one of his two children, and suppose that one of his children was a great lover of books and the other did not care even to look at a book or to take the trouble to learn to read. Which of the two children do you think ought to have had the book after the father's death? Of course, the one who knew the value of the book and how to appreciate it, because we only deserve what we know how to appreciate. Now, who do you think should have had the birthright? Esau, who did not care about being the father of the great people God had promised to make of Abraham's descendants, or Jacob, who did care? Answer, Jacob. Well, Jacob thought so too, and so he began planning how he might get Esau to give up the birthright to him. In quoting the dialogue between Esau and Jacob, paraphrase Esau's words in verse 32 so as to make it perfectly clear that they are an expression of contempt for the birthright. I am so hungry I could die. What do I care for the birthright? After having told the story, question the children with a view to seeing whether they understand its leading ideas. The following are suggestive questions. What promise did God make to Abraham and to Isaac? 88. Was this promise meant for both of Isaac's children? Which of Isaac's children do you think God wanted to have the promised blessing? Why? Note, if the child gives the wrong answer, the teacher must ask a number of leading questions until the right answer is secured. What does birthright mean? Who had the birthright at the beginning of our story? Did Esau care very much for the birthright? Did Jacob want it? Why did Jacob want it? What did Jacob do to get the birthright? This lesson lends itself easily to dramatization by the children. See Introduction, page 31. Chapter 15. Jacob secures the blessing. Genesis 26.1 to 28.9. Interpretation. In the first part of this lesson, which deals with the life of Isaac, Genesis 26.3 is significant as emphasizing the idea of Palestine as a chosen land, an idea which is the more significant because it suggests that Jacob's flight from the land implied that he had somehow forfeited God's favor and that his flight was in reality a form of exile imposed on him as a punishment and discipline. Verses 7 to 12 must necessarily be omitted. Their general significance is the same as that of Genesis 20. Isaac's patience and forbearance in the matter of the well suggests comparison with Abraham in his relations to Lot. With regard to the incident of Jacob's securing the blessing, We have already in the last chapter discussed the significance of the main theme of this story. A few new elements, however, enter into it here. One of these is the blindness of Isaac, which, by making him more dependent upon Esau, keeps him from realizing Jacob's superior qualifications for becoming heir to the blessing of Abraham. Another new element that enters into the story is Esau's marrying the two Hittite women who were a bitterness of spirit to Isaac and Rebekah. This gives an additional motive for Rebekah's action in trying to secure a birthright to Jacob, since Rebekah would otherwise, at the death of Isaac, become subject to Esau and his wives. It moreover gives 90 emphasis to the fact that Esau was not to be the father of the chosen seed, since, in the case of all of the patriarchs, care is exercised that their wives shall likewise be of chosen seed, of the same stock which produced the patriarchs themselves. Genesis 27.33 is significant, particularly the words, "Yea, and he shall be blessed," as implying Isaac's recognition that, through the blessing was secured to Jacob by a deception, it was still an indication of God's purpose, and that he had hitherto been mistaken in wanting to confer the blessing on Esau. The same thought is implied in his assenting to Rebekah's suggestion that Jacob seek a wife from her kindred, and in his repeating on that occasion the blessing, "May he give thee the blessing of Abraham," etc., as we have already explained. This does not mean that the Bible approves of the deception practiced by Rebekah and Jacob. Quite the contrary. The one immediate effect is that Rebekah has to lose Jacob, that Jacob, instead of entering immediately into possession of the land and the birthright, is a fugitive and an exile, that, as we shall see in subsequent chapters, Rebekah's hope for Jacob's speedy return is not fulfilled, and that, as will likewise appear later, there is great danger of Jacob's remaining in Aramea and totally forgetting his destiny until Providence forces him to remember. The circumstances related in this narrative, as we have explained them, are significant by reason of what they have to teach us with regard to Israel's mission as the chosen people. In the first place, there is implied the idea, which we have frequently pointed out before, that God's purpose with regard to his people is not fully realized by them. This is shown in our lesson by the 91 fact that the patriarchs are represented as acting in a way which would tend to defeat God's purpose regarding them, as, for instance, when Isaac almost gives the blessing to Esau, and when Jacob, through the means he chooses to secure a blessing, is compelled to flee from the promised land which he was to inherit. This is a very important corrective to that arrogance which faith in divine election is likely to bring with it, for it contradicts the assumption that the Jewish people is infallible. There is, moreover, implied in this story the idea that when Israel does not rightly conceive its mission, it must be taught through the discipline of hardship and suffering, as in the case of Jacob, that election does not mean immunity from punishment but, on the contrary, stricter accountability, as expressed by Amos, "You only have I known of all the families of the earth, therefore I will visit upon you all your iniquities." Amos 3.2. Aim. The child will not be expected to grasp all the implications of this narrative, but neither will they all escape him, and if the story is well told, without any undue idealization of the characters or distortion of the narrative for the sake of reading a moral into it, the story will impress itself on him sufficiently to gain added meaning as he reverts to it in later years. It is a mistake to imagine that a moral which is not formulated is of necessity not learned. From the child's immediate benefit, however, it is well to emphasize the punishment of Jacob's deception in order to inculcate the ideal of truthfulness. But great care must be exercised in order not to make Jacob so unsympathetic that Esau becomes the hero of the story, for this would distort the biblical moral and give 92 rise to a misunderstanding of it which the pupil is not likely to correct in later life. It must always be made plain that Jacob had a right to want and expect the blessing, but that he should have trusted God to give it to him and should not have tried to get it through deception. Suggestions to the teacher. Inasmuch as the moral of this story is dependent on an understanding of the motives on which the characters act, take particular pains to make your dramatic impersonation of the characters as realistic as possible and not to delay the movement of the plot by lengthy moralizing. This story, like the preceding one of the sale of the birthright, lends itself very well to dramatization by the class, and the success of the children in assuming the roles of the different characters will be an excellent test of your success in imparting the story. Though one should avoid moralizing in such a way as would interrupt the thread of the narrative, the very complexity of the motives of the characters gives a good opportunity to ask such questions as would necessitate the exercise of moral judgment on the part of the class, as for instance, was Jacob right in trying to get the blessing from his father by taking advantage of his blindness? Was Jacob punished for having deceived his father? How? Etc. But though the teacher may raise these questions, they must not be left open questions. The biblical moral must be kept clearly in mind and convincingly presented, otherwise such questions merely develop a casuistical attitude on the part of the class, which is morally bad. Chapter 16. Jacob's Dream. Genesis, the 28th of October 2022. Interpretation. The story of Jacob's dream, in order to be clearly understood, should be considered in connection with the rest of Jacob's life. His life may be divided into 3 periods. During the first period, spent in his father's home, he endeavors by his own efforts, partly through unscrupulous means, to secure birthright and blessing, with the result that instead of having the preeminence over Esau, he must flee before him. Instead of inheriting the promised land, he is an exile from it, and instead of becoming the father of a great people, he becomes subject to the tribe which his grandfather Abraham had been commanded to leave. The second period of Jacob's life embraces his abode in Aramea. During this period, his early ambitions become more and more remote and unreal. First love, then the raising of his family and hard labor in the service of Laban draw his mind from his earlier ambitions, and it is with reference to this period that we are told, "A wandering Aramean was my father." Deuteronomy 26.5. But just when it would seem that the hope with regard to his future, which he had tried at first in vain to realize and had then almost abandoned, was wholly lost, God intervenes to send him once more to his land. The third period of his life finds him in undisputed possession of the land, the prophecy of his youth fulfilled, 94, though in a way very different from his youthful anticipations of its fulfillment. Now Jacob's dream at Bethel is significant by reason of its position at the beginning of the second period in his life, during which he increasingly forgets his mission. It is intended to inform the reader that, though Jacob might forget, God would not, and that, though Jacob's blundering devices could not secure him the birthright and blessing, God could secure them to him even when he despaired of them. Aim. The aim of the story should be to impress the child with a sense of the watchful providence of God over our forefathers and us, and with the desire to express appreciation of this divine guardianship in worship. This story affords an excellent occasion for urging upon children the saying of a prayer on going to bed and on rising, in this way showing an opportunity for the child's application of the lesson in his daily life. Suggestions to the teacher. Begin by contrasting the comfortable feeling of the child when he goes to bed in his own room, in his own bed, with his mother to pull the blanket over him and all the family nearby, with the way he would feel if night overtook him in a lonely wilderness with no one near except perhaps wild beasts, and he had to lie down on the ground with a stone for a pillow. After this description, give the point of the story you wish to teach, as follows. And yet even if you would have to sleep alone in the wilderness, you would not be really alone, for God is always with us and sees us even though we do not see him, and takes care of us, as the story I am going to tell you will show. Then proceed with the story of Jacob, emphasizing his despairing mood when he leaves Beersheba, his 95, fear of Esau, his grief at parting from his parents and home, his disappointment at having to leave the land God had promised to Abraham and Isaac, and the sense of having failed after all to secure the birthright, together with the physical dangers and terrors of the wilderness. Then tell how Jacob lay down in the wilderness to sleep, and how God, who had been watching him all the time and took pity on him, sent him a beautiful dream to comfort him. God's promise in verses 13, 14, 15 should be quoted in biblical language, as should also Jacob's exclamation, "Surely the Lord is in this place, and I knew it not. This is none other than the house of God, and this is the gate of heaven." Jacob's conduct in setting the place aside for worship and his vow should also receive notice. The significance of the name Bethel should be taught the children and its location pointed out on the map. When the story has been told and repeated by the class, ask, how many of you, when you go to bed or when you get up in the morning, think of how, while you are asleep, God watches over you and takes care that nothing bad should happen to you? Do you say any prayer to God when you go to bed or when you get up to show that you know He takes care of you and thank Him for it? What do you say when you go to bed? When you get up? Several children should be questioned on this, as each child who does say his prayers will want to be given a hearing and should be encouraged. The children might be asked to memorize in Hebrew and English the verse, "Behold, He that keepeth Israel doth neither slumber nor sleep," and be asked to make it a part of their night prayer. Chapter 17. Jacob in Naramiah. Genesis 29.1 to 31.54. Interpretation. The general significance of this period in Jacob's life has already been discussed. Note that when, after completing his term of service for Leah and Rachel, he thinks of returning to his home, the suggestion of a new contract with Laban satisfies him, and he remains. So remote is now the thought of the birthright to him. And yet through persistent, persevering labor he does attain to a certain measure of power and influence and to patriarchal dignity. It is interesting to note the poetic justice which makes him, during this period of his life, the victim of just that sort of a deceit which he had himself practiced. Nevertheless, in spite of the deceit practiced upon him by Laban, Jacob remains scrupulously true to his side of the contract and serves the additional 7 years for Rachel, although he might have been tempted to shirk, as he had been paid in advance. See Genesis 29.27 to 30. To be sure, he has no scruples about taking the full advantage of his superior mastery of the shepherd's art in his dealings with Laban, but he was certainly under no obligations to him after the treatment he had received from him. One naturally omits in teaching this lesson to children, Genesis 29.31 to 30.24, except that the pupils should be taught the names of Jacob's children because of their significance as heads of the tribes. The incident of the theft of the teraphim may also be 97, omitted because the absence of positive knowledge as to what the teraphim were and what part they played in the religious life of our ancestors prevents us from doing justice to this episode. Aim. This lesson, together with the ones that precede and follow it, is well calculated to impress on the child the superior advantage of honest, faithful labor over craftiness and deceit. This was already taught negatively in the preceding lessons through the failure of Jacob to attain his ends by deception. It is taught in this lesson both negatively and positively, negatively by Jacob's being made to feel what it means to be deceived, and positively by the fact that when Jacob, notwithstanding the deceit practiced on him, continues to render faithful service, he is finally given the opportunity to return and claim the birthright. The idea of truthfulness is further enforced by God's example in redeeming his promise to Jacob at Bethel. Suggestions to the teacher. Before beginning this lesson, review briefly the preceding, emphasizing the change in Jacob's attitude since his dream at Bethel, particularly his resolution not to attempt to secure a birthright through his own cunning but to rely on God's promise and to try to live aright in the present, trusting God as to the future. The incident of Jacob's lifting the stone from the well to assist Rachel in watering the flock should be given due emphasis, as children of this age are interested in feats of strength. The romantic aspect of Jacob's love for Rachel need not be emphasized, as this is lost on the child. In telling of Jacob's service as shepherd to Laban, attempt to give the child an idea of what a shepherd's work actually was, how it exposed him to all kinds of weather, how he had to protect 98, his sheep, against wild beasts, how he had to draw water for them, to shear them, etc., so that Jacob's serving Laban for all these years shall have some meaning to them. As children have very peculiar ideas of the length of time, try to give some conception of how long a time 7 years is by asking one of the children how old he is and then explaining that 7 years is probably longer than all the time that he can remember. Explain also how the time seemed shorter to Jacob because of his happiness in being with Rachel by a reference to the child's own experience of how quickly time flies when he is enjoying himself at play. To emphasize Jacob's perseverance, tell of Laban's deception, then ask, now if you had worked hard for a thing for 7 long years and then were cheated out of it, how would you feel about it? Then point out the moral somewhat as follows. Jacob too felt very angry and did not at all like to work 7 more years for what should rightly have been given him then. But no doubt the thought came to him, after all, was I any better than Laban? Did I not deceive my father Isaac into giving me the blessing when he wanted to give it to Esau, just as Laban has deceived me? Maybe this is God's way of punishing me. I must be patient and work another 7 years, as I have promised Laban, even though it will be hard and unpleasant, and then maybe God will let me go back home and bless me as he has promised. Chapter 18. Jacob returns to Canaan. Genesis 32-35. Interpretation. Note the significant contrast between Jacob's leaving Canaan and his return. When he left, he was nominally and in his own esteem the possessor of the birthright and the blessing, which he had secured through his own effort and which he thought entitled him to possession of Canaan and the preeminence over Esau. Actually, however, he had gained nothing, and was a fugitive before Esau and an exile from the land. On his return, he makes no demands whatever, acknowledges Esau as sovereign, is ready to pay him tribute and to placate him with gifts, and prays to God only for deliverance from Esau's vengeance. And yet we find him at the end of this episode, by reason of his victory over Shechem and of Esau's departure to Seir, in actual possession of the promised land and a recognized ruler of a now important clan. Before entering on his more illustrious destiny, however, he must be put to the test and atone for the desertion of his mission in his flight from the land in consequence of his efforts to wrest the birthright and the blessing from Esau. This test is indicated by his struggle with the angel on the very border of the promised land, a struggle from which he does not escape unscathed. Just what the biblical author wished to express by this struggle of Jacob with the angel it is difficult to say. It is sometimes interpreted by 100 teachers and preachers as an allegorical representation of a purely subjective struggle in Jacob's heart, but such an explanation is extremely far-fetched. The episode suggests comparison with the incident recorded in Exodus 4:24-26 and seems to imply that consecration to any high task involves exposing oneself to danger, if, in any way, one is not thoroughly qualified for the task. So long as Moses has not taken upon himself the task of leading the children of Israel from Egypt, his failure to circumcise his children can be overlooked, but once he has assumed that task, he he is threatened with death for his failure to do so. Similarly, when Jacob is about to enter into the land promised in his father's blessing and confirmed in the vision at Bethel, he too finds himself face to face with a divinely commissioned opponent. His victory over the angel is symbolic of his success in finally qualifying for his mission, as is implied in the change of his name to Israel with the explanation of its significance, for thou hast striven with God and with men and hast prevailed. Inasmuch as there is not mentioned here any struggle with men, the thought is suggested that this victory is an omen of the future success of the chosen people, while the shrinking of Jacob's thigh sinew suggests that this success is not to be won without suffering and sacrifice, an interpretation frequently found in the Midrash. This representation of the experience of a nation in terms of that of an individual who is the nation's founder is much more in keeping with the spirit of biblical literature than the allegorical representation of abstract truths in terms of historical biographical events. Note in this connection Hosea 12:3-5, the Lord hath also a controversy with Judah, and will punish Jacob according to 101 his ways. According to his doings will he recompense him. In the womb he took his brother by the heel, and by his strength he strove with a godlike being. So he strove with an angel, and prevailed. He wept, and made supplication unto him. At Bethel he would find him, and there he would speak with us. The meaning of these verses is obscured. It is evident that the prophet makes Jacob's experience typical of Israel's as a people. Aim. There is in this lesson, as in almost all those that deal with the patriarchs, a remote aim and an immediate one. The remote aim is the impression which the incidents recorded will make upon the pupil when they are brought back to his mind in later years. The moral of the story in this connection is that the election of Israel is not determined by the inherent superiority of our people, but by God's purpose with regard to them and mankind, which purpose he accomplishes by so shaping their history that it instructs and disciplines them through struggle and achievement, and reveals his will with regard to them and their place in the world. But this moral is too abstract and complex for the child and must only be kept in mind by the teacher in order that he should not teach the lesson in such a way as would later becloud the true meaning of the story, as, for example, would be the case if he made Jacob throughout his whole life the ideal religious hero. The immediate lesson that the child can be taught to derive from the story is that humble trust in God and obedience to his will can achieve for us what a cunning that does not scruple at deceit cannot achieve. Suggestions to the teacher. Begin this lesson by reminding the class of the promise God had made to Jacob at Bethel. Then announce that you are going 102 to tell how God kept this promise. But before doing so, question the children further as to why Jacob had to flee from Canaan if God wanted him to return and rule over it. Question until you bring out the point that Jacob had not used the proper means to get the birthright and blessing. Illustrate by analogy with the child's own experience the idea that, because Jacob had attempted to secure birthright and blessing by wrong means, he had to be deprived of them until he finally learned the proper means on which to rely, namely faith in God. This thought might be illustrated as follows. Suppose a teacher promised a reward to a child if he would write a composition about something the class had been taught in its lesson, and this child copied his composition from a book, thinking that in this way he would get the reward without having to work for it. What would the teacher do? Accept the composition? No, she would make him write it again in his own words, and then, perhaps, if he had done it in the right way, the teacher might give the reward to him. So God had indeed promised that Isaac's son would one day become the father of a great people in the land of Canaan, and he meant Jacob to become such, but because Jacob tried to bring this about in the wrong way, by deceiving his father and Esau, he could not at once be made the head of this people in Canaan. So Jacob had to leave the land that had been promised to him and work hard those 20 years that he was with Laban, and suffer from Laban's meanness to him, in order that he might learn that if he wanted God's blessing he must be patient and obedient and work honestly, and then God would give him his blessing. 103. Then tell the story, emphasizing Jacob's submission to Esau and the humility of his prayer to God. The latter can best be brought out by quoting the prayer in the language of the Bible. Genesis 32, 10-13. In describing Jacob's wrestling with the angel, do not read a far-fetched moral into it. Merely explain that God sent an angel to wrestle with Jacob, and that if Jacob could make the angel bless him, that would be the sign that he was strong enough and great enough and good enough to be the father of the Jewish people. The blessing of the angel should be given in direct discourse. In teaching the change of name from Jacob to Israel, call attention to the fact that we Jews are sometimes called children of Israel or Israelites because we are all descended from Israel. Do not fail to record Esau's departure to Mount Seir, leaving Jacob in possession of the promised land, and Jacob's fulfillment of his vow at Bethel. Whenever recalling anything from the previous lesson, as in this instance Jacob's vow, try to get the children to tell it to you rather than tell it yourself. Say, for example, so we have seen how God kept his promise to Jacob to be with him when he was away from his land, and to bring him back home in safety, and to give to him and to his descendants the land of Canaan. But do any of you remember the promise that Jacob made when he awoke after that wonderful dream? Etc. Chapter 19. Joseph sold into slavery. Genesis 37. Interpretation. In the narratives dealing with the history of the patriarchs, we have constantly emphasized that the point of view of the biblical author regarded their lives as significant not so much as personal history, but rather as a preparation for Israel's national existence. In the story of Joseph, this point of view is still discernible, though the chief interest has been transferred to the personal history of Joseph. It is discernible in that Joseph's being sold into Egypt and the settling of his father and brothers in Goshen are conceived not as fortuitous circumstances but as part of a divine plan which had already been revealed to Abraham. Genesis 15:13. Still the main interest is, as we have said, in the personal career of Joseph. This narrative is preeminently a story. It is not a story with a moral, but a story abounding in morals. Perhaps the most important from the point of view of the child is that which might be summed up in the words of the psalmist, "Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity." Psalms 133. 1. This is taught negatively in the first part of the story and affirmatively in the last. But such ideas as the danger of unjust discrimination on the part of parents, the evil of tale-bearing and boastfulness, the value of honest, faithful service, the nobility of resistance to temptation under the most trying circumstances, 105, and the beauty of forgiveness and reconciliation are only a few of the many other morals taught by this story. The portion of Joseph's life that is covered by this chapter shows how Jacob's partiality to Joseph created hostility between him and his brothers by arousing in them envy and in him a certain vanity and sense of superiority. These characteristics of Joseph at this period of his life are not given any attention by most Jewish school teachers because of the tendency to idealize all biblical heroes, thus overlooking the obvious significance of Genesis 37. 2. But the story only gains in meaning when we see at the end how completely Joseph had outlived all such pettiness as his hearers ascribed to him. There is some ambiguity in the Hebrew text as to one essential point of the story, namely as to who sold Joseph. The verses in question read, 25. And they sat down to eat bread, and they lifted up their eyes and looked, and, behold, a caravan of Ishmaelites came from Gilead. 26. And Judah said unto his brethren, What profit is it if we slay our brother? 27. Come and let us sell him to the Ishmaelites. And his brethren hearkened unto him. 28. And there passed by Midianites, merchantmen, and they drew and lifted up Joseph out of the pit, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels of silver. And they brought Joseph into Egypt. 36. And the Midianites 6 sold him to Egypt. From verse 28, taken by itself, it would seem that not Joseph's brothers but the Midianites drew Joseph from 106, the pit, and sold him to the Ishmaelites, and this theory is actually maintained by some, who point out that not only would the traditional interpretation require a change of subject in the middle of the verse, which is not otherwise indicated, but it would imply the identification of Ishmaelites and Midianites, which is untenable inasmuch as Midian was a son of Abraham and Keturah, and Ishmael the son of Abraham and Hagar. Genesis 25, 1 and 2. But this view is also not without its difficulties, and, in my opinion, the traditional interpretation of the verses is to be preferred. For verses 26 to 27 indicate clearly that Judah's plan to sell Joseph met with the approval of his brothers, and we should surely expect some expression of disappointment on their part if in the end their plan had miscarried. The change of subject in verse 28, which the traditional interpretation would require, need not trouble us, as such change of subject is not very unusual in the Bible. See for instance Genesis 14, 19 to 20, 15, 13, 22, 7. As for the identification of Midianites with Ishmaelites, the fact is that racial names sometimes are extended to include other related races whom history has brought into close contact. The descendants of Hagar and Keturah are thus classed together in Genesis 25.6. Ibn Ezra, in his commentary to our passage, calls attention furthermore to the fact that this same identification of Midianites and Ishmaelites is made in Judges 8.24, where Gideon, after a victory over the Midianites, says, I would make a request of you, that ye would give me every man the earrings of his spoil. For they had golden earrings, because they were Ishmaelites. The reading Midianites in verse 36 may be a scribal error for 107, Midianites or vice versa, as the only difference is in the omission or insertion of a yod. Aim. The aim in teaching this lesson should be to create in the child, through his sympathetic understanding of the motives that underlie the action of the story, an appreciation of those moral ideals which we have shown to be contained in it. Suggestions to the teacher. The story of Joseph is one which no teacher ought have any great difficulty in imparting to children, for it is a natural favourite with them. They like it because its ideas are simple and come, for the most part, within the range of a child's experience. The attitude of Joseph's brothers to him is not dissimilar to the resentment that children display at any indication of favouritism on the part of a teacher, a resentment which is invariably visited on teachers' pet. The story appeals to them also because of the rapidity of its movement, the constant shifting of scenes and incidents, each making a new bid for their attention, and the heroic nature of the action, in which the motives of the characters, whether good or evil, revealed themselves not in mere thoughts and words but in deeds. There could be no greater mistake, therefore, than to deprive the story of all its force through interrupting the flow of the narrative by tedious moralizing. The biblical story does not stop to moralize, yet the moral is clear enough, and so it will be to the class if the teacher tells his tale with the proper feeling and spirit. But the teacher must be cautioned, on the other hand, not to take for granted the child's comprehension unaided of even so simple a story as this. Any addition of details inserted into the narrative with a view to helping 108 the child visualize the incidents told is always in order. In telling of how Joseph was lowered into the pit, speak of his ineffectual cries and struggles to escape. For, though children have good imaginations, they have not had enough experience out of which their imagination could reconstruct the whole situation from a mere hint or two. Similarly, such words as pit or caravan need descriptive epithets or phrases to bring them before the child's eye. Moreover, the motives of the characters must be made clear by a casual reference to analogous experiences of the child, as for instance, "Now, when his brothers saw that Joseph was better loved by his father than the rest of them, they became very angry at him, and instead of trying to win their father's love for themselves also, they tried to get even with Joseph, just as I have sometimes seen boys at school get angry at a classmate of theirs and do all sorts of mischief to him just because the teacher gave him higher marks than the others who were not so successful with their lessons." But all such comparisons must be made only in a casual way and in as few words as possible, lest they divert the mind of the child from the main trend of the narrative. One should not forget for this lesson the usefulness of pictures as helping to visualize the story, and there are many good illustrations of this story to be had. A still greater assistance in impressing this lesson is that obtained by permitting the children to dramatize it and act it, for this necessitates their comprehension of the motives of the characters. Chapter 20. From Slave to Viceroy. Genesis 39.1 to 41.46. Interpretation. There are no surer tests of character than transplantation to a strange country without hope of return and degradation to a lower social stratum without hope of rising. For a great part of our moral strength comes from the consciousness that the eyes of others interested in our life are on us, that we dare not disappoint their expectations of us, and that our acts affect their happiness and honor. The person who finds himself alone in a strange land from which he does not expect to return and from which he does not expect rumors of his deeds to reach his former associates must have an iron character to maintain his loyalty to the moral standards of his earlier environment in the face of new temptations. And particularly is this true if, at the same time as he is transplanted into a strange land, he finds his social status also reduced. For the ambition to rise in his new environment, to achieve success and recognition there, might be sufficient incentive for some to scorn delights and live laborious days, but for the enslaved in a new land this incentive also is lacking. Both these tests of character Joseph had to meet, and he met them successfully. Arrived in Egypt, he wastes no time brooding over his wrongs but sets to work diligently at his tasks in such a way as to win him the confidence of his master. This confidence he will not abuse even under 110, the most seductive of temptations, and even though his fidelity to principle results in the very loss of his master's confidence in him and in his consequent confinement in the royal prison. Note that what keeps Joseph pure is the sense of responsibility not only to Potiphar, but, in the first instance, to God, so that the very fact which might lead others to sin, namely the fact that Potiphar could not know of his misdeeds, fortifies him against sin. He refused and said unto his master's wife, Behold, my master, having me, knoweth not what is in the house, and he hath put all that he hath into my hand. He is not greater in this house than I, neither hath he kept back anything from me but thee, because thou art his wife. How then can I do this great wickedness, and sin against God? In prison he shows the same qualities with the same result of winning the confidence of people. Aim. The aim of this lesson is to inspire the child with the example of Joseph's patience, cheerfulness and faithfulness under difficulties, all of which qualities were influenced by his trust in God. Suggestions to the teacher. The suggestions made in the preceding chapter apply to this one as well. Help the child to visualize the narrative and to make more explicit the feelings and motives of the characters. Discuss, for instance, the loneliness of Joseph in this strange land, far from his home and all that he loved, and contrast with his early dreams of rulership his present status as a slave. Try to give the child some idea of what slavery means, not by a definition but by telling the different kinds of work that Joseph had to do for his master in field and home without any pay or fixed hours of rest and labor, and subject to unreasonable 111 demands of taskmasters, etc. Then point out that, though many people under such circumstances would waste their time grumbling, Joseph trusted that God would help him and made up his mind to do the best work that he could. The incident of Joseph's temptation by Potiphar's wife can, of course, be told only in general terms, the teacher relating how Potiphar's wife, who was a very wicked woman, wanted Joseph to help her do something that was wrong, and he refused. His refusal should be given in direct discourse and follow the general line of thought of Genesis 39.8-9, keeping as much of the biblical language as possible. When Joseph is cast into prison, the teacher must again help the child realize emotionally what it meant for Joseph, after all his faithful service of Potiphar, to be thrown into prison as the very result of his fidelity, and teach the pupil to admire Joseph's resolution to make the best of this situation too by patient and cheerful bearing and sympathetic interest in the other prisoners. It is also well to make the child realize the sharp contrasts of which there are so many in this story and which greatly enhance its interest. When the king's butler, released from prison, also forgets Joseph and Joseph's one hope of escape seems doomed to complete disappointment, God provides the opportunity not only for his escape but for his elevation to the viceroyalty. This can be further emphasized by suggesting something of the pomp and circumstance of Pharaoh's court. I say suggesting, because the teacher should never indulge in pure description, which is always a bore to children. An occasional descriptive adjective or phrase can do the work quite as well. The narration of such incidents 112, as the removal of Joseph's prison clothes and his being attired in fine linen before gaining admittance into the royal presence, goes far to emphasize the desired contrast between prison and palace. So too the new dignity conferred on Joseph is made clearer to the child by telling him how the king gave Joseph his ring and necklace and made him ride in the chariot next his own while all the people bowed before him, than by the description of his new official duties. The story might be summarized and the moral pointed out in a brief statement such as, so the Hebrew slave boy, through his faithfulness and trust in God, became the highest in rank of all Pharaoh's subjects. Chapter 21. Joseph meets his brothers. Genesis 41.47 to 42.38. Interpretation. In this chapter of the Joseph narrative we find that Providence has put Joseph's brothers completely in his hand. Their physical sustenance is dependent on his providing them with corn. They are strangers in Egypt while he is the prime minister of the Pharaoh's court, and, moreover, by reason of his Egyptian dress and speech and the change which the 20 years have made in his appearance, he was but 17 when he was sold. They cannot recognize him and are therefore thrown altogether off their guard as to any designs of vengeance that he may cherish. The interest therefore centers on the attitude that Joseph would assume toward them. As the Bible merely tells us what Joseph said or did but not what he thought, we are left to construe his motives from his deeds and words. Accordingly, it would seem that Joseph is at first in doubt, so he plans to detain his brothers in prison for a time on the charge of being spies, feeling that their actions under such an accusation might give some clue as to how he should treat them, and hoping perhaps that the evil of their lot might possibly suggest the evil that they had done him. His first proposition is that one of them go back and bring Benjamin, whom he is particularly anxious to see, but he finally decides to let all but one return. He is not disappointed in the thought that their affliction might suggest their sin, as is seen from the dialogue in Genesis 42:21-22, which also gives him the information that Reuben had espoused his cause. He therefore selects as his hostage not Reuben the eldest, but Simeon 114, the next eldest. Meanwhile, he shows his real benevolent intent by giving them the corn and secretly returning the money. But even this gives alarm to Jacob and his other sons, as seeming to be but a pretext for further charges. Aim. The main object of this lesson is to prepare a way for the next with its moral of the beauty of forgiveness. It contains, however, also a fine study of conscience in that the misfortune of Joseph's brothers revives at once the memory of their sin and brings it to their minds in its proper colours. Suggestions. Begin by recalling Joseph's dreams to see whether the class remembers them and their significance. Then call attention to the thought of Joseph's brothers that they were putting an end to his dreams in selling him to the Ishmaelites. And yet, you continue, today's lesson will show how God really brought about the realization of Joseph's dreams. This will excite the curiosity of the children, and you can then proceed with the story of the famine and its effect. Make the famine appear as a providential circumstance and explain its meaning by saying that God, after the 7 years of plenty, did not let enough rain fall to water the corn and wheat, which shriveled up so that the people had no flour to bake bread, and there was not enough grass to feed the cattle so that they had not enough meat, etc. The term famine will then not be a mere abstraction to the child. At the point where Joseph meets his brothers and they do not recognize him but he recognizes them, show how the dream has been already in part fulfilled, although Joseph's brothers did not realize it. The chief difficulty of the teacher will be to make the children clearly understand the motives of Joseph's conduct 115 towards his brothers, which is the most important thing in the lesson. This can be facilitated by questioning the children in a way that would necessitate their imagining themselves in Joseph's situation. For instance, one might speak to them as follows. Now when Joseph saw his brothers bowing down before him, he remembered how cruel they had been to him, and he thought of how wonderfully God had brought about the fulfillment of his dreams, so that now he had his brothers in his power and could punish them in whatever way he would, for no one would question the acts of a viceroy of Pharaoh toward a band of strangers whom nobody in Egypt cared about. If he wanted to, he could have ordered them all to be killed, as they had thought of doing to him, or he could have sold them all as slaves, as they had actually sold him, or he could have put them all in prison, as he had been kept in prison in Egypt for so long a time, or he could have simply refused to sell them grain and they would have died of starvation. Now what do you think you would have done, had you been in Joseph's place? Get a number of different answers from the class. In all likelihood, the answers will propose some severe punishment. Then give a number of reasons why Joseph rejected these severer penalties, such as 1. Because his brother were, after all, his brothers and we should love our brothers. 2. Because their punishment would hurt his father Jacob and his younger brother Benjamin, who were innocent. 3. Because it would affect the families of his brothers as well as themselves. 4. Because they might have changed since then and become better and felt sorry for their treatment of him. 5. Because, if he could find some way of showing them how 116 wickedly they had acted and how good he nevertheless was to them, it might make them feel ashamed and resolve to be better. But, continue your narrative, though Joseph did not want to hurt his brothers, he did want them to feel sorry for what they had done to him, so that they would never do such a thing again. So he thought, I am not going to tell them at once that I am Joseph, their brother, and that I forgive them, but, without doing them any harm, I am going to frighten them with threats and see whether, when they themselves are in trouble, they won't think of the sin they did and feel sorry for it. It is necessary to explain the motive for Simeon's detention as being to ensure the return of the brothers with Benjamin. In questioning the class about the lesson, try to find out whether the children understand its underlying ideas by such questions as these. How was it that Joseph recognized his brothers and they could not recognize him? Why did not Joseph at once make himself known to his brothers? Why did Joseph speak harshly to them and accuse them of being spies? Did Joseph's brothers know that he understood them when they spoke to each other? Why not? What is a spy? When Joseph's brothers thought that they would be treated as spies, for what deed did they think this a punishment? Why did Joseph keep Simeon prisoner? Why did Joseph return the money of his brothers? What did his brothers think was his reason for returning it? Why did not Jacob want to let Benjamin go with his brothers to Egypt? It goes without saying that one must tell the story in such a way that it shall contain a clear answer to each of the above questions. This episode has a great dramatic interest and should be acted by the children. Chapter 12. Joseph reveals himself to his brothers. Genesis 43.1 to 45.28. Interpretation. Little need be said in interpretation of this story. Its lesson of the beauty of forgiveness and reconciliation is brought out so clearly as to need no further comment. In the attitude of his brothers to Benjamin, Joseph is able to put to the test any possible change of heart towards himself. The favor which he shows Benjamin at the meal that he had prepared for them may be considered as a test of whether the spirit of envy is still rife among them, and, inasmuch as they do not seem to manifest any jealousy on this occasion, they may be considered to have passed this first test. But the real test came when Joseph proposed to retain Benjamin as his slave. On this occasion Judah, the very one who had proposed selling Joseph, makes his eloquent plea in behalf of Benjamin, a speech which reveals his deep sympathy with his father's grief and appreciation of what the loss of Joseph meant to his father, and the willingness to sacrifice his own liberty for Joseph's brother Benjamin, who had, as the son of Rachel, taken Joseph's place in the heart of Jacob. Joseph could wish no further evidence of his brother's change of heart, and it is no wonder that he could not refrain himself any longer. Aim. The aim of this lesson is to provide a noble example of the magnanimity of forgiveness and the beauty of filial and fraternal love. 118. Suggestions to the teacher. The story of Joseph as told in the Bible is so wonderfully impressive in its simplicity for the child as well as for the adult that the only advice one feels inclined to give to the teacher of this story is that he should model his narrative as closely as possible upon the lines of the biblical story itself. Read and reread these chapters of the Bible and try to discover the means by which the biblical author produces his effects on the reader's emotions. Do not permit to escape you the pathos of such situations as when Jacob reproaches his sons for having told of their brother Benjamin's existence as though they could have foreseen what would follow this disclosure, or when Joseph, brought face to face with Benjamin, cannot control his feelings and withdraws to another room to weep, or when his brothers, conscious of their innocence, offer to give their lives if the divining cup be found in their sacks, and then to their consternation find it in the sack of Benjamin, or when Judah, in pleading with Joseph, mentions the effect of the loss of Joseph upon Jacob, or when the brothers bring the news to Jacob of Joseph's glory and he refuses to believe it until he is given incontrovertible proof, and a number of similar situations to which it might be possible to call attention. After the preparation for this climax which the preceding lessons afforded, the teacher who has made himself fully at home with his subject will have no difficulty in impressing the child. In this story, it is particularly important to report all conversation in direct discourse. Suggestive questions to ask the children are the following. Why did not Jacob want to let Benjamin go with his brothers? Why did they refuse to go without 119 him? Why did Jacob finally let them go? Why did Joseph give Benjamin a larger portion than the others at the banquet? Why did Joseph put his cup in the sack of Benjamin? Why was it Judah in particular of all Joseph's brothers who pleaded for Benjamin? Why do you think Joseph sent all the Egyptians from the room when he made himself known to his brothers? When his brothers were afraid that Joseph would punish them for their sin against him and were ashamed of what they had done, what did Joseph say to console them? What did Jacob say when they told him that Joseph was alive and ruler of all Egypt under Pharaoh? This story too lends itself to dramatization by the children. Chapter 13. The death of Jacob and of Joseph. Genesis 46.1 to 50.26. Interpretation. In these chapters, the center of interest once more shifts from personal biography to the destiny of Israel as a people. One is conscious throughout that his attention is being called to the close of one period and the beginning of another. The patriarchal period now draws to an end and the period of national existence commences. God's purpose is no more to be shown in the choice of individuals, but in his dealings with the people as a whole. It is not accident that Israel's national life is to begin in Egypt rather than in its own land, for just as Abraham, the father of the race, was tested by his willingness to leave his home in obedience to God, so the nation as a whole was to have a similar experience. It had to be made to realize its election by being taken as a nation from the midst of another nation, by trials, by signs and by wonders and by war and by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm and by great terrors. Deuteronomy 4:34. In these chapters we see the beginning of the fulfillment of Abraham's prophetic vision recorded in Genesis 15:12-16. Let us see how the ideas stated in the above paragraph are conveyed in the chapters under our consideration. Observe first Jacob's apprehensive reluctance about going to Egypt, which needs the assurance from God, "Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will 121 there make of thee a great nation. I will go down with thee into Egypt, and I will also surely bring thee up again." Genesis 46.3. Jacob before he dies reminds Joseph of God's promise given to him at Bethel in anticipation of the exodus from Egypt. God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a company of peoples, and will give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession. Genesis 48.3,4. We may regard Jacob's insistence on being buried in Canaan as implying the same idea. His blessing to his children and grandchildren further bears out this thought, and Joseph's instructions with regard to the disposal of his own body show most clearly that the sojourn in Egypt was not intended to be permanent, though, as is seen from Joseph's words to his brothers, Genesis 50.19-20, it was divinely appointed. But though, as we have just shown, the main interest of these chapters is from the point of view of Israel's destiny, they are not lacking in the personal interest as well. There is a sublime pathos in Jacob's humble acceptance of the divine decree which makes him, after lifelong struggle, end his days in a strange land, with those ambitions that he had cherished throughout life still depending on a remote future after his death for their realization. In his meeting with Pharaoh, he maintains well his patriarchal dignity, but he shows no sense of triumph in the honors accorded him, and his retrospective glance over his life reveals to him little that is not disappointing. Few and evil have been the days of the years of my life, and they have not attained 122. Unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their sojournings. Genesis 47.9. Pathetic also is the reference of Jacob, when about to bless the sons of Joseph, to the death of Rachel, which had taken place so many years ago, as if the thought of Joseph's prosperity awakened anew his grief that Rachel had not lived to see it, and as for me, When I came from Padan, Rachel died unto me in the land of Canaan in the way when there was still some way to come unto Ephrat, and I buried her there in the way to Ephrat, the same is Bethlehem. Genesis 48.7. Yet he preserves his patriarchal authority over his children and grandchildren to the last, blessing Ephraim above Manasseh, and not failing in his blessings to his children to recall their past sins as warnings for the future. The devotion of his children to him and the renewed relations of affection between Joseph and his brothers complete the picture of the ideal patriarchal family where love and reverence and a common faith are the ties that bind the units together. Genesis 47.13-26 is interesting in the light of what we know of Egyptian history from other sources than the Bible. The Pharaoh at the time of Joseph was, it is generally agreed, one of the Hyksos dynasty, which belonged to a Semitic tribe that had conquered Egypt. The land before that time had been held in a sort of feudal tenure by some of the old nobility. These gave constant trouble, particularly in the south, to the Hyksos rulers. Joseph's policy therefore was aimed at securing a centralization of power in the hands of Pharaoh through his obtaining all the land and reducing all others except the priests to the status of tenants. This concentration of power in the hands of a single 123 monarch, intolerable as it would be in a modern state, was often in ancient times the very best means of securing that measure of peace from constant strife between petty principalities which was an absolute prerequisite of progress and civilization. Of course, the child is not interested in such problems and this whole incident should be omitted, but it is well for the teacher to bear these truths in mind lest his modern political and economic theories prejudice him against the character of Joseph. Aim. There are two aims which the teacher should bear in mind in this lesson, one relating to the historic interest we have shown it to contain and the other to the personal interest. In accord with the former, the teacher must give to the child those historical and religious ideas contained in this chapter which summarize the significance of the patriarchal period and prepare the way for their next year's work. Namely the idea of how God was making a great nation of Jews in accordance with his promise to the patriarchs by permitting them to multiply in Egypt, at the same time reminding them that they were not to become Egyptians but would one day be brought back to their land. But the aspect of the lesson that can impress itself most readily on the children is the more personal one with its picture of the ideal family life as a sort of final tableau to the drama of Joseph that they have been learning. Of particular value is the example of reverence for parents which it holds before them. Suggestions to the teacher. The most valuable help that the teacher can get in teaching this lesson also comes from the study of the biblical story itself. Note that in the Bible, although it is made clear that the settlement 124 in Egypt was brought about in accordance with the divine plan for the development of the chosen people, this is nowhere stated in abstract terms, but we are allowed to infer it from the words and acts of the characters and the events as they shape themselves. In teaching children, who have no power of forming abstract notions, no other method is possible. It is necessary, however, for this very reason to take more pains to make the meaning of the words and acts of the characters clear to the child. Thus, in speaking of God's appearing to Jacob at Beersheba with his reassuring message, one must first state what the Bible leaves to our own power of inference, Jacob's reluctance to go to Egypt and the reason for his reluctance. One might say, for example, so Jacob made ready to leave Canaan and go to meet his son Joseph, whom he so longed to see once more. And yet, in spite of his anxiety to meet Joseph, he felt sorry to leave this land of Canaan where he was born, where his father and mother and his dear wife Rachel were buried, and where God had promised him that his children would become a great nation. Perhaps he also felt sorry because he remembered hearing of a prophecy that God had told to Abraham, saying that his descendants would become slaves to a strange people in a strange land, and he thought, maybe now my children will be made slaves in Egypt. But that night as he slept, God sent a dream to cheer him. He dreamt he heard God speak to him and say, etc. Again, when telling of Joseph's going to meet his father, emphasized the love that made him hasten to welcome the patriarch and the pride with which he introduced his aged father to King Pharaoh, as well 125, as the solitude for his father's and brothers' comfort implied in the preparations for their reception in Goshen, the most fertile part of Egypt, in the delta of the Nile. In speaking of the desire of Jacob and Joseph to be buried in Canaan, explain the reason to be their wanting to remind their descendants of God's promise to bring them out of Egypt to their own land, Canaan. In telling of Jacob's blessing of Ephraim and Manasseh, it is not necessary to touch upon the preference given to Ephraim, as this is only significant in the light of the subsequent history of the tribes, and, by the time the child gets to that part of their history, he will have forgotten this incident, since there is nothing in it intrinsically interesting to children. But do not ignore Genesis 48:20, and he blessed them that day, saying, by thee shall Israel bless, saying, God make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. In this way it is possible to establish a point of contact between the child's home life and the lesson by pointing out to him that these very words are part of the blessing with which his parents bless him on the Sabbath. This will serve to make him realize that he is one of the people whose history he is learning. It would also be well to ask how many children say Ha Malach Ha Gol in their night prayers, and to explain that this is part of Jacob's blessing to Ephraim and Manasseh. Genesis 48:16. Help the children visualize the imposing funeral rites in connection with the burial of Jacob, as showing the honor paid to him by the Egyptians as well as by his own children. They should be given some idea from the map of the length of the journey and the route taken. Do not take for granted the children's 126 comprehension of the renewal of the fear of Joseph's brothers after their father's death, but explain that they thought perhaps Joseph had failed to punish them until then merely in order to spare his father, but that after his father's burial he would have no more scruples. Just as Esau refrained from killing Jacob while his father lived but threatened to do so after his death. Part 2. Israel under the leadership of Moses. Chapter 1. The birth of Moses. Exodus 1:1 to 2:10. Interpretation. The children of Israel, settled in the rich pasture land of Goshen, had become a numerous people. At first they prospered, but then there came a change with the accession to the throne of the Pharaoh who knew not Joseph. This Pharaoh was, in all probability, not only of a different dynasty, but also of a different race from the Pharaoh of Joseph's day. The Pharaoh of Joseph's day was probably a descendant of the Hyksos, invaders of Egypt, a Semitic tribe of shepherds like the Israelites. The true Egyptians, however, who were an agricultural people, and held shepherds in abomination, perhaps because many of their practices conflicted with the religious notions of the Egyptians, which included the worship of sacred cattle, see Exodus 8:22, finally overthrew this Semitic dynasty. As a consequence, the Israelites were looked upon with suspicion and hatred as a dangerous element in the state. The very services that they had rendered to the old dynasty would now be held against them by the new, and instead of being a favored race, they came to be looked upon, in spite of their long sojourn in Egypt, as alien and hostile, and were subjected 128 to persecution and oppression. Persecution at first took the form of enforced labor in the erection of the public works of the pharaohs, but when the Israelites seemed to thrive in spite of this, resort was had to the drastic measure of murdering every male infant. At this point, The biblical story shows us how providence prepared redemption for Israel by sparing the life of the infant who was destined to become the liberator. Of the general religious significance of the Egyptian bondage, as interpreted in the Bible, we have already spoken in preceding chapters. Aim. The aim of this lesson is threefold. First, to inculcate in the child the ideal expressed in the words, "And a stranger shalt thou not wrong, neither shalt thou oppress him, for ye were strangers in the land of Egypt." Exodus 22.20. Second, to encourage him to maintain his national Jewish aspirations in the diaspora, as did his fathers in Egypt. And, finally, to inspire him with faith in God's providence, as illustrated by the way in which God saved the infant Moses. Suggestions to the teacher. Begin by recalling the story of Joseph to the class, how the Israelites who settled in Goshen, point out its location on the map, became a numerous people, and enjoyed, for a long time, the favor of Pharaoh and the Egyptians, in gratitude for all that Joseph had done for Egypt at the time of the famine. Then dwell on what the children of Israel, who were, for the most part, simple shepherds, learned from the Egyptians, who were not only skillful farmers, but great builders as well. This can best be done by showing pictures of the Egyptian monuments and pointing to the skill required in order to erect them in an age before the use of steam and electricity was 129 known. But the teacher should emphasize, although the children of Israel learned much from the Egyptians, they did not copy them in everything. In one respect, they were far in advance of the Egyptians, in their religion. They knew that there was one God, whom they could not see, who made the heavens and the earth, and all that is in them, but the Egyptians worshipped many gods. They had sacred bulls and sacred cows and sacred cats, and even a sacred bug, a kind of beetle. The Israelites in Egypt understood that they were not to become Egyptians, but that God would someday lead them out of Egypt to their own land of Palestine, as he had promised to Abraham, Isaac and Jacob. So they continued to speak their own language, Hebrew, and to maintain their religion. Explain how the insistence on keeping up their own religious practices and their own language, and the refusal to join in the worship of the Egyptian gods, aroused the hatred of many of the Egyptians, and paved the way for the edicts of the new Pharaoh, that knew not Joseph. This can best be done by reference to modern instances of similar antagonism, which may have come within the range of the child's experience or observation. Speak, for instance, as follows. When the Egyptians saw that the children of Israel would not become like them, but kept up their own religion and language, many of them came to dislike the Jews, for there are some people who never like anybody who is very different from themselves. Some of you may know boys who like to tease and annoy Chinese because of their strange appearance, dress and language, or who are unkind to Negroes, merely 130, because they are black, or who like to torment foreign children that cannot speak the English language. You well know that there are some people that are unkind to Jews for no better reason. In this free country nobody would think of doing us any real harm, nor would our laws permit it. But there are some countries where the very laws of the land try to make the life of the Jew unhappy, merely because he is a Jew. Many of you may have heard something about how Jews used to be treated in Russia not so long ago. And that is exactly the way the Egyptians began to feel towards our forefathers, when they saw that they would not worship the gods of the Egyptians, and that they kept up their own religious practices and spoke their own language. And when a new Pharaoh arose who had forgotten all about Joseph and the good he had done to Egypt, a man from an altogether different family than the Pharaoh of Joseph's time and from a different part of the country, the Egyptians began making laws against the Jews. Pharaoh, who particularly hated the Jews, made a law that they should all have to work as slaves in the building of his great treasure cities, etc. The rest of the story is simple and offers no difficulties to the teacher. The only thing that needs to be emphasized is that, in telling of the birth and rescue of the infant, Moses, the teacher must remember that he is preparing the way for the story of the Exodus and must emphasize that Moses was saved because God meant him to redeem his people, not that his rescue was a lucky accident. He can do this by speaking of God as suggesting the ideas upon which the characters act. For instance, in telling how Miriam saw Pharaoh's daughter take up the basket, one might say, then 131, God put a wise thought into the heart of Miriam and she ran up to Pharaoh's daughter and asked, etc. Again, one might say, now when Pharaoh's daughter saw the little crying baby, God filled her heart with pity for the helpless little infant, and one might conclude the lesson by saying, in this way God saved the baby, who, when he was grown up into a man, was to deliver his people from the oppression of Pharaoh. So much for the presentation of the lesson. In discussing it with the class afterwards, do not fail to suggest by suitable questions the duty of maintaining our Jewish practices even in the face of the ridicule and opposition that they sometimes call forth. The application of the story's moral should be given in terms of the child's own experience. For instance, one might say, when our fathers in Egypt sacrificed to their god and would not sacrifice to the Egyptian animal gods, did the Egyptians like this? Did the Israelites, when they saw that the Egyptians hated them, because they were different in race, language and religion, give up their language and religion in order to appear like the Egyptians? Do you think the Jewish child today ought to feel ashamed and give up his Jewish religious practices, because his Christian friends may think them strange or may not like them, or may not treat him with as much kindness if he shows that he is a Jew? Sometimes Jewish boys go to school on Jewish holidays, because their Christian friends do not stay at home. Do you think this right? Do you think it right to sing Christian songs in school, because you are afraid not to do so? No teacher will ever force you to sing a song that is Christian if you explain politely that you do not want to do so because your religion forbids it. 132. If you were asked to take part in a Christmas celebration at school, what would you do? If a Christian boy offered you some of his luncheon to eat and you were not sure that what he gave you was kosher, what would you do? In those countries where the Jews are treated badly today, merely because they are Jews, as their fathers were treated in Egypt, have they given up their Judaism on that account, or do they still keep it up? What would you do if you lived in one of those countries? Do not, however, dwell too much on anti-Semitism, as it is not morally helpful to the child to feel resentment too keenly. It would be producing the very opposite effect to the one desired if we were to arouse in our pupils a feeling of animosity towards the Gentile. The emphasis must be put wholly on the positive virtue of maintaining religious loyalty in spite of the hostility which it may, at times, arouse. Chapter 2. Moses, the friend of the weak and oppressed. Exodus 2.11-23. Interpretation. The chief interest in the narrative contained in these verses lies in the light they cast on the character of Moses and the traits that made him the ideal emancipator, leader and legislator of his people. The first of these is his sympathy with their suffering and his sense of kinship with them, which leads him, though a prince of Egypt by rank and education, to go out among his brethren and look upon their burdens. The second is his indignation at anything in the nature of injustice, whether perpetrated by an Egyptian or an Israelite, and, finally, there is shown his chivalrous zeal in the service of the weak and oppressed, which sends him on a mission like that of the ideal knight-errant, to ride abroad redressing human wrongs, and which even in a strange land, leads him to interfere in the cause of the shepherdesses of Midian against the rude shepherds. Aim. The aim of this lesson is to cultivate in the child, through his admiration of Moses, those traits in Moses' character which we have shown the narrative in these chapters to illustrate. Suggestions to the teacher. try to bring out the nobility of the course of action that Moses took by calling the attention of the children to other possible courses that he might have taken. Moses, having had wealth and luxury at his disposal, might have given up his life to enjoyment because of his superior education. 134. He might have looked down with contempt upon his more ignorant brethren and held aloof from associating with them. Fearing the reproach of his Hebrew origin, he might have avoided such association for prudential reasons. But he did none of these things. He felt that if he had been so wonderfully saved, and he alone been given advantages that the rest had not received, it was because God intended him to use these for the good of all his people. It is well, in pointing out the courses of conduct open to Moses, to use illustrations from modern life, thus. How many children who receive all they need from their parents and spending money in addition, think only of spending it on sport and amusement, and never stop to consider the needs of the poor children who have not even food or clothing or a warm room and to share their money with them. But Moses was not like that, although, being brought up as the son of Pharaoh, he might have lived a life of ease, idleness and pleasure. He preferred to go about among his poor brethren and help them with their burdens. Moreover, though Moses had received the best education that an Egyptian could receive in those days, he did not let that make him conceited. No matter how educated or how noble one may be by birth, one should not keep aloof from the lowly and common people. So Moses, though a learned prince, was never too proud to associate with the ignorant slaves, his people. In teaching of how Moses slew the Egyptian, do not fail to bring out the heroic character of the action by emphasis on the motive of Moses, namely, his violated sense of justice, and on the perils to which he must have known in advance that this act would expose him. Chapter 3. God sends Moses to save his people. Exodus 3:14.31. Interpretation. The time now being ripe for God's fulfilling his covenant to redeem Israel from the bondage of Egypt, he makes his purpose known to Moses and entrusts him with the mission of announcing the redemption to the elders of Israel and demanding it of Pharaoh. But Moses hesitates. He doubts his qualifications from the task, asking, "Who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh and that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt?" And God's answer is, "Certainly I will be with thee." But this does not yet satisfy Moses. He wants a guarantee of divine aid in God's statement, "I am." For in asking God for his name, Moses was not merely seeking information. There is no space in this book to take up a discussion of the critical questions raised by these verses. The interpretation given by Wiener 7 seems the most reasonable. He calls attention to the fact that among primitive people, and the narratives of the Pentateuch had to be made comprehensible to a primitive people, the name of a person, and, more especially, of a god, was regarded as having certain powers which were conferred upon anyone to whom he revealed his name. When Moses asked for the name of God, it was, therefore, as a sort of positive irrevocable guarantee of 136 success. But God, at this juncture, refuses to say directly, "I am," and gives the evasive reply, "I am that I am." Then Moses, dissatisfied, declares that the people will not believe him, and God replies by showing him the miracle of the staff turning into a serpent, etc. Still Moses hesitates, pleading lack of eloquence as an excuse for not going, and God promises to inspire his utterances and to commission, also, his brother Aaron, who was eloquent, to assist as his spokesman. The significance of this dialogue of Moses with God is usually explained as contained in what it reveals to us of the characteristic meekness of Moses. It does, indeed, illustrate this conspicuous trait of his character, but if it were the chief aim of the biblical author to commend the meekness of Moses, we should scarcely be prepared for the statement, Exodus 4.14, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Moses. The main purpose of the biblical author seems rather to be to emphasize the apparent impossibility of the task which Moses was asked to accomplish in order that the miraculous character of the deliverance be the more evident. It is significant that before Moses goes to speak to Pharaoh, God refuses the revelation of his name, but after he has gone on his mission, God does reveal it. Exodus 6.2. It would seem that he resented Moses' refusal to go without a special guarantee. The moral of the narrative is perhaps most clearly brought out in God's rejoinder to Moses, who maketh a man dumb or deaf, or seeing or blind. Is it not I, the Lord? Exodus 4.11. Aim. The aim of this lesson should be to inculcate in the child faith in God's power and providence as revealed in Jewish history. The teacher should endeavor 137 to make the child, through admiration of the heroism of Moses in attempting the apparently impossible in the service of God, feel with deep conviction that in his service there can be no failure. He should try to get not only the child's intellectual assent to the idea that God can accomplish anything that he purposes, but he should rouse an emotional appreciation of that heroism begotten of faith which leads great men to undertake what would, to others, seem impossible. Suggestions to the teacher. Inasmuch as we wish to inspire in the child by means of this lesson a faith in divine providence, we must guard against any attempt at rationalizing the miracles recorded in this and subsequent chapters. It is faith in God's power over nature and his use of this power in the interests of justice and righteousness that this lesson should teach, and no philosophic explanation can bring home this truth to the child so well as the simple, impressive narration of the miracle. A belief in the supernatural and transcendent power of God is essential in Judaism, and the miracle tale is the best means for emphasizing this doctrine. To be sure, it may be necessary at an older age to modify and deepen one's conception of the miraculous, but the only means by which the child can conceive of God's transcendent power, providentially exercised, is through the simple, straightforward narrative of miracles he performed. No attempt, for instance, should be made to identify the voice that addressed Moses from the burning bush with the voice of conscience. It must remain an objective voice. God's reply to Moses' inquiry as to his name, I am that I am, is sometimes made the occasion for the teacher to indulge in an attempt at a philosophical 138 discussion of the nature of God. We have already suggested in our interpretation of the passage that these words were probably never intended to convey such meaning. They are not an answer to the question, what is thy name? But a refusal to answer it, and, therefore, it is not in place to interpret their significance as revealing anything of the nature of God. Apart from this consideration, however, such abstract theological discussion is above the mental power of the child and should always be avoided. It is, therefore, best to teach the verse without any comment, as this by itself tends to preserve the atmosphere of mystery and awe which envelopes the whole episode. In telling of the dialogue of God and Moses, the biblical language can be used almost throughout, and, at any rate, the speeches should be given in direct discourse. Be careful to aid the child to an appreciation of the reason for Moses' hesitation, both because this is necessary to a proper understanding of the character of Moses, and because it prepares the way for a better appreciation of the miracle of the Exodus. For instance, in telling of the call of God to Moses, one might continue somewhat in this wise. When Moses heard God say, Go, and I will send thee to Pharaoh, and do thou bring my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt, his heart sank. How could he, one man, and a stranger, go before this cruel and powerful king of a mighty nation, surrounded by courtiers, guards, and soldiers, and say to him, Let these thousands of slaves who are building your cities go free? Would Pharaoh pay any attention to him? So Moses said to God, "Who am I that I should go to Pharaoh, that I should bring forth the children of Israel out of 139 Egypt?" The teacher can also make the emphasis of the narrative clearer by the questions he asks after the presentation of the lesson, as, for instance, what did God ask Moses to say to Pharaoh? Do you think Pharaoh would let Israel go just because Moses asked it? Why not? Draw out the idea that Pharaoh was used to being obeyed, not commanded, and that the slavery of Israel was profitable to him. Did Moses think that Pharaoh would obey him? What did Moses say to God when God told him to go to Pharaoh? Why did not Moses want to go? How did God answer Moses when Moses said that he was not a good enough speaker? Chapter 4. Moses' first appearance before Pharaoh. Exodus 4.2-96.8. Interpretation. The first step that Moses takes seems to contain a promise of success. He and Aaron succeed in interesting the elders of Israel in the prospect of deliverance, but the hope which this initial success raised in the heart of Moses was soon destined to be disappointed, for Pharaoh not only refuses the moderate request of a 3 days' journey into the wilderness, but also imposes new and impossible burdens upon the Israelites. This has the immediate effect of discrediting Moses and Aaron in the eyes of the people, even in the eyes of the Israelite overseers, who had sought to intercede for their brethren with Pharaoh, and who now reproach Moses and Aaron as the enemies of the people. In utter despair he lays his complaint before God, and at this juncture God vouchsafes to him that revelation of his name, which he had at first withheld, and assures him of the fulfillment of the covenant with the patriarchs. Moses was not to be discouraged by the hardness of Pharaoh's heart, for even this was but to emphasize the miraculous character of Israel's escape. This is the significance of the verses in Exodus 6.1 and 7.35. Aim. The aim of this chapter is the same as that of the preceding. In addition, it should be utilized to teach reverence for the name of God. Suggestions to the teacher. Before beginning this lesson, recall by a few questions the main points of the 141 previous lesson, laying a special emphasis on the difficulties of the task Moses was called upon to perform. Then tell how the hopes of Moses were raised by his meeting Aaron, and still more by the reception accorded him by the elders of Israel, who remembered hearing of the prophecy that Israel was to be led out of Egypt and go to the land promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. The conversation between Moses and Pharaoh must be given in direct discourse, and in the language of the Bible. The children must be made to realize the dilemma in which the Jewish overseers of the work found themselves, in that they were held accountable for the impossible tasks that they were required to exact from the people. Their petition to Pharaoh and Pharaoh's retort must also be given in direct discourse and in language approaching that of the Bible, but somewhat more explicit, so that the motives are clear to the children. Thus, now, when the Hebrew overseers of the work saw that they were being brutally beaten because the children of Israel could not do the impossible and make bricks without straw, they thought that they would come before Pharaoh and reason with him. So they came and said, O king, wherefore dost thou do so to thy servants? No straw is given to thy servants, yet thou sayest to us, see that they make bricks. And when they do not make the number of bricks thou dost require, for they cannot make the same number if they must take the time to gather the straw themselves, the blame is put on us, their overseers, and we are unjustly punished. Pharaoh would not listen to reason, but grew red in the face with anger and said in a blustering voice, You are idle fellows, idle. That is why you look for excuses not to work. 142, saying, Come, let us sacrifice to the Lord. And now, go to your work, and straw shall not be given to you, and you shall furnish the same number of bricks as before, when the straw was given. This prepares the way for the explanation of the change in the people's attitude to Moses, as shown in Genesis 5, 21. The words of the overseers to Moses should be paraphrased somewhat, because the children might not understand the figurative language. Thus, may the Lord appear and judge you, for you have given us a bad name with Pharaoh, and instead of keeping your promise to free us from Egypt, you have given Pharaoh an excuse to treat us worse than we have ever been treated before. Then proceed to describe the feelings of Moses when he heard these words, how it must have seemed at the time that the goal for which he was striving seemed further away than ever. Not only had Pharaoh not granted his petition, but the one effect of his pleading was to add to the burdens of the people, which he had sought to relieve, so that his own people now turned against him. This brings the teacher to the narrative of God's revelation of his name to Moses, the significance of which I explained in the preceding chapter. In teaching it to the child, the chief aim, as already indicated, should be to inspire reverence for the name of God. A second aim should be to impress the child with the greatness of Moses. This can be very easily done by presenting this lesson somewhat as follows. Then God told Moses his name which he had not told before to any other man, not even to Abraham, Isaac and Jacob. He had made himself known to them as God Almighty, and by many different names, but his 143 real name he had not told them. This name, children, you have never heard, though you have probably all seen it. The teacher then lets them open their prayer books at the Common War. If they have no books with them, he has a book ready which he opens at that place. He lets one of the children read the first verse of the dot. Now you all know that we read the third word in this verse Adonai, but that is not what the 4 letters of that word spell, is it? You would expect the word to be spelt, wouldn't you? Well, those 4 letters that make this third word of the spell the name that God told Moses, but we, none of us, say that name. Instead, we say Adonai, which means the Lord, because it is not respectful to call God by his name. 8. The teacher then asks one of the children what his father's name is, his mother's. When you speak to your father and mother, do you call them by name? What do you call them? When people speak to a king, they never call him by name, but they call him, Your Majesty. A judge in a law court is never called by name. He is called, Your Honor. The President of the United States is not addressed by name. He is addressed as Mr. President. This is all done as a mark of honor and respect, and for the same reason we do not call God by his name but speak of him as the Lord, God, the 144, eternal, and so forth, in order to show our respect and reverence for God. But when God saw how faithfully Moses had obeyed him, even though this obedience had brought him nothing but sorrow, he loved Moses so much that he told him his name, to show that he treated Moses as a friend who might call him by name as friends are used to call each other. He wanted to let Moses feel that it made no difference even if Pharaoh was his enemy, and if the Israelites themselves turned against him, because Moses still had one friend who would always stand by him, God himself. He told him, therefore, his name, and gave him permission to use it in speaking to the children of Israel, that they might all know that God was with him and would help him. And he said, I am the Lord, and I appeared unto Abraham, unto Isaac, and unto Jacob, as God Almighty, but by my name I made me not known to them, etc., to the end of verse 9. In discussing the lesson with the children, point out the sinfulness of taking God's name in vain, even as applied to the other names of God beside the Tetragrammaton. Chapter 5. The Plagues. Exodus 6.9 to 10.29. Interpretation. The meaning of these chapters is plain. They contain the narrative of that contest between Pharaoh and his court with all their magic devices on the one hand and Moses, armed with the name of God, on the other. The reader should not fail to note the dramatic portrayal of the impotence of blind, tyrannical rage which vacillates between half-hearted concessions that cannot satisfy opposition and blind fury that merely invites opposition. With the second plague, Pharaoh is ready to satisfy Moses' demand, but he remains of this intent only until the plague is removed. Then, in his apparent security, the habit of tyranny immediately reasserts itself, and he again refuses to let Israel go. With the fourth plague, Pharaoh offers as a compromise that the Israelites may sacrifice to their God in Egypt. This compromise Moses rejects, stating boldly as his reason that such a course would involve slaying the abomination, i.e., the gods of the Egyptians, a thing which the Egyptian people would not suffer. Thereupon Pharaoh consents to let the Israelites go, only do not go afar off. But with the removal of the plague, this concession is again withdrawn. After the seventh plague, Pharaoh, in accordance with the insistent demand of his court, is 146 ready for further concessions. He is ready to permit the men to go, provided they leave the women and children as hostages biding their return. When this concession is rejected, his fury leads him again into a mad defiance. The ninth plague makes him seek once more to appease Moses and Aaron. He is ready now even to let the women and children go, only the cattle must remain in Egypt. But Moses is firm. The cattle were needed for sacrifice. Nothing less than a complete exodus of all the people with their possessions for a 3 days' journey into the wilderness to worship God on his holy mountain would satisfy Moses. Indeed, he even suggests that the king himself provide animals for the sacrifice. Then Pharaoh in a rage commits his final indiscretion, declaring to Moses and Aaron, "Get thee from me, take heed to thyself, see my face no more, for in the day thou seest my face thou shalt die." This closes all negotiations between them. Moses accepts his ultimatum, "Thou hast spoken well, I will see thy face again no more." Henceforth, not even a 3 days' journey into the wilderness will suffice. Pharaoh had pronounced his own sentence, a sentence which the arbitrary and tyrannical always pronounce upon themselves when opposed by the protagonists of reason and justice. Aim. The aim of this chapter, as of all those leading to the event of the Exodus, is to inspire the child with faith in God's providence as exercised over Israel in particular, and over mankind in general, in the interests of liberty and justice. Suggestions to the teacher. It is sometimes suggested in books on the teaching of biblical history that 147, the story of the plagues, be passed over lightly, without much attention to detail. This would be a mistake. The story of the plagues has a great fascination for young children, the same sort of fascination which the works of fairies and witches in their favorite fairy tales exercise over them. The skillful teacher will make the most of the native interest in the marvelous by employing it to increase the spirit of reverent awe which he must endeavor to associate with the thought of God. In telling each of these plagues, it is not enough to describe what happened, but the teacher must assist in making the child realize what the plagues meant to Egypt. Thus, in teaching the first plague, dwell on how indispensable water is and what distress results if people are deprived of water for any length of time. The interest of the children in the plagues must not, however, be merely due to their interest in the marvelous. Endeavor to interest them primarily in the contest between God and Pharaoh. All the conversations between Pharaoh and Moses must be told as nearly as possible in the language of the Bible, so that the child is made to feel the strength of the firm insistence of Moses and the weakness of Pharaoh's vacillating and temporizing attitude. Unless at the end of the lesson the child is filled with admiration for Moses and contempt for Pharaoh, the teacher has not taught the lesson well. Inasmuch as there are so many allusions to the 10 plagues in Jewish and general literature, the child should be taught to remember them in their proper order. This can be done best by naming each plague 148, in a single word or brief phrase, as in the Passover Haggadah, and writing them on the blackboard thus. 1. Blood. 6. Boils. 2. Frogs. 7. Hail. 3. Gnats. 8. Locusts. 4. Flies. 9. Darkness. 5. Pestilence among cattle. 10. Death of firstborn. Chapter 6. The Exodus. Exodus 11.1 to 13.16. Interpretation. These chapters relate the climax toward which the narrative from the birth of Moses until this point has been leading, the Exodus from Egypt. They also contain the laws associated with the commemoration of this event. The narrative begins by telling of God's promise that the next plague would be the last, and his command to the people to prepare for the Exodus. Before they were permitted to leave, some expression of their faith in God's deliverance and their readiness to follow his guidance was required. Therefore, we have the command to take a lamb on the 10th day of the month, which was to begin their new era, and sacrifice it on the 14th, and eat the flesh of it in family groups on that night, together with bitter herbs and unleavened bread, which thereafter were to serve as symbols of the bondage and of the liberation from it. The blood of this sacrifice they were to sprinkle on the doorposts of their houses in order to testify by this ritual to their desire to be included in the army of the Lord that was to depart on the morrow, and all who did not testify thus to their adherence to Israel's cause were to meet with the same fate as the Egyptians with whom they had chosen to identify themselves. The Israelites were to eat the lamb while standing with their loins girt and staves in their hands, in readiness for the signal to depart. The rabbis call 150 attention to the fact that the sacrifice of the Paschal lamb in Egypt by the Israelites was a very bold expression of their faith, inasmuch as the sheep was among the sacred animals of Egypt. When Pharaoh suggests to Moses that the Israelites could sacrifice to their God in Egypt, he replies, "Lo, if we sacrifice the abomination of the Egyptians before their eyes, will they not stone us?" Exodus 8:22. But by this time Pharaoh and Egypt had been so humiliated by the plagues which did not even spare their sacred river Nile, that the Egyptians feared to attack the Israelites, while the children of Israel had recovered their lost confidence in Moses, and in the God in whose name he spoke to them. Among the laws and observances associated with the events of this chapter are 1. The law ordaining the first of Nisan as the new year for months, in commemoration of the inauguration of the new era in Israel's history. 2. The annual sacrifice of the Paschal lamb, which was eaten in the family circle together with bitter herbs and unleavened bread to recall the similar observances of the Israelites before leaving Egypt. 9.3. The celebration for 7 days 10 of the festival of Passover by the previous removal of all leaven and abstention from it during the festival, and by the eating of unleavened bread in commemoration of the haste of Israel's departure that did not allow them to make other provision. 4. The duty of narrating these 151 events to one's children, which gave rise to the recital of the Haggadah on the night of Passover. 5. The sanctification of the firstborn of cattle and of men in recognition of the providential character of the 10th plague, the latter custom surviving in the practice of PIRKE and Haben, the redemption of the firstborn, and 6. The injunction to make of this command a sign upon thy hand and frontlets between thine eyes, which led to the inclusion of the passage containing these words, and the command to sanctify the firstborn among those enclosed in the Tefillin, thus making them a theme for daily reflection. In addition to these practices, it is noteworthy that the Sabbath and holidays, even those having other historic associations, are characterized in our liturgy as memorials of the Exodus from Egypt. The multitude of observances that are thus designed to keep us mindful of the Exodus testify to the importance of the leading idea associated with this event for the Jewish people at all times, namely, the identification of the cause of Israel with the cause of God. And I will take you to me for a people, and I will be to you a God, and ye shall know that I am the Lord, your God, who brought you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians. Exodus 6:7. Aim. The aim of this lesson should be to make the child conscious of his identity with Israel and of the debt of gratitude and loyalty that this imposes upon him in view of God's redemption of Israel. Suggestions to the teacher. The association of the Exodus with the observance of Passover is the obvious method of establishing a contact between the subject to be taught in this lesson and the Jewish child of today. Nevertheless, it is better not to employ the observances 152 of the Passover as the technical point of contact with which to introduce the original presentation of the lesson, as that would delay too long the actual narration, but to use them to introduce the discussion of the topic by the class after the teacher has told his story. To introduce the narrative itself, a reference to previous lessons is sufficient, as the last few lessons have all anticipated the events told in these chapters. This the teacher can best do by a few introductory questions, as, for instance, why did God send the plagues of which we learned in our last lesson against Egypt? Draw out the answer that it was not merely to punish the Egyptians but to compel Pharaoh to free the Israelites. When, after the 9th plague, Moses refused Pharaoh's offer to let the Israelites go on condition that they left their cattle and possessions behind, what did Pharaoh say? How did Moses answer? The teacher then continues. When Pharaoh had driven Moses and Aaron from him and told them never to come before him again or he would have them put to death, it was plain that there was no use arguing with him any more. God had given him many chances to change his attitude and let the Israelites go in peace to serve him in the wilderness, but Pharaoh would not listen, and now God decided to send one more plague upon Egypt, so terrible that Pharaoh would be forced to let the Israelites go. In telling of the sacrifice of the Paschal lamb and the sprinkling of the blood on the doorposts, guard against leaving the child with the notion that God really required a sign in order to distinguish the Hebrew from the Egyptian house. This can be done by explaining that God wanted to test the faith of the 153 Israelites in the expected Exodus by their readiness to make these preparations. The sprinkling of the blood on the doorposts was to be a sign that the inmates of the house wanted it to be considered a Hebrew house. But if they were willing to remain in Egypt and would not trust God to lead them out, they would naturally not make these preparations, and would deserve to be treated like all the other Egyptians. Call attention to the change in the attitude of the people to Moses and Aaron since God had shown his power in the plagues, for at first they would not listen to them for impatience of spirit and for cruel bondage, and now they obeyed the minutest prescriptions of Moses in anticipation of the Exodus. After completing the narrative, try to bring home its moral in connection with the celebration of Passover, so that this celebration in its annual recurrence may, by association of ideas, reinforce the lesson you are teaching. Speak to the class somewhat as follows. Can you imagine how happy our forefathers felt when they received the signal to leave Egypt? Think of what a change it meant to them. No longer would they have to rise up early in the morning, work all day for Pharaoh, and receive nothing for their labor. No longer would they have a taskmaster standing over them with a whip ready to beat them cruelly if they did not finish the required number of bricks, although they may have been too old or too sick to do so. No longer would they have to do whatever the Egyptians commanded them and have to fear even to sacrifice to their god, lest the Egyptian idol worshipper might stone them. To be sure, in the wilderness into which they were going, and even in the promised land to which 154 God was leading them, They would have to work hard as shepherds and farmers, but they would be tending their own flocks and herds and working on their own farms. Nobody now could order them about for his selfish purpose, and they could obey and serve their God without interference, could rest on his holy days, and could sacrifice when and where they would. Do you not think that if you had lived in Egypt in those days, you would have felt happy and thankful to God and ready always to do his wishes for having brought you forth from slavery to freedom? Would you not feel every year, when the 15th of Nisan came, that you would want to celebrate it as a great, joyous holiday on which you would thank God for the happy change he brought into your life? And do you not think that if you had children, you would never tire of telling them the story, particularly on the anniversary of the great event, so that they, too, should thank God for the freedom that they are permitted to enjoy? Well, that is what our forefathers did. Every year they celebrated the going out of Egypt, and they told the story of the departure from Egypt to their children, and they taught them to celebrate it, and so the observance of this day has been kept up to our own time, and I hope you will one day teach your children to observe it. Can any of you tell me the name of this festival? When our fathers told the story of God's deliverance of Israel from Egypt, they tried to have everything at hand that would remind them of all that had occurred on that great day. In order to remind them of the lamb that they had slaughtered, they used in olden times to sacrifice a lamb, and they ate it in their family groups just as they had done in Egypt. And later, when sacrifices were no longer 155 offered, they had, as we have today, as a reminder of the same, a roasted bone of a lamb on their table the first 2 nights of Passover, to remind them of the haste in which they left Egypt without being able to leaven their bread. The teacher must explain the meaning of the word leaven. They made it a law to eat matzah during that festival. Can you tell me of some of the other things on the Seder table on Pesach? As they are mentioned, let the teacher explain their significance. When you saw all these things at the Seder table, didn't you always feel like asking what they all meant? How many of you have ever said the on Seder night? Well, that contains a number of such questions. When you were through reading them, your father began to read from the Haggadah, did he not? He read the answer, which explains why we celebrate Pesach, and this is the way it begins. Slaves were we in the land of Egypt, and the Lord, our God, brought us forth from thence with a mighty hand, and an outstretched arm, and if the Holy One, blessed be he, had not brought forth our ancestors from Egypt, we and our children and our children's children might still have continued in bondage to the pharaohs in Egypt. Therefore, even if we were all great scholars, all men of understanding, all learned in the Torah, it would, nevertheless, be our duty to tell about the departure from Egypt, and the more one tells about the departure from Egypt, the more one is to be praised. The children should be encouraged to discuss very freely the celebration of the Passover, as observed in their own homes, as this is an excellent opportunity of correlating their school instruction with their home life. Chapter 7. Israel at the Red Sea. Exodus 13.17 to 15.21. Interpretation. With this chapter a new period in Jewish history begins, the formative period, during which the unorganized horde of refugees from Egyptian bondage has given the character of a great nation through the providential circumstances of its history and the inspired genius of its leader. The period is one that is replete with miracles. Modern rationalism may attempt to explain them away, and it is quite possible that events which, had we experienced them, we might have ascribed to the operation of natural laws, were felt by our ancestors with their more limited knowledge of nature to be miracles, and were regarded as such. But, however we may represent to our minds the incidents that took place, we must recognize in them the hand of Providence and not merely a historic chance. We may, if we wish, regard the parting of the Red Sea as a tidal phenomenon, the pillar of cloud and flame as a volcanic cloud, but we must, in that case, believe that this tidal phenomenon and this volcanic cloud were designed for the guidance of our people. No teacher who lacks the faith that the various vicissitudes of our people in the wilderness were intended to preserve them and to prepare them for their historic career, as the standard bearers of the Torah, can fittingly teach this period of our history, for, without such a 157 conception, a majority of the events recorded would be meaningless. The chapters of this lesson contain experiences and reflections that are typical of the whole period of the wilderness. Note at the outset the explanation for the roundabout route of the Israelites, which states the fundamental reason for this whole period of trial and vicissitudes. They were not to go to the promised land by way of Philistia, because that way was too short, and they might have been tempted, at the first rebuff, to return to Egypt, since only that which has been won at the cost of effort and sacrifice can be fully appreciated. The importance of taking this psychological factor into consideration is evident from the conduct of Israel at the Red Sea, when the first obstacle that comes in their way leads them to murmur against the leadership of Moses, and to compare disparagingly their present situation with what had been their lot in Egypt. This is a state of affairs which we find again and again in the history of this period, and it emphasizes the providential character of those events which could convert this horde of slaves with a stamp of slavery on their hearts into a conquering nation conscious of a great historic mission. Aim. The aim of this lesson is to inspire the child with the belief in God's providence exercised over his people, Israel. Suggestions to the teacher. Begin the lesson by pointing out that God had fulfilled his promise to free the Israelites from Egypt. But where were they to go now? Recall by questions God's promise to the patriarchs to give Canaan to the Israelites. Recall also Jacob's desire to be buried in Palestine and Joseph's 158 similar request. Then locate Palestine and Egypt on the map and show by the scale of miles how far apart they are. Observe that if the Israelites could cover 20 miles a day in their journey, it would take them a little more than 2 weeks to complete the journey. But, you continue, God did not lead them directly to the land of Canaan, because the people were not prepared to keep a land of their own. One may use the following illustration to make the reason clear. If one opens the cage of a canary bird that has been born and raised in a cage, it will not immediately fly out and away. For some time it will stay in the cage, afraid to leave it. Then it will timidly go out a little way, and if anything frightens it, will hurry back into its cage. Now, the Israelites had been in Egypt like a caged bird. They were not free to go where they would and do what they would. Then all of a sudden they were free. But they were so used always to being told by the Egyptians what they should do, that they were afraid to do things for themselves, and, indeed, did not know how. God knew that if they came to Canaan, and they saw there an army of the Canaanites coming against them to battle, they would be so frightened that, instead of fighting them boldly and bravely, they would at once go back to Egypt and become slaves to Pharaoh, just as the bird goes back to the cage when it is frightened. God, therefore, decided not to take them at once to their own land, but to lead them in a roundabout way with many turnings and twistings, so that they would not know how to return to Egypt if they wanted to do so. Show on the map the direct route possible to the Israelites and the actual route that they took. And now I am going to tell you something 159 that happened, which will show you how, at the very first difficulty, many of the Israelites wanted to go back to Egypt and how God saved them from their troubles. Then tell the story of their wanderings, guided by the pillar of cloud and fire, Pharaoh's pursuit and the crossing of the Red Sea. Lay emphasis on the dilemma which faced the Israelites at the Red Sea, and on their consequent state of mind, which is revealed in Exodus the 14th of October 2012. These complaints should be quoted in the language of the Bible. The children might be required to memorize Moses' reply, which sums up the message of the lesson. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Read to the class the Song of Moses and encourage the memorizing of favorite verses from the song. Chapter 8. From the Red Sea to Sinai. Exodus 15.22 to 18.27. Interpretation. The significance of the events which took place at Marah, in the wilderness of Sin, and at Rephidim is the same as of those recorded in the preceding chapter. The antagonism felt towards Amalek, which made him the archetype of all Israel's historic foes, is to be explained by the fact that he was the first to go out of his way to oppose Israel, attacking it where it was weak at the time and in a manner which, because of the lack of any obvious provocation, impressed the Israelites as a direct attempt to defeat God's purpose in having brought them from Egypt. This is suggested by the words, "The hand upon the throne of the Lord will have war with Amalek from generation to generation." Exodus 17:16. Thus, Ibn Ezra says in his commentary to Exodus 17:14, the reason for God saying, 41 will utterly blot out the remembrance of Amalek, is because he provoked the Lord, for the dukes of Edom had been terrified with the dread of him on account of the miracles which he had performed in Egypt and at the Red Sea, and so, to Moab and Philistia, and behold this Amalek, hearing of the mighty deeds of the Lord in behalf of his people, Israel, came from a distant region to fight with Israel, and dreaded not the Lord, as it is written, Deuteronomy 25:18, and he feared not the Lord. The incident of the Israelites being victorious, so long 161, as Moses' hands were raised, is to be explained as the rabbis explain it in the Mishnah, Rosh Hashanah 3:8. Could the hands of Moses in any wise make or break a victory that we are told, and it came to pass when Moses held up his hand, that Israel prevailed? This can only mean to tell us that so long as the Israelites looked upward and subjected their hearts to their Father in heaven, they prevailed, and when not, they fell. The visit of Jethro is recorded as a contrast to the preceding episode. Jethro is the type of the righteous proselyte who, seeing God's purpose in exalting Israel, seeks to identify himself with Israel's cause. Aim. The aim of this lesson is the same as of the preceding. Suggestions to the teacher. The teaching of this lesson presents no great difficulties, the events narrated being in themselves interesting to children. Try to aid the child in realizing the hardships of wandering through the wilderness by a description of the geographical features of the wilderness, the lack of roads, of water, of food for man and cattle, the fear of wild beasts, and of marauding tribes like Amalek, the lack of housing facilities, etc. Endeavor to make the child realize how the Israelites felt when contrasting these conditions with those that existed in the fertile Nile Valley. This will help them to understand the murmurings against Moses, and what a thankless task it was that Moses had assumed in leading the Israelites. Do not fail to appeal to the hero worship by pointing out the unselfishness of Moses in continuing to lead the people in spite of their ingratitude. In teaching of the 162 double portion of manna, which they gathered on the eve of the Sabbath, one may associate it with the 2 loaves of bread used at the Sabbath meal in the child's home. In telling the story of Amalek's attack, it is well to mitigate the harshness of the biblical injunction to remember what Amalek did to us, by associating with it the moral taught by the following midrash. To what may the children of Israel, at this juncture, be compared? To a child who was being carried on his father's shoulders through the street, and whenever he saw any object he desired, he would say to his father, "Buy it for me," and his father would buy it for him. This happened once, twice, thrice. While they were proceeding thus, the child saw his father's friend and asked him, "Have you seen anything of my father?" Thereupon, the father, offended, said, "Fool! You are riding on my shoulders, and whatever you want I provide for you, and yet you dare ask this man, 'Have you seen anything of my father?'" So what did the father do? He put the child down and refused to carry him any further. Just then a dog came and bit the child. Even such was the conduct of Israel. When they went forth from Egypt, God at once surrounded them with clouds of glory. They desired manna, the Holy One, blessed be He, gave it them. They desired quail, He gave it them. Whatever they needed, He gave them. Nevertheless, they began to doubt and said, "Is the Lord among us or not?" Exodus 17:7. Thereupon, the Holy One, be He blessed, said to them, "As ye live, I shall make it known to you. Behold, the dog is coming and will bite you." And who is the dog? Amalek, as it is said, and Amalek came, etc. 163. In teaching this and similar lessons, it is important to locate all places on the map, as this gives greater reality to the stories. The association of a legend with a particular place has always had the effect on simple minds of making it appear more worthy of credence, and it is well to utilize this psychological fact in order to give a sense of reliability and reality to the biblical narrative. To show pictures of the places mentioned is even more valuable an aid, which should also be applied wherever possible. Chapter 9. The Revelation. Exodus 19.1 to 20.18. Interpretation. The event which is the subject of this lesson is without exception the most important event in Jewish history, and from the point of view of Judaism, in the history of the world. All previous Jewish history leads up to it. All subsequent Jewish history harks back to it. In the story of the patriarchs, the central theme is the choice of the material out of which that nation is to spring, which will accept the Torah, and commit itself to live for and by it. The central theme of the story of the Exodus is the preparation of the people for this event, God's purchasing Israel, to use the biblical phrase, from his masters, that he might serve God alone. And the central theme of all subsequent Jewish history is the struggle to make the principles of this Torah dominant over Israel and to guard its ideals, and the institutions to which it gave rise against foreign aggression on the one hand, and foreign seduction on the other. The event of the Great Revelation is therefore of the utmost significance. What took place at Mount Sinai? Something of the awe which set bounds about the mountain that the people dared not break through, must be ours, as we approach this subject. We must realize that an event such as this cannot be recorded in the terms of our daily experience. We can only guess and guess feebly at what the experience meant for our forefathers from 165, the records that they have left us, clothed in all the poetic imagery of our Bible narrative. At Sinai, in the midst of most impressive natural surroundings, thunder, lightning, earthquake, fire and smoke, the people became conscious of God's presence, as they had never been conscious of his presence before. And while thus impressed with the infinite power of the God who had led them out of Egypt that they might worship him there in the wilderness, they entered into a covenant with him. Under the inspired guidance of the greatest of all prophets, they were made to realize that this God demanded obedience to law, as the condition of his continuing to be their God and to lead them as his people, whom he had redeemed from Egypt. And the content of this revealed covenant is the Decalogue, the most significant moral code in the world history, which has exercised an influence upon mankind more profound and beneficent than any other. After insisting upon the recognition of the God who redeemed Israel from Egypt as the sole source of all authority and the sole object of worship, and endeavoring to secure the acknowledgement of these claims by enjoining reverence for God's name, this code lays down laws governing all the most important human relations. It insists on the sanctity of the home, both in the tie between husband and wife, and between parent and child. It insists on the sacredness of human life, and guarantees the right of property, which is essential to human development. It demands truth and justice in the administration of law. It concerns itself little with ceremonial forms, but it insists, nevertheless, on the observance of the Sabbath, without which man cannot attain to full human dignity and to the consecration of 166, life but sinks to the level of a beast of burden or an automaton, mechanically securing the means of life with no leisure to contemplate its ends. Nor is the Decalogue merely concerned with man's overt acts, but demands purity of motive, for it condemns covetousness equally with theft and adultery. The revelation on Mount Sinai meant to the soul of Israel what the experience of the prophetic call meant to the prophet, when he first heard the voice of God appointing him to a mission of which he had not dreamed before. Israel left Egypt a fugitive horde. It came to Sinai and was transformed into a great nation, conscious of the historic mission that distinguished it from and exalted it above other peoples, to become a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. Exodus 19:6. Israel has not always been true to this mission, has perhaps never lived up fully to all its implications, but from that time to this Israel has never quite forgotten it, has never lost faith in it. In emphasizing the significance of the Decalogue, one must, however, not lose sight of the fact that the 10 Commandments were not the only laws that were revealed to Moses on Sinai, and that the Sinaitic covenant involved not merely obedience to the Decalogue, but obedience to all other laws to which Judaism attributes a divine origin. According to tradition, many of the oral laws, which are not contained in the Bible, were halakha laws revealed to Moses on Sinai. Historic criticism may suggest a later origin to most of these and even to many laws in the Pentateuch, but there is nothing in the biblical narrative that limits revelation to the Decalogue, and, according to Jewish belief, all of the Torah is revealed. 167. Aim. The aim of this lesson should be to inspire the child with reverence for the law and faith in its divine origin and authority over him. Suggestions to the teacher. The teacher may well begin the lesson by calling the child's attention to the reading of the Sefer Torah in the synagogue. Ask whether the Sefer Torah is, in appearance, like any other book, and let the children tell the obvious differences. Inform them of differences of which they are not aware, as for example, that it is always written by hand and on parchment, with ink especially prepared for the purpose, etc. Then continue somewhat as follows. Now, do you know why we always treat this book differently from other books? Why we take such pains in writing it? Why we write it always on strong parchment rather than paper, which can tear easily? Why we dress it, so to speak, in velvet or other beautiful coverings? Why we decorate it with silver or gold ornaments? Why we keep it in the most beautiful part of the synagogue? It is because this book is different from all other books. This book contains the Word of God, which God Himself taught to the people of Israel in ancient times, and which was handed down from father to son until the present time. It contains the history that we have been learning, but it contains much more. It contains laws and commandments that God wants us to keep, and whoever obeys all these laws and commandments is a good Jew. In the lesson that we shall take up today, we shall learn how God began teaching these laws to our fathers, and we shall learn some of the most important of these laws of God, 168, which are so important that all the civilized nations have made them a part of their law. The great task of the teacher in this lesson is to create that atmosphere of awe and reverence with which the biblical narrative invests the episode of the Revelation. The mere explanation of the meaning of the 10 Commandments is not enough to effect this, because the significance of their content is in large part beyond the child's comprehension, and their form is too abstract to appeal to him emotionally. The point of contact that we have suggested will aid somewhat by associating with the revelation the reverence that the child sees paid to the Sefer Torah in the synagogue. 11. A close following of the biblical narrative suggests other devices. The people of Israel were to prepare themselves for 3 days, and the necessity for this preparation kept them in an attitude of conscious suspense and attention. The narrative of these preparations will have a similar effect. Attempt to arouse the children's curiosity as to what God was going to tell Israel before you begin to tell them the 10 Commandments. Exodus 19:3-6 should be quoted and explained. The fact that Moses and Aaron were required to set bounds about the mountain beyond which none but he whom God called could pass also adds to the impressiveness of the occasion, which will not be lost upon the children. Finally, the concomitant disturbances of nature, the thunders, lightnings, quakings, and flame, and thick darkness, and 169, the voice of the shofar waxing louder and louder, together with the picture of the trembling people at the foot of the mount and Moses going up alone into the thick darkness where God was, must be told in such graphic terms as to impress them deeply on the imagination of the child. Instead of telling the children the 10 Commandments in the usual conversational tone that you would naturally employ when addressing children, it would be well, in this instance, to read them the biblical account from Exodus 19.16 to 20.21, and require that when you come to the actual reading of the Decalogue, the class rise as the congregation does when it is read in the synagogue and remain standing until the reading of the 10 Commandments is completed. The children will, of course, understand very little of the meaning of the 10 Commandments from the reading, but they will understand and absorb the reverential attitude of the teacher towards them. After the reading, however, it devolves upon the teacher to explain their significance as far as this can be done to children. Avoid, however, too lengthy and discursive treatment, as the child will be impatient to go on with the story. A more detailed treatment of them should be taken up later in the course, either when the children are taught to translate the Decalogue in the Hebrew work, or in connection with the instruction about the significance of Shabbat, or as part of the work of a bar mitzvah or confirmation class, or on several or all of these occasions, but not as a lengthy interruption to the story of the Bible in which children in their early years of school are most interested. 170. The first commandment can be explained, however, very easily as implying the grateful worship of God by Israel and obedience to all his laws as the first duty of the Jew in view of what God had done for his people in Egypt. The second commandment need not present any difficulty, as the sin and folly of idolatry, the worship of the creature instead of the Creator, is easily grasped by children. As the child will not be tempted to idolatry, this need not be given much time. The third commandment, however, should receive more attention than it usually does. Nothing is more conducive to that spirit of reverence, which it is the aim of this lesson to cultivate, than the conscious avoidance of God's name, except in association with a truly religious thought. Profanity is a common vice of children, as well as of adults. Children, especially during the habit-forming age, should be made to feel that it is a sin and should be avoided. 12. The fourth commandment is also of the utmost importance to childhood, as this is not the first time that reference to the Sabbath